579. Vol 5ch, 56. The primordial dragon king wants to speak with us. Rosvicer's voice carried a mix of disbelief and awe. As the queen of the Silver Dragons, she held the same deep reverence and respect for Noah as any other dragon. To dragons, Noah was an unparalleled, sacred figure. Even speaking her name was an act of solemnity that commanded reverence. The thought of their ancestor, the legendary primordial dragon king, actively reaching out to converse with them left Rosvicer feeling both honored and nervous. She exchanged a glance with Leon, who nodded slightly. Rosvicer then said, "Very well, what should we do?" Noah shook her head gently. "You don't need to do anything, Mom. She'll temporarily take over my body, but I'll still be able to hear your conversation." Leon's brows furrowed, his voice turning serious. "Take over your body? You mean she can control you at will now?" His concern was immediate. Even after Noah's explanation, his first instinct was to worry about his daughter's safety. Noah quickly reassured him, "No, Dad, it's not like that. She always asks for my permission first and would never do anything inappropriate or harmful without my consent." Leon's tense expression softened slightly. "All right, if you say so." "Good, then I'll let her speak with you now," Noah said as she slowly closed her eyes. Leon and Rosvicer watched intently, their attention unwavering. Despite Noah's assurances that the process wasn't dangerous, the sight of their daughter being temporarily overtaken by a 1,000-year-old soul was nerve-wracking. At the same time, they were about to meet the legendary primordial dragon king, a figure etched into dragon history as both myth and reality. As Noah stood there, a white aura began to swirl around her, lifting the hem of her dress and gently ruffling her hair. Rosvicer noticed immediately. The aura was unmistakably the primordial force. Compared to her own painstakingly refined primordial force, what emanated from Noah was purer, more intense. The aura receded as quickly as it appeared, and Noah's body stilled. When her eyes opened, faint white markings adorned her eyelids, and her presence exuded an overwhelming regal aura. Her small frame hadn't changed, but the kingly demeanor of a dragon's sovereign radiated from her. Leon's gaze fell to her tail, the tip of which now glowed faintly white. The primordial dragon king, Noah. Rosvicer was overwhelmed. To any dragon, Noah was a towering monument of history. She represented the pinnacle of power and wisdom, a guiding star for every dragon's path in life. "In the old days," Noah said, her voice calm but commanding, "any dragon king who met me would kneel in reverence." Leon and Rosvicer exchanged uneasy glances. "Kneeling seems a bit much," Leon ventured cautiously. "I'm joking," Noah said with a wry smile. "I'm a rather easygoing dragon, actually." Rosvicer let out a breath of relief, but remained unsure of what to say. She glanced at Leon for guidance. Leon, meanwhile, studied the transformed Noah carefully. After a pause, he asked, "Primordial Dragon King, what do you wish to discuss with us?" His tone was steady, neither overly deferential nor dismissive. It was the measured demeanor of a family head addressing a guest, albeit a very important one. Leon's attitude wasn't born of arrogance, but of his duty as a father. As far as he was concerned, Noah's current existence in his daughter's consciousness made her presence a potential risk. He needed to maintain a balance of respect without yielding his authority. "Well, well," Noah said with a chuckle, "you're the third person to speak to me so casually." Leon blinked. "The third, who were the first two?" Noah held up her thumb, pointing to herself. "The first is your eldest daughter here. And the second, your pink-haired daughter." Leon and Rosvicer. "So," Leon said dryly, "basically, everyone in this house except for me and my wife already knows about your existence." "Pretty much," Noah replied nonchalantly. "That little pink-haired menace was so persistent I decided it was easier to tell her. And the little tuft-haired one found out because she wouldn't stop poking around." "Muse doesn't know?" Rosvicer asked, surprised. "No, not yet." If the situation hadn't been so serious, the couple might have exchanged a victorious high five. "Yes, once again, we're the last to know the family secret." "Anyway," Noah continued, her tone shifting to a more serious one, I can't stay in this body for too long, it'll tire her out. So I'll get straight to the point. The couple nodded, giving her their full attention. First, Noah began, that crystal your father used to sense me, where did it come from? Leon answered, it was given to me by the Tower Master of Sky City. Tower Master, who's that? Rossvisor explained the Tower Master's history and his motivations for building Sky City. I see, Noah said thoughtfully. A rare soul driven by compassion, and if he knows this much about me, he must also know about the ultimate fear, correct? Yes, he provided most of the information we have about it, Leon confirmed. Good, Noah said. Thousands of years ago, I expended all my power to seal the ultimate fear. But with the chaos and unrest in the world today, the negative emotions that feed it are surging. Its followers are actively spreading these emotions, accelerating their master's return. I was meant to awaken several years from now, but because of Constantine's interference, my soul was forced to seek refuge in your daughter's consciousness. I am using her body to gather the strength I need to recover. Fortunately, we still have time to prepare, Noah added. The ultimate fear's return isn't imminent, but it's inevitable. She turned to Rossvisor. Queen of the Silver Dragons, she addressed her. Yes, ancestor, Rossvisor replied, her voice steady but respectful. Your clan didn't exist in my time. You're a recent addition to dragonkind, aren't you? Yes, our founder established the Silver Dragon tribe about 3,000 years ago. And you're the second ruler. Yes. You look young, barely 300 years old. Just over 200, Rossvisor corrected. Noah smiled. To achieve so much at such a young age, mastering even a portion of the primordial force, you're an exceptional successor. Thank you, ancestor, Rossvisor said with a modest nod. However, Noah continued, her tone sharpening, your primordial force is impure. When I took over this body, I allowed some of my force to spill out. You must have felt the difference, didn't you? Rossvisor hesitated, then nodded. Yes, ancestor, the difference is significant. I'll teach you how to refine a purer form of the primordial force and introduce you to other primordial spells beyond soul judgment. We'll need every advantage against the ultimate fear. Thank you, ancestor, Rossvisor said, bowing her head. Noah turned to Leon. Leon Cosmod, I've watched many of your battles from this child's consciousness. You're formidable, almost unparalleled among dragon kings, but even you have weaknesses. Leon raised an eyebrow. Weaknesses, please enlighten me. You rely too much on overwhelming power, Noah explained. Your techniques are all about brute force and destruction. While effective, it leaves you vulnerable against an opponent like the ultimate fear. What do you suggest? You need to temper your strength, make it more controlled, Noah said, demonstrating by interlocking her fingers tightly. Internalize your power, refine it, only then will you stand a chance. Leon stared at his hand, repeating softly, internalize my power. "580. Vol 5CH, 57. Dad, Mom, my second personality is taking over, help me." Before they could see her, her voice arrived first. The door to the bedroom burst open, and Aurora zoomed in like a flash of pink lightning. She skidded to a halt between Leon, Rossvisor, and Noah. Arms outstretched protectively, she crouched down, trembling dramatically. Even her tail quivered in sync with her exaggerated performance. No, Hikari. It's not time to take over my body yet. Big sis, go to our room and find something meaningful to me. You need to wake me up from losing control. No, it's too late. She's coming out. Hikari has appeared. Mom, I'll miss you in my next life. I'll still be your daughter. Dad, I love you. I'll never punch you again. Sniffle, sniffle. Big sis. After delivering her dramatic monologue, Aurora paused, noticing the lack of reaction from her family. She peeked out through her fingers, her big pink eyes cautiously scanning their faces. Leon and Rossvisor, right arrow, right arrow. Noah, left arrow, left arrow. Aurora, QAQ. Sensing the awkward silence thickening, Aurora swallowed nervously, forcing a smile as she stammered. Actually, I was just practicing lines for next semester's play. Pink-haired brat, Thanks for the cover, but it's not needed now. The voice made Aurora freeze. Her mind quickly pieced together the situation. Ah, it was her sister's resident old ghost speaking. The performance was unnecessary. Aurora's brain kicked into overdrive, not to find more fun this time, but to save herself. Plan pass the buck. Mom, Dad, it's all the ghost's fault, Aurora declared, pointing dramatically toward Noah. She told me and Moon we had to keep this a secret or she'd spank us. With Noah and the ancestor already revealing their presence to their parents, Aurora saw her chance to escape unscathed. Her priority now was to deflect blame and avoid any trouble. Her bright eyes sparkled with faux conviction as she spun her tale, ready to walk out without facing consequences. Leon and Rosvisser, however, weren't easily fooled. They exchanged knowing glances at their mischievous daughter's transparent ploy. Noah's explained everything, Aurora, Leon said evenly. We understand. Phew, Aurora sighed with exaggerated relief. Well, in that case, I'll leave you to it. See you at dinner. Before anyone could respond, the pink blur was gone, leaving a faint echo of her final word trailing behind her. Noah chuckled, shaking her head. She's always been quick on her feet. Turning serious, Noah continued, That's all I had to say. It's time I give this body back to its rightful owner. The faint white glow surrounding her began to fade. The markings around her eyes dissipated, and the regal aura melted away. As the power ebbed, Noah swayed slightly, but Rosvisser was quick to catch her, gently pulling her into an embrace. Noah opened her eyes, her voice soft and tired. Mom. Rosvisser pressed her cool cheek against Noah's, whispering, You've done well, Noah. Rest now. We'll call you for dinner. Okay. Leon stepped forward, his large hand gently ruffling Noah's hair. Feeling the warmth and reassurance of her father's hand, Noah finally relaxed, slipping into a peaceful sleep. Leon watched her with a mixture of pride and sorrow. Noah always shoulders so much by herself, he murmured. She's incredible, but this burden shouldn't be hers to bear. Rosvisser nodded, her gaze tender as she looked at their daughter. Their eldest, despite her young age, had faced challenges no child should endure. Battles in dimensional rifts, the chaos of the extreme north, the moonlit forest skirmish against Adam. Now, with the soul of the primordial dragon king residing within her, Noah's future was destined to be extraordinary, perhaps even surpassing her father's legacy. But extraordinary didn't always mean enviable. Leon wasn't sure if such a path was worth the cost. What he did know, though, was that he and Rosvisser would always stand by her side, no matter what the future held. A few days later, Silver Dragon Sanctuary, training grounds. The sun shone brightly overhead as bird songs punctuated the quiet morning. Shattered training dummies littered the yard, remnants of a morning's rigorous practice. Leon stood with his hands braced on his knees, sweat dripping from his forehead. His damp hair clung to his skin as he wiped his face absent-mindedly. Just as he prepared to resume training, a cool voice interrupted him. You've been at it all morning. Take a break. Leon turned to see Rosvisser approaching, sunlight glinting off her silver robes and creating a soft halo around her. In her hands was a silver tray holding a drink. Here, she said, offering him the cup. This will help you recover. Leon took it gratefully, drinking deeply before setting the cup aside. Rosvisser studied him with an amused tilt of her head. No progress on developing a new technique. Leon sighed, shaking his head. None. That old dragon said my current moves are too wild and need refinement. She told me to internalize my power to break through my limits. I thought of using Chidori as a foundation, Leon continued. It's a focused, high-intensity lightning attack, but it's already so efficient, it's impossible to refine it further. Rosvisser gestured for him to sit, and the two settled on the grass. After a moment of quiet, she said thoughtfully, I don't think what Noah meant by internalize was just creating more compact, high-burst attacks. Leon tilted his head, intrigued. If that's all she meant, Rosvisser continued, it wouldn't be worth mentioning. I think she was pointing you toward something more fundamental. Leon's eyes widened slightly. You're saying I've been misunderstanding her advice entirely. Rosvisser smiled gently. It's possible. You've been focused on perfecting your offensive techniques, but perhaps the true breakthrough lies in balancing offense and defense. Your power is immense, but strength without control leaves vulnerabilities. Leon frowned, reflecting on her words. He thought back to his recent battles, with Odin, the debacle at Flaming Valley, and even his duel against Adam. In every fight, his strategy had been overwhelmingly aggressive, leaving little room for defense or adaptability. "You're right," he admitted. "I've gotten complacent. My strength lets me overwhelm most opponents, but I've neglected the finer aspects of combat." Rosvisser picked up a few blades of grass, holding them delicately in her hands. "Think of these as your strength," she said. "When you had only one, you could control it perfectly, but as your power grew..." She picked up a handful of grass, letting it scatter through her fingers. "You lost the ability to manage each piece individually. True mastery means regaining that precision, even with overwhelming strength." Leon stared at her, struck by the simplicity of her metaphor. "Internalizing your power means achieving that balance," she said, meeting his eyes. "It won't be easy, but I'll be here with you every step of the way, Leon." "581. Vol 5ch, 58. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, the day for Muse to take the entrance exam at St. Heath's Academy had arrived. Though there hadn't been any groundbreaking progress in terms of her magical abilities, that didn't dampen the family's excitement as they escorted their youngest daughter to the exam. The academy was bustling with activity on registration day. Muse held her father's hand with her left and her mother's with her right, her eyes sparkling as she eagerly took in the unfamiliar yet fascinating surroundings. This was her first time traveling far from home, and her excitement was palpable. "Wow, look, there's a fountain and a little rainbow. There are squirrels on the lawn. Are those big brothers and sisters playing games on the field? Mom, Dad, why aren't we going over there where all the people are?" As everyone knew, the more crowded a place was, the more likely it was to be infiltrated by academy staff. And the more it was infiltrated by academy staff, the higher the chance of running into the Melkveh family's archenemy. The ultimate CP shipper. Vice Principal Wilson. Thus, Leon and Rosvisser deliberately avoided the crowds. When it was time to register, they snuck through a side entrance, valuing discretion above all else. This tactic was the result of many years of social death, experiences compiled by the couple. "If there are too many people, it'll be easy for Muse to get separated from us," Leon coaxed his daughter. Muse nodded seriously. "Oh, I see." Children's thoughts tended to jump from topic to topic, and before long, Muse asked, "Mom, does the academy have music classes?" Rosvisser glanced down at her youngest daughter with a gentle smile. "Yes, they do. There are 2 music appreciation classes every week. You can also find teachers to learn and practice with during your free time." "Really? Yay." The couple was relieved that Muse's love for music wasn't just a passing phase. Ever since she was little, her passion for music had been unwavering. At home, it was only Rosvisser and Milan who occasionally taught her, and the lessons weren't systematic. Despite that, Muse had reached an impressive level of skill through sheer talent and practice. Now that she was at the academy, with professional teachers and classes, they believed she would flourish even further as an artistic and creative young lady. "Dad, Mom, Sis." The trio turned to see Noah waving at them as she jogged over. "Big Sis Tilda." Muse let go of her mother's hand and leapt into Noah's arms without hesitation. Noah held her little sister and playfully pinched her cheek. "You're here so early for registration. Did you have breakfast?" "Yup, Dad made fried eggs and they were the best." "That's good." Noah took Muse's hand and walked over to Leon and Rosvisser. "No classes today, Noah?" Leon asked, as it wasn't typical class time. "Oh, today's a bit special. The teacher wants to practice a new lightning spell with me outside. I'll head to the training grounds in a bit." The Youth Dragon Division of St. Heath's Academy differed significantly from the Young Dragon Division. Instead of large classes, students in the Youth Division were assigned to individual teachers based on their talents, specialties, and magical affinities. Typically, each teacher mentored 3 to 5 students. But Noah was an exception. Her skills far surpassed those of her peers, and the rarity of lightning magic meant she was the only student in her division. As a result, her class schedule and learning times were more flexible. "I see, make sure you study hard," Leon said. "Got it, Dad Tilda." After a pause, Noah glanced around before saying, "I came in through the side entrance earlier. I didn't see the vice principal. You can use that route to avoid him." "You're amazing, truly the pride of Leon's heart. The MVP of the Melkveh family." Noah the Great needs no further explanation. "Thanks, Dad." "All right, I'm off to class now. Bye, Mom, Dad." "Bye." Noah crouched down to kiss Muse's cheek. "Say bye to Big Sis." "Bye, Big Sis Tilda." Satisfied, Noah waved and walked off. Leon picked Muse up in his arms and said to Rossvisser, "Let's head inside." "All right." The 3 of them walked towards the side entrance of the academic building, their pace quickening as they kept an eye out for the vice principal. Fortunately, they didn't encounter him on the way. Once inside the building, Leon and Rossvisser breathed a collective sigh of relief. Looks like registration will go smoothly this year. But before Leon could finish, they heard muttering from around a corner. Why did that little golden-haired dragon take this route? Was there really a surprise here? The kids these days run too fast. I didn't even get a good look at her face. Or is it just that I'm getting old and my eyesight isn't what it used to be? Though the voice was low and calm, and the speaker seemed like a kind person, only the Melkveh couple knew the disaster this voice heralded. This wasn't just a friendly old man's rambling. It was the whisper of death. The couple exchanged a glance, and without a word, they turned to retreat. But it was too late. Well, if it is Mr. Leon and Miss Rossvisser, long time no see. In that moment, the couple mentally replayed every happy memory they had ever experienced, mustering a shaky smile as they turned around. Long time no see, Vice Principal Wilson, you're looking younger than ever." Mr. Leon, always the joker. The vice principal's gaze landed directly on Muse in Leon's arms. "Oh, is this your newest family member, here for the entrance exam as well?" Leon had no choice but to steel himself an answer. "Yes, this is Muse. Muse, say hello to Grandpa Wilson." "Hello, Grandpa Wilson Tilda hello," Muse said sweetly. The vice principal was clearly delighted. "I never imagined you two would bring us 4 exceptional students in less than 10 years. What a gift." Leon and Rossvisser's internal thoughts. "We wouldn't be here if there were any other decent schools for dragons, you know." Damn it, this is educational inequality at its finest. "Well, we should get going to register Muse now," Rossvisser said, trying to wrap things up. Of course, you 3 go ahead." "Goodbye, Vice Principal." "Goodbye, Grandpa Wilson." "Goodbye." The couple practically fled down the hallway, clutching Muse, desperate to avoid another social death incident. Once they were far enough away, they let out a sigh of relief. "Good thing the side entrance wasn't crowded," Leon remarked. "But did you hear what the vice principal was mumbling earlier?" Rossvisser asked. "He said something about a pink-haired student telling him there was a surprise here." "Are pink-haired dragons common?" Rossvisser shook her head. "Well then, mystery solved. I'll deal with her when we get home next weekend." Smiling, Rossvisser nudged Leon. "Let's go upstairs and register." "Yeah." The 3 of them made their way to the registration room, where Muse eagerly exclaimed, "Mom, Dad, hurry, we'll be last in line." All right, no rush." They jogged lightly, but were intercepted by a flash of red. "Father, I got here before you." It was Constantine's daughter, Linfei, her arms crossed and her expression smug. Leon stopped in his tracks, his eyes following hers. From the stairs below emerged a familiar figure. Steady footsteps, an imposing aura, and those striking red dragon eyes. "Really, Constantine? You're climbing stairs, not staging a grand entrance," Leon quipped. Constantine looked up, a faint smirk on his face. "Leon, you're still as punctual as ever." Punctual, Leon thought for a moment before remembering. Months ago, Constantine had declared that not only would he defeat Leon, but their daughters would also attend St. Heath, S together. Leon had completely forgotten about the agreement, his focus scattered by countless other responsibilities. Yet by sheer coincidence, they had kept the promise. Of course, a man never goes back on his word, Leon declared confidently. Meanwhile, Muse and Hefei had already embraced and were chattering excitedly as they lined up together. Seeing their daughter's joy, Leon didn't mind their friendship. Every child deserved a close companion, after all. Constantine, however, leaned over and said gravely, "It's almost time, Leon." "Time for what?" "For Hefei to defeat Muse. Within a month of starting, they'll have sparring classes, and Hefei won't hold back." Leon's smile turned icy. "Oh, I'm counting on Muse to teach her a lesson." "Hefei will win," Constantine retorted. "Muse will win. Hefei will win." Rosvisar's sweat dropped. "Is this all men ever talk about? Who's better at fighting?" "Mom, Hefei and I are going in to register," Muse called. "All right, fill out the forms carefully," Rosvisar reminded her. The academy streamlined the process by pairing students for registration. Hand in hand, the two dragon girls entered, giggling. At the desk, a kind teacher handed them the forms. "Fill in your basic information here, little ones." "Okay, miss," Muse said brightly. Hearing herself called miss, the teacher beamed. Hefei blinked in curiosity. "Muse, why did you call her miss?" "Because Dad said that when we're outside, older boys are big brothers, and older girls are miss." "Your dad is so smart," Hefei laughed. The two got to work filling out their forms. When they reached the special skills section, Muse scribbled rapidly, listing an array of musical instruments. The teacher was startled as she scanned the list. "Piano, flute, accordion, drum, harmonica, and suona, what's that?" "It's amazing," Muse exclaimed, pushing the form back proudly. The teacher handed her a bracelet. "This is your admission bracelet. Show it to the proctors during the exam." "Thank you, miss." Muse turned to Hefei. "Why haven't you finished yet?" Hefei hesitated. "I don't know what to put under special skills." "You do," Muse frowned. Hefei shook her head. "Father only taught me fire magic and combat techniques." "Well, I'll help you fill it out," Muse declared confidently. Hefei blinked in surprise. "How do you know what I'm good at?" "I just do." Taking Hefei's form, Muse wrote diligently. Soon, she handed it back, beaming. "See, all done." Hefei looked at the form, now filled with fire magic, alongside a comically long list of musical instruments. Her eyes misted slightly, but she smiled. "Thanks, Muse." "582. Vol 5ch, 59. Late in the evening, after finishing their registration forms, the two young dragon girls excitedly ran out of the classroom. "We're heading to the 4th floor for the exam now, Dad," Muse exclaimed. Leon nodded and ruffled his daughter's hair. "Good luck, don't stress too much, you'll pass without any trouble." "Mem," Muse chirped happily. Hefei, standing nearby, walked up to Constantine, her large eyes brimming with excitement. "Father, I'm off to take the exam as well." "All right," Constantine responded, his tone reserved as always. With their reports made, the two dragon girls held hands and bounded up to the 4th floor. Leon watched their small figures disappear up the stairs, then turned to Constantine. "Why are you still so strict with Hefei?" Constantine blinked, looking genuinely puzzled. "Didn't you tell me last time in Sky City to try a different approach with Hefei? I've been working on it." After a pause, the red flame dragon king added, "Is it not obvious?" Leon raised a brow. Hefei still talked to her father like she was reporting to a superior. Hearing this, Constantine pondered for a moment before letting out a light sigh. "I'm not very good at raising children. Even though you told me a different approach would be better, I don't really know how to do it." A centuries-old dragon king, at a loss when it came to his daughter. It was almost funny, but Leon understood. After thinking for a moment, Leon suggested, "Buy some parenting books, learn from them, see how others handle it." "You learned from books too?" Constantine asked. "No, I was born good at it," Leon said smugly. There were two things General Leon was unrivaled in: fighting and raising kids. Half a year to win over a cold little dragon girl? Top-tier skills. Cue tactical lean back. All right, I'll buy some books, Constantine replied, taking the advice seriously. Unlike some other stubborn dragon kings, Constantine was willing to listen to Leon's suggestions, especially since he genuinely wanted to make up for past mistakes and give Hefei a happier childhood. All right, the kids are off to their exams. Let's take a walk outside, Leon suggested, turning to Rosvisser. Sure, let's go, she replied. As the three of them walked out of the academic building, Constantine asked, I remember families like yours have to attend a parent harmony interview, right? Aren't you two required to participate? At this, Leon and Rosvisser exchanged awkward glances, then chuckled. Starting from Moon and Aurora, we've been exempt from that, Leon explained. Exempt, got it. The vice principal himself gave us the green light. Though Vice Principal Wilson spent most of his time plotting to embarrass them, when it came to exemptions, he did them a solid. Even without the exemption, the couple's incredible teamwork and harmony would have made acing the interview a breeze. Leon had once described their relationship with a peculiar analogy. When that dragon queen lifts her tail, I know it's time to use a dragon twist move. Constantine nodded, I see. The trio wandered toward the academy's outdoor field to kill time while the girls took their exams. They had about 2 hours to spend. Leon glanced at Constantine, who was deliberately keeping a polite distance. By the way, have you started training with the magical manual I gave you last time? Leon asked. Yes, Constantine replied solemnly. It's an exceptional manual. My power grows stronger each day. Leon had only brought it up to make casual conversation, but for some reason, Constantine always maintained this stern demeanor. If you want a better relationship with Hefei, you need to stop being so serious all the time, Leon advised. Constantine raised his head, considered this, and nodded. All right. Leon massaged his temples. Do you even know how to have a casual conversation? Define casual conversation, Constantine asked with a straight face. Leon was momentarily stunned by the unusual question, but gave it some thought. It's when you chat freely with people you're familiar with. No pressure, just saying whatever comes to mind. Maybe joke around a bit. Constantine pondered this explanation and then shook his head. I'm not good at it. Even with my kin, I mostly give orders. As for other dragon kings, our conversations are usually negotiations where I refuse to yield. Then it's no wonder you're bad at talking with friends. Leon held Rosvisser's hand as they strolled across the field. Young dragons from the Academy's lower division ran past occasionally, their playful chatter filling the air. Yes, Constantine replied quietly. Leon sighed, wondering how to teach this flame-spewing dragon to converse like a normal person. As he thought, he caught sight of a flash of pink out of the corner of his eye. Acting quickly, he reached out and grabbed the culprit, a certain mischievous daughter trying to sneak away. Dad, I was wrong, I wasn't following you, Aurora exclaimed. I didn't say you were following us. Why'd you admit it? Leon asked, amused. Aurora, oh. Weren't you the one who told the vice principal about the side entrance? It wasn't me, she protested. Not you. All right, when we get home this weekend, I'll have your big sister chat with you about honesty. No, big sis will spank me, Aurora cried dramatically. And so, the mischief maker was subdued. Leon held her by the back of her collar, lifting her off the ground so they were face to face. Dad, you're the best dad in the world. I'll never prank you and Mom again, she pleaded, hands clasped in mock sincerity. Leon chuckled and set her back on the ground. Where's your second sister? She's watching Big Sis train. Oh, so no one's playing with you, and you decided to entertain yourself by messing with us. No. I was just being a kind little silver dragon and showing an old man the side entrance. Leon squinted at her. Sounds like your butt needs a lesson. Aurora. Constantine watched this exchange in silence, murmuring to himself. So this is how father-daughter conversations go, I see. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted their chat. There you are, I've been looking for you. Leon turned and saw long flowing sea blue hair, Claudia, the sea dragon king. Claudia, what brings you here? Leon asked, surprised. It's the Academy's registration season, so it's natural for dragon parents to be around, Claudia said. I came to check on Helena, and also to deliver something your mentor asked me to bring you. Oh, so it's not because Helena has a little sibling now. Claudia rolled her eyes. No, come, let's talk over there. Rosvisser, join us. All right, Rosvisser agreed. The couple followed Claudia to a quieter spot, leaving Constantine and Aurora behind. Constantine glanced down at the pink-haired dragon girl. Aurora wasn't the least bit intimidated by his imposing presence and stared right back. After a moment of contemplation, Constantine spoke. Hello, Leon's third daughter. Aurora blinked, surprised that the stern-flamed dragon was addressing her directly. Hello, Uncle Constantine. After exchanging greetings, the atmosphere turned awkward. Constantine struggled to think of something to say to the small dragon girl. Then suddenly, inspiration struck. Your name is Aurora, correct? Yes. Do you remember? Remember what? The day you were born, I was the only dragon king who came to see you. Aurora. Please don't learn these cringe jokes from my dad, Uncle Constantine. (583). Vol 5ch, 60. Claudia led Leon and Rosvisser to a willow tree beside the Academy's field. As they approached, Leon immediately noticed a wooden box lying against the tree. The box was long and narrow, clearly designed for a specific purpose rather than as a general container. Claudia stepped forward, picked up the box, and gently brushed off the leaves that had fallen on top of it. Leon pointed at the box. What's this, senior? Claudia smiled knowingly and slowly opened the wooden box. Inside lay a sleek, elongated katana. The handle was a dark blue, and the blade shimmered in the sunlight with a sharp, imposing gleam. Leon's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Isn't this my master's sword? Having spent years training under his master, Leon recognized the blade instantly. Claudia nodded. That's right. This is Thundercloud Blade, forged from the rarest battle steel in the human territories. It's a legendary weapon renowned for being sharp enough to cut anything, unbreakable by anything. Leon knew little about the blade's origins, only that his master had received it as a reward for outstanding service during a certain battle. The Empire had commissioned its creation, making it a one-of-a-kind masterpiece. The primary material used in forging the blade, battle steel, was an exceedingly rare metal, prized across the human lands and the entire Samil continent. Battle steel was incredibly durable and difficult to break, with extraordinary malleability. Most importantly, it could seamlessly integrate and amplify almost any elemental magic. Fire, wind, water, and even the most volatile and hard-to-control lightning magic could be channeled through the blade, granting it immense elemental power. When we last discussed Thundercloud Blade, I heard you wanted to inherit new magic and techniques, Claudia began, but after nearly draining the resources of my Sea Dragon clan, your master decided to spoil his child himself. So, he passed down this blade to you. She opened a hidden compartment in the box, revealing a finely bound book. The cover bore only two simple words, Thundercloud. Written in bold, flowing script unmistakably penned by his master's hand. Take it, Leon, it's yours now. Leon took the wooden box with both hands and gazed at the blade resting inside. His heart swelled with emotion. Honestly, I can't believe Master would give me his beloved sword. He must be so proud. Leon recalled a childhood memory of trying to secretly play with Thundercloud Blade. Unfortunately, his master had caught him red-handed. After a severe scolding, Leon had been punished to kneel guard duty for a week. Although the punishment wasn't harsh by Leon's standards, the memory stayed with him. At the time, young Leon didn't understand why a sword mattered so much. His master had told him the blade symbolized honor, something more precious than life to a knight. Why doesn't Master just hang his honor on the wall then? Young Leon had grumbled while munching on a piece of meat given by his master's wife. Now, as an adult, Leon fully understood. Honor wasn't just an ideal, it was a guiding principle for those who wielded power responsibly. And for his master to entrust him with Thundercloud Blade now, to help him surpass his current limitations was nothing short of monumental. Leon's voice carried a mix of gratitude and curiosity as he spoke. Senior, before Master handed this blade to me, the Empire had promised to reward me with a weapon too, but they replaced it with a black gold war chariot instead. Do you know why? Claudia chuckled softly. Your master told me, even a weapon forged from battle steel couldn't withstand the sheer force of your lightning magic. The Empire's best craftsmen decided a war chariot would better suit your unique needs, offering both defense and adaptability. Leon nodded in understanding. So this blade, Thundercloud Blade. Will it hold up? Claudia clapped her hands lightly. Don't worry about that. Your master already considered this. Using my Sea Dragon clan's methods, we enhanced the blade's strength significantly. Thundercloud Blade is now uniquely tailored for you. No one else could wield its full potential. Leon paused, absorbing the significance. So, you and Master went to great lengths just to help me break through this bottleneck. Claudia smirked. Of course, you're the only capable fighter among the younger generation of our circle. Naturally, the best resources should go to you. Being the youngest has its perks, I see, Leon teased, a rare note of lightness in his tone. Enjoy it while it lasts. You might never get pampered like this again, Claudia replied with a wink. Leon smiled warmly and bowed slightly. Thank you. Please thank Master on my behalf when you see him. I will. Claudia's eyes softened as she looked at Leon. His black eyes sparkled with a rare brightness as he gazed at the blade. It was clear how much he cherished it. After a moment of silence, Claudia spoke thoughtfully. My father once said something about you humans. Leon raised a brow. What about us? He said humans seem to place great value on inheritance. One of his old friends once told him, you toil your whole life, only for dust to return to dust and earth to earth, but what you leave behind for the next generation endures. Claudia's voice grew softer. That's how humans grow, slowly but steadily. And now, your master's blade has passed to you. She fixed him with a firm gaze. Leon, don't let your master's expectations go unfulfilled. Leon's expression grew serious, and he nodded resolutely. I won't, Senior. Claudia smiled, satisfied. Well, that's all I needed to say. Oh, by the way, did you get any news from the Tower Master? Leon's demeanor shifted, and he recounted what he had learned. Shadow's great creation seems to be something called the ultimate fear. After the ancient Dragon King Noah cleansed the Dragon Civil War, they sealed it within the primordial Dragon King. Leon explained everything about the ultimate fear, its origins, and its connection to Noah. Claudia's expression turned grim as she processed this information. If this were made public, it would cause panic across all dragonkind. And have you located Noah's soul? Leon nodded. Found it. Noah's soul resides in my house. Claudia raised an eyebrow. Not that Noah. I mean the Noah whose. She gestured first at her thigh, then higher to her temple. Leon blinked. That Noah's soul is also in my house. Claudia was stunned. Wait, are you serious? Rosvisser stepped in, her tone brisk. Yes, the primordial Dragon King's soul is currently residing within Noah's consciousness. It's gathering strength, preparing for the day it must battle ultimate fear again. Leon nodded in agreement. Exactly. Claudia clenched her fists. You too, don't just drop terrifying revelations like this as if it's nothing. Even someone as worldly as Claudia found the situation with Noah's soul hard to believe. But there was no doubt that the Melkve family's challenges were anything but ordinary. (584). Vol 5ch, 61. Dad's dad. The little ones had returned and immediately ran forward. Moon grabbed Leon's leg, tilting her small head up as she pointed back at Constantine. She laughed. Look, Dad, even Uncle Constantine, who's always so serious and stern, was making jokes. But his jokes were so abstract and hellish. You have to stop teaching him these weird things. Hearing this, Claudia chuckled and placed her hands over her chest. Sweetheart, your dad's abstractness is already part of his bloodline. If you stay with him long enough, you'll inevitably pick it up too. After a brief pause, she sighed and murmured to herself, "If that's really the case, I'm starting to get worried about the Dragon King." Leon smirked, ruffling Moon's hair. All right. From now on, Dad will make sure Constantine sticks to more serious topics." "Okay." Moon nodded energetically. Her eyes then darted to the wooden box slung over Leon's back. Curious, she asked, "Dad, what's that?" Leon smiled mysteriously. "It's a precious gift from my mentor." Noah had met Leon's mentor once before and had told her younger sisters all about him when she got back. Ever since then, Moon and her siblings had been fascinated by this mysterious grandpa. "Is it the grandpa that Big Sis told us about?" Moon's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Leon nodded. "Yes, and if we get the chance, I'll take you all to meet him. He really wants to see you." "Yay." As they were chatting, the children on the playground started moving toward the school building, a clear sign that class was about to start. "Well, I'm off to class now. Bye, Dad, Mom, Aunt Claudia, and..." Moon turned to glance at Constantine, who was silently standing nearby with his usual stoic expression. She hesitated for a moment before adding, "And Uncle Constantine, goodbye." After all, he was the only Dragon King who had visited her on the day she was born. Meanwhile, Muse and Hefei were in the examination hall. Two invigilators were chatting before the exam officially began. This year, there are far more young dragons taking the test than in previous years. And most of them are live-born dragons. That's never happened before. It's said to be influenced by the Silver Dragon King and her husband. Their public displays of affection are so widespread that it's inspired a trend of romance and marriage among dragons. The older invigilator added, "Plus, their children are not only charming, but also incredibly bright. This has given their lineage a clear advantage in terms of intelligence and learning ability." The first reason is understandable. Even though dragons are naturally combative, many still yearn for beauty in life, such as familial bonds or a marriage as happy as theirs, if we can even call it that. The second reason, however, is pure dragon logic, the invigilator said with a chuckle. The exam began with a roll call. Vin Ross. Here. Hefei Constantine. Here. Muse Malkve. Here. The invigilator paused for a moment, his eyebrows raising slightly at the sight of such prominent names on the roster. He smiled faintly before continuing. The examination hall fell silent as the young dragons began answering their questions. Hefei's eyes lit up as she looked over the test. These were all topics her father had drilled into her: magic theory, dragon history, and a few general knowledge questions. Leaning slightly, she glanced past the dragon sitting between them and whispered, "Muse, Muse." Hearing the whisper, Muse turned her head. "What is it, Hefei?" "These questions, can you answer them?" Muse hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I think so." "If there's something you don't know, I can give you the answer," Hefei whispered excitedly. "What, but isn't that cheating?" Muse asked, her eyes wide. "Cheating, what's that?" Before Muse could explain, a cold voice interrupted. "Teacher, they're planning to cheat." It was Shari, the young dragon sitting between them. Her tone was icy, her face expressionless, but her words carried a sharpness that silenced both Muse and Hefei. Shari's voice wasn't quiet, and the invigilator quickly approached. The room grew tense as all the young dragons turned their attention to the commotion. "What's going on here?" the invigilator asked gently, leaning down to Shari's level. "Are you reporting someone for cheating?" "Yes, teacher. Muse and Hefei were about to cheat," Shari said firmly. "Hefei," the invigilator turned to her, "what do you have to say?" Hefei shot up her hand. "Teacher, I have no idea what cheating even means." Duh. The invigilator sighed and explained patiently. "Cheating means using dishonest methods to achieve results that aren't rightfully yours." Hefei blinked in realization. "Oh, so that's what it means." "Exactly," the invigilator said. "So, whatever you were planning to do from now on, focus on your own test, okay? And the same goes for you, Muse and Shari." The invigilator couldn't accuse them of cheating outright, as no evidence supported Shari's claim. Shari glanced sideways at Hefei, then at Muse, muttering under her breath, "Annoying brats." The invigilators handed out the last of the test papers and announced the official start of the exam. Knowing what cheating meant now, Hefei focused on her test. Muse, too, found the questions familiar, thanks to the extensive prep her father and sisters had provided over the past 3 months. However, as Muse wrote, her mind wandered to her father's promise. As long as your score is higher than Uncle Constantine's daughter, even by 1 point, I'll buy you a new instrument. Determined, she clenched her fist. Sorry, Hefei, but for the sake of that new instrument, I'll give it everything I've got. (585). Vol 5ch, 62. In the exam hall, the young dragons were engrossed in answering their questions, except for Shari, who had just accused Hefei and Muse of cheating. Shari frowned, biting the end of her pencil. The exam questions were utterly incomprehensible to her, as if they were written in an alien language. Are these kinds of questions meant for kids? Dragon kids must be insane, she muttered to herself. Still, complaints wouldn't solve her problem. Shari had to pass this exam or else. Shaking her head, she forced herself to calm down and analyze each question carefully, trying to deduce the answers. But the dragon magic system was, after all, the dragon magic system, far too complex to grasp in a short time. No matter how much she focused, the things she didn't understand remained an unsolvable mystery. Just then, a sharp sound reached her ears. Turning her head, Shari saw Muse, her bright red pupils gleaming, scribbling furiously on her paper. Judging by her speed, it seemed as though the questions were as simple as 1 + 1 = 2 for her. Shari couldn't help but sweat inwardly. Why are Leon's daughters all so difficult to deal with? She thought. Leaning closer, Shari tried to get Muse's attention. Using the secret signal Hefei and Muse had exchanged earlier, she whispered softly, "Doot doot 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 tilde." Muse paused, her pen halting midair. Turning her small head, she saw that it wasn't Hefei calling her but the very classmate who had just accused them of cheating. Muse's expression soured. "Hey, classmate, how do you solve the first question?" Shari asked in a low voice. Muse shook her head, her tone curt. "Helping is against the rules. I don't want to get reported for cheating." Shari. That boomerang came back fast. Frustrated, Shari regretted her earlier impulsiveness. She had been so focused on completing the task assigned by the lady that she hadn't thought through her escape routes. But now wasn't the time for reflection. She had to figure out a way to pass the exam. 2 failures in a row, and the adults would never give her another chance. "I just misunderstood earlier," Shari tried again, her voice softening. "Muse, you're such a kind person. You wouldn't just leave me hanging, would you?" Muse blinked her large, clear eyes. "If you can't solve the question, will you die?" Shari sighed, clarifying, "That's not what I meant. It's just an expression." "Oh, so you're smart enough to understand that," Muse said with a sly smile. "If you're that clever, then you don't need to look at my answers." "Hey, you." Shari almost choked. How can such a cute little dragon be so devious? Seeing that the emotional appeal didn't work, Shari decided to try another tactic. "Muse, if you tell me the answers, I'll buy you some yummy snacks later," she offered with a smile. But Muse tilted her head, looking disinterested. "I don't care about snacks." "Shari, dragon kids are the worst." "Please, Muse, just let me see your answers, okay?" Shari pleaded. "Nope, tilde," Muse replied cheerfully. Realizing she was getting nowhere, Shari shifted her focus to Hefei instead. Hefei tilde," she whispered. Hefei stopped writing and turned to look at Shari. "What do you want?" Hefei's voice was cold, her demeanor clearly reflecting her annoyance at being falsely accused earlier. "I want to see your test paper. I know your dad, he's the Red Flame Dragon King. That makes us friends, doesn't it?" "If we're friends, why did you accuse me of cheating?" "Well, that was because," Shari stammered. "Besides," Hefei continued, "lots of dragons know my father. That doesn't mean you're my friend." With that, Hefei turned back to her test. Desperate, Shari refused to give up. She scribbled something on a piece of paper, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it onto Hefei's desk. Hefei blinked, glanced at Shari, and then slowly unfolded the paper ball. After reading its contents carefully, Hefei's expression twisted into one of pure disdain. Perfect, my heartfelt words have finally touched her, Shari thought to herself gleefully. Kids are so easy to fool. A few nice words and they're hooked. But just as Shari was reveling in her triumph, Hefei raised her hand and called out, "Teacher, Shari is cheating." Shari. The invigilator quickly approached, his face stern. "What's going on here?" "Teacher, I'm not cheating," Shari protested. "I have evidence," Hefei said calmly, handing over the crumpled paper. The invigilator scanned the contents of the paper, his expression turning peculiar. He pocketed the note, glanced at Shari's blank test sheet, and said, "This is your last warning. Any further attempts at cheating, and your exam will be invalidated." Shari lowered her head. "Yes, teacher." She hadn't expected Hefei's retaliation to be even quicker and more painful than Mu's S. The exam hall returned to order. Muse and Hefei, both now thoroughly annoyed with Shari, ignored her completely. But with only 30 minutes left until the exam ended, Shari knew she had to act fast. She closed her eyes and summoned her magic. Secret technique, all-seeing eye. "Mevis, you have to help me this time." At St. Heath's Academy training grounds, Noah smashed through the last wooden target of her practice routine, completing the assignments Mevis had set for her. "You're amazing, sis." Moon, who had been waiting nearby, ran over holding 2 small cakes. "I made these during my break earlier. Little Moon already ate hers, so this one's for you, big sis." "Thanks, Moon," Noah said, wiping sweat from her brow with the towel around her neck. She took the cake with a grateful smile. Mevis approached, offering praise. "You've improved a lot. You destroyed 50 targets faster than last time. Next, we'll focus on strength." "Yes, ma'am," Noah responded eagerly, nearly choking on her cake in her haste to reply. Moon hurriedly patted Noah's back while Mevis handed her a bottle of water. "Slow down, Noah." "Thank you, teacher," Noah said after taking a sip. Moon then offered her remaining cake to Mevis. "Teacher, you should try it too. It's really tasty." Mevis hesitated briefly before accepting. "Thank you, Moon." As the sisters chatted and shared laughs, Mevis watched them with a faintly nostalgic expression. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Mevis, Mevis." Her thoughts interrupted. Mevis frowned and turned toward the source of the voice. "Stay here, Noah, Moon. I'll handle this," she said before walking toward the commotion. In a secluded corner, Mevis pulled a small, white figure out of the shadows. "Thanks for your help earlier, Mevis. I wouldn't have passed that cursed exam without you," Elizabeth said with a sly smile. Mevis's expression remained neutral. "Don't use the all-seeing eye so recklessly in the academy. If you're caught, all my years as an advisor will go to waste. Understood, Elizabeth." "586. Vol 5ch, 63. Hearing the faint reprimand in Mevis's tone, Shari snorted coldly, crossing her arms. "You too, don't call me by my real name in the academy. If Lord Shadow finds out that all the resources spent placing me here to assist you were wasted, it will be on you." As the former Empress, Shari would not tolerate being lectured by anyone except Lord Shadow. She knew the risks of using the all-seeing eye within the academy, but had no other choice to pass that cursed entrance exam. Mevis, as always, kept her expression neutral, her tone calm. "Understood, Shari." Shari smirked, leaning in. "You know, the all-seeing eye is truly useful. Last time, when we went to Sky City to gather intel on Leon, wasn't it this spell that did the trick?" Mevis didn't lift her gaze, responding with a simple, "Yes." "Thanks to your intel, Lord Shadow was able to draft such a detailed plan to deal with Leon. It's a pity we didn't manage to finish him off in Flaming Valley," Shari remarked leisurely. She added with a sly smile, "Some say Lord Shadow isn't ready for a direct confrontation with Leon yet, but there are other ways to bring him down." Finally looking up from her papers, Mevis asked, "So, what exactly is the task Lord Shadow assigned you to help me with?" "Leon's youngest daughter just took the entrance exam. That means all 4 of his daughters are now studying at St. Heath's Academy." Shari's lips curled into an ominous grin. "Lord Shadow's idea is simple. find an opportunity to get rid of those little dragonlings. Before Shari could finish, Mevis cut her off abruptly. Wasn't the original plan just surveillance? Why has it changed? Her tone remained flat, but her eyes carried a subtle sharpness. Shari froze for a moment, realizing she had slipped. Quickly, she recovered her composure. Well, plans evolve, Mevis. The best strategy is to strike at the heart. Even the strongest have weaknesses, and when they're exposed, that's when they truly crumble. Shari chuckled darkly. I can't wait to see Leon Cosmod completely fall apart. What a sight that will be. Mevis didn't respond, lowering her gaze back to the small piece of cake in her hands, the one Moon had just given her. She had barely taken a bite. Oh, what's this? Food. Perfect, I'm starving, Shari said suddenly, snatching the cake from Mevis without waiting for permission. She took a big bite. Hey. Mevis reached out, her lips parting as if to say something, but then stopped herself. Not bad, pretty tasty, Shari commented, brushing off the crumbs from her hands. Anyway, Shari continued, the next phase of the plan involves Noah and her sisters. You've been working to gain Noah's trust all this time, haven't you? Mevis hesitated, her eyes shifting slightly downward. Yes. Good, well done. I'll make sure to mention your efforts to Lord Shadow, Shari said, turning on her heel and walking toward the training grounds exit. As she reached the doorway, she paused, glancing back over her shoulder. The sooner you complete your task, the sooner you'll get the black dragon scale. Don't forget that, Mevis. Mevis clenched the fabric of her sleeve tightly, her voice low. Yes, I understand. Without another word, Shari left the training hall. The door slammed shut, blocking out the sunlight that had briefly warmed the room. Standing in the shadowy corner, Mevis felt the lingering warmth fade away, replaced by an icy chill that seeped into her heart. Why does it feel like something precious was taken from me? For a fleeting moment, she wanted to collapse in that corner and cry her heart out. Mevis, what are you doing here? The sudden voice snapped her out of her thoughts. Peeking around the corner was Moon, her cheerful face framed by bouncing locks of hair. Her bright blue eyes sparkled with curiosity. Ah, nothing, Mevis replied, her tone flustered. Okay then, my sister says she's ready for the next stage of training, Moon announced with a smile. All right, let's go back, Mevis said, forcing herself to straighten up. Moon skipped forward, grabbing Mevis's hand. The size difference forced Mevis to stoop slightly as they walked back to the training area. Looking down at Moon's tiny hand in hers, Mevis murmured softly. Such warm hands, just like that fleeting sunlight. A week after the entrance exam, Leon's family returned to the academy for the admission ceremony. Muse had already received her acceptance letter, but her exact ranking would only be revealed during the ceremony. Unfortunately, the event clashed with Noah and Moon's class schedule, so the whole family couldn't attend together. Still, Muse was brimming with excitement to see her results, especially since her father had promised to buy her a new instrument if she outperformed Hefei. Before the ceremony starts, you can check the leaderboard at the back of the hall for the young dragon's rankings, a teacher announced. Carrying Muse on his shoulders, Leon walked over to the leaderboard with Rosvisser. Muse leaned forward eagerly, scanning the list from the top down. Her name wasn't immediately visible, which meant she had scored well. Here it is, Muse, Rosvisser pointed excitedly. Her name was listed in second place. Second place, that's excellent, Muse, Leon praised. Muse nodded, but her face lacked its usual cheer. What's wrong, Muse? Second place is a great achievement, Rosvisser asked gently. Unlike traditional dragon families, Leon and Rosvisser never pressured their daughters to achieve specific goals. To them, the effort and lessons learned were far more valuable than any outcome. But Muse's discontent wasn't about falling short of first place. She pointed to the leaderboard, pouting. Hefei got first place. She scored 1 point higher than me. Leon glanced at the top of the list. Sure enough, it was Constantine's fiery little daughter. Oh, so the pesky fire brat beat you this time, Leon remarked with a chuckle. I'll admit, Constantine might not be the best parent, but he does know how to teach. Muse's lip quivered. Does this mean I won't get a new instrument? Leon gently pinched her cheek, smiling. Don't worry, sweetheart, I already have it ready for you. Muse's eyes lit up. Really, Daddy? Of course, it was meant to be a surprise for tonight's celebration. Yay, Muse squealed. Then, after a pause, she added, "But didn't you say I needed to beat Hefei to get it?" Rosvisser chimed in with a smirk. "Your dad just wanted an excuse to give you the gift, Muse. He's such a softie." "Mom, don't expose me like that," Leon grumbled. In truth, Leon had prepared the instrument even before Muse took the exam. The condition was only meant to motivate her. He would have given it to her regardless of the result. "Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Mommy. I love you both," Muse cried, kissing both her parents on the cheeks. As the family shared this tender moment, a familiar voice interrupted. "Second place, Muse, not bad," said Hefei, standing with her father, Constantin. Muse stuck out her tongue playfully. "Next time I'll beat you, Hefei." Hefei smirked, "I'll be waiting." Meanwhile, Constantin couldn't resist gloating to Leon. "Well, Leon, I told you Hefei would outperform Muse." Surprisingly, Leon remained calm, nodding. "Congratulations." "Don't pretend you're not upset. I know this burns you," Constantin teased. Leon smiled mysteriously. "Not at all. In fact, I should thank you." "Thank me for what?" Leon didn't answer, simply exchanging a knowing glance with Rosvisser. The couple shared a mischievous smile. It wasn't until the announcer's voice echoed through the hall that Constantin understood. "Let's welcome the family of this year's first-place student, the Red Flame Dragon King and his daughter Hefei, to deliver a speech." "587. Vol 5ch, 64. The father-daughter pair of fire dragons found themselves inexplicably standing on the stage of the ceremonial hall. Below them, hundreds of dragon families were gathered, their countless eyes fixed expectantly on the two figures. Although Constantin's reputation had waned somewhat over the years, the legendary Red Flame Dragon King remained a revered hero to many dragons. His name, etched in textbooks and popular tales, still carried weight. For many in the audience, this was a rare chance to see their childhood or teenage idol up close. Despite having faced countless battles as a dragon king, Constantin felt a strange sense of awkwardness under this spotlight. "No, this isn't right," he thought. The sensation was far more intense than mere stage fright. It was as if he were being roasted alive, every pore on his body burning from the scrutiny. His gaze wandered aimlessly, his breathing unsteady, and he didn't know where to place his hands or how to stand. Amidst this turmoil, Constantin glanced down at Leon, who sat in the audience holding Muse. "Daddy, what does social death mean?" Muse asked, blinking innocently. Leon smirked and pointed to the stage. "It means what your uncle Constantin is experiencing right now. After he's done, we'll ask him how it felt, okay?" Muse clapped her hands joyfully. "Okay, Tilda." Constantin's eye twitched. He shot Leon a sharp look that seemed to say, "You planned for your daughter to come in second on purpose, didn't you, you bastard?" Leon responded with his signature, faker smile. "Everything happens for the best, Constantin. Just go with the flow." "Constantin." He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to steady himself. "Fine, let's just get this humiliating acceptance speech over with. Why don't you start by sharing how you've raised Princess Hefei, Mr. Constantin?" It was worth noting that at St. Heath's Academy, all dragon kings and titled individuals were addressed as Mr. or Ms. regardless of their rank. This standardization avoided confusion and kept the atmosphere professional. However, for young dragons, the Academy permitted more affectionate terms like Little Princess or Little Prince, reflecting both their family status and their adorableness. "How I raised Hefei," Constantin repeated the question to himself, stealing a glance at his daughter. Hefei, shy under so many watchful eyes, clung to the hem of her father's robe. She gripped it lightly, fearing that holding too tightly might make him think she was nervous. Constantin thought back to Leon's advice. "Spend more time with your daughters if you want them to have a happy childhood." He wasn't sure if this unexpected moment on stage was the right opportunity, but perhaps he could give it a try. After a brief silence, Constantin reached out and gently held Hefei's trembling hand. The moment his hand enveloped hers, Hefei's anxiety melted away. A warm sense of security surged within her, as if even if the world ended in the next second, her father would stand in front of her to protect her. I don't have any special parenting methods, Constantine began, his voice calm. Like many dragon families, I've been quite strict with Hefei. His tone carried no blame or regret, leaving Hefei unsure of what he would say next. Leon, watching from the audience, shook his head slightly. What a wasted opportunity, old friend. But then Constantine's tone shifted, surprising even Leon. But a friend of mine once told me that while strict discipline satisfies our dragon instincts to pursue strength, it does. He released Hefei's hand and gently placed his palm on her head. Bring happiness. I want my daughter to have a joyful childhood, so her life can't be just about studying and training. I don't know if it's too late to realize this, but from now on, I will do my best to give her a wonderful and unforgettable childhood. Constantine's voice grew more earnest with each word, resonating deeply with the audience. An oath is a sacred bond, he declared, and breaking it would bring nothing but shame and condemnation. Hefei's eyes welled with tears, her small face lifted toward her father. Father, she whispered, her voice trembling. Constantine managed a faint, reassuring smile. I will keep my promise, Hefei, trust me. This time, Hefei gripped his robe tightly, her little hand clenching with newfound determination. Yes, father. The audience erupted into applause, their cheers carrying an air of genuine respect. Leon let out a sigh of relief, leaning back slightly in his chair. Looks like your fire dragon friend learned a lot from you, Rosvisser remarked with a teasing smile as she clapped softly. Leon raised an eyebrow. Friend, who's his friend? Rosvisser stifled a laugh, her voice dropping to mimic Constantine's tone. A friend of mine once told me, sound familiar. Leon rolled his eyes. You're insufferable. Rosvisser chuckled, her queenly demeanor unshaken. After answering a few more questions from the academy staff, Constantine finally heard the word he had been waiting for. Thank you, Mr. Constantine and Princess Hefei, for sharing your experiences with us. Hearing thank you felt like a lifeline thrown to a drowning man. The nightmare of public speaking was finally over. Or so he thought. Mr. Constantine, Mr. Constantine. A sharp voice called out from the audience, and Constantine immediately recognized it. It was Leon. And if Leon was using the overly formal Mr. Constantine, it could only mean trouble. Why not use this opportunity to let Princess Hefei give you a kiss? Leon suggested with a wicked grin. Constantine froze, his mind going blank. You have the most absurd ideas, you idiot, he wanted to shout. But to his horror, Leon's proposal was met with a wave of cheers and applause from the audience. The enthusiastic response made Constantine's social death even more profound. Just as he was about to awkwardly retreat from the stage, Hefei tugged lightly on his sleeve. Father. Yes. Hefei didn't say anything further, simply opening her arms in a gesture for a hug. Constantine hesitated for a moment before surrendering. If this is social death, so be it. For my daughter's happiness, nothing else matters. He bent down and lifted Hefei into his arms. Without hesitation, the little dragoness leaned in and kissed him softly on the cheek. Fun fact: this was the first time Constantine and his daughter had ever expressed their affection in such an intimate way. With that single step, Hefei had grown closer to her father than ever before. (588) Vol 5ch, 65. Muse and Hefei officially entered the Young Dragons Division of St. Heath's Academy, where they would spend the next 2 years studying. With their youngest daughter now enrolled, Leon and Rosvisser faced an unfamiliar reality, an almost empty nest. Before the girls started school, Leon's daily routine was simple. Take care of the kids, eat, sleep, and occasionally hand in some assignments. Now, with the girls only coming home on weekends, Leon's routine had shifted to eat, sleep, and do even more assignments. Without their daughters around, the couple indulged in their newfound freedom. When Muse returned home after her bi-monthly exams, the head maid Milan noticed something unusual. Why has the quality of our Silver Dragon carpentry deteriorated so much lately? Her sharp gaze fell on the bed frame, inspecting the high-quality wood. This was supposed to be premium material for furniture. While Milan's concerns were well-meaning, Leon gently suggested she stop blaming the carpenters. The frequent need to replace the bed frames had nothing to do with the Silver Dragon carpenter's skills. If she really wanted to stop the bed frames from breaking, she should consider assigning more work to the queen, or perhaps open a Silver Dragon kindergarten and appoint Leon as its principal. Back to the story. With their household matters temporarily in order, Leon prepared to investigate Shadow's whereabouts again. His last encounter with Shadow in the Flaming Valley left a strong impression. Shadow's oppressive power wasn't something Leon could compare to the foes he'd faced in dragon nests or skirmishes before. Leon could sense it clearly. Whether the final battle took place in the Dragon Domain or the Dragon Abyss, the fight against the ultimate fear would be the hardest of his life. Shadow also possessed the power to enhance and control dangerous creatures through the Black Dragon scales. The Flame Valley's molten stags were nearly perfect creations of Shadow's doing. Undoubtedly, Shadow's next move would involve mass-producing dangerous creatures, intensifying conflicts among dragons, and generating enough negative emotions to feed the ultimate fear. Leon knew he couldn't stop Shadow alone. He still needed the help of the Lionheart Guild. However, the guild's current capabilities were outdated compared to the scale of the threat. As Leon returned to the Empire, Rosvisser landed beside him in her dragon form, her silver wings shimmering as she descended with six-winged dragon hawks flanking her. Once on the ground, she didn't immediately shift back into human form. Instead, she crouched slightly, allowing several wooden crates to slide off her wings. After all the crates were unloaded, she transformed, letting out a soft sigh of relief, a gentle smile on her face. At that moment, a fluffy blue blur shot into her arms. "Darling Tilda." Rosvisser gently stroked Rebecca's hair, her gaze warm. "It's been a while, Rebecca." Rebecca peeked out from Rosvisser's embrace and looked toward Leon and the six-winged dragon hawk. "Isn't that the dragon hawk that saved the captain in Flaming Valley?" Rosvisser nodded. Yes, it later became his brother-in-arms, a very skilled and powerful creature. Rebecca's teal eyes sparkled with curiosity. How powerful? "It can keep up with about 60% of my speed," Rosvisser said matter-of-factly. "Rebecca." "Darling, I think you've been married to the captain too long. You've picked up his habit of showing off." Rosvisser chuckled and playfully pinched Rebecca's cheek. "As silver dragons, we're naturally known for our speed. That dragon hawk is impressive by any standard." Rebecca nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, behind them, Leon patted the dragon hawk's wing. The creature let out a soft whimper, its sharp eyes turning into swirls as it slumped to the ground, exhausted. Leon grinned. "Why are you even competing with her? You'll never win, little brother." The dragon hawk, "Atet." "All right, take a break. I'll handle the rest," Leon said, walking toward Rosvisser. "You could have slowed down a bit, you know," Leon teased. "Look at my little brother, his wings are practically smoking." Rosvisser crossed her arms, her lips curling into a proud smile. "I never told you to chase me so hard. Besides, it's not like he can't complain, or you either for that matter. You could have just told me to slow down." "I did tell you, my throat's sore from shouting." "Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you." Typical dragoness. Rosvisser stuck out her tongue playfully, quickly changing the subject. "All right, enough teasing. Let's get to business." Leon turned to the Lionheart Guild members. "Nacho, get some people to load these crates onto the wagons." Nacho nodded, signaling a team to start moving the crates. "Captain, what's inside the crates?" Rebecca asked curiously. "Good stuff," Leon replied. "I'll explain on the way back." As the crates were loaded, Rosvisser stepped forward. "How long will this take?" "Transporting the contents of these crates for the Lionheart Guild will take about 2 months." "All right," she said. "With the Dragonhawk here, you can always come home quickly. Don't miss me too much." Rosvisser smirked. "Who's going to miss you? Just make sure you don't end up dreaming and calling my name hundreds of times again." "Wait, who told you that?" Leon demanded, grabbing Rebecca by the collar before she could sneak away. "Rebecca, care to explain?" Rebecca laughed nervously. Well, Captain, women just talk, you know. It's normal to mention dream talk occasionally, right? Isn't that right, Martin? Martin made the sign of the cross over his chest. May the gods have mercy on you, Rebecca. Martin. Leon chuckled and released Rebecca, not pressing the matter further. He turned back to Rossvisser, pulling her close. You know I'll miss you. Of course you will, Rossvisser teased with a smile. Always playing hard to get, Leon quipped. And you're always stubborn, my dear dragon. Before they could continue their banter, Rebecca interjected loudly. All right, Captain, Queen, can you two stop flirting for a second? Leon and Rossvisser paused, staring at her in disbelief. Rebecca crossed her arms smugly. This is the Empire's best sharpshooter's impeccable sense of timing. Leon and Rossvisser exchanged glances. Great timing, Leon said dryly. Don't do it again, Rossvisser added with a smirk. "589. Vol 5ch, 66. Before parting ways, Rossvisser waved to Rebecca. Rebecca, looking puzzled, pointed to herself and asked, How's me? Rossvisser smiled and nodded. Only then did the young gunslinger cheerfully approach. The two stepped aside, and Rebecca confidently patted her flat chest, saying, Sister-in-law, just tell me what you need. Whether it's keeping an eye on the captain's habits or signing him up for gentlemanly virtue lessons, I promise to get it done. Rossvisser's lips curled into a small smile as she lifted her hand, unclasped the crystalline pendant hanging from her neck, and placed it gently into Rebecca's hand. Rebecca's eyes lit up as she stared at the shimmering crystal. Sister-in-law, this. Have you heard of primordial power? Rebecca nodded. The captain mentioned it before. He said only a handful of dragons in the entire race can master it, and you're one of them, sister-in-law. That's right. When I first began condensing primordial power, I relied on this crystal for assistance. But now, I've reached the point where I can do it on my own. So, I want to give this to you. Years ago, Rossvisser's grandmother, Veronica, had entrusted this crystal to St. Heath's Academy's principal, Olet, to deliver it to her. It had helped Rossvisser master this extraordinary power. Now, however, she no longer needed it. Rebecca quickly shook her head, waving her hands in refusal. No, no, no. Sister-in-law, the captain told me this was a wedding gift from your family. How can I take it? Besides. Her voice faltered as her cheeks flushed a deep red. I'm just a gunslinger. My magic is average at best. There's no way I could handle something this powerful. Rossvisser chuckled softly. It's true that my grandmother gave it to me as a wedding gift, and it has brought Leon and me countless blessings. But as for being a gunslinger, that doesn't matter. You don't have to use it like a magician would. You can find a way to use it with your own skills as a gunslinger. Rebecca's eyes widened as she murmured. Use it as a gunslinger. Yes, and what, sister-in-law? Rossvisser bent down slightly, her soft smile warming as she gently ruffled Rebecca's hair. You've been calling me sister-in-law for so long. It's only right I give you something meaningful in return, don't you think? Rebecca lowered her gaze to the crystal pendant. It wasn't just a powerful artifact, it symbolized Rossvisser's trust and recognition. Only someone truly close would give such a precious gift. Rossvisser's kindness toward Rebecca stemmed from something Leon had once told her. Rebecca had lost her parents at a young age and had only her master, Tagger, and his wife, Charlotte, to care for her. To Rebecca, Tagger was her father, and Charlotte had entrusted her own child to Rebecca's care, leaving a lasting gap in the girl's heart. Even after joining St. Pa's Dragon Squad and forming genuine friendships, Rebecca still felt an emptiness deep down. Leon had often seen her on holidays, sitting alone on rooftops, watching couples walking hand in hand, children running around with candy, calling out to their parents. As the sun set and families gathered for dinner, Rebecca would return to her home filled only with cold weaponry and a single lonely green hairpin glinting in the fading light. Rebecca always hid her loneliness behind a cheerful facade, but deep down, she was just a simple, pure-hearted girl yearning for care and warmth. Rossvisser wasn't sure why her heart had softened so much. Maybe it was her maternal instincts overflowing from having so many daughters, or perhaps being married to Leon for so long had given her a touch of sentimentality. Whatever the reason, she wanted to bring a bit of warmth into Rebecca's life. Still, Rossvisser couldn't bring herself to say it all out loud. For someone like her, such words felt far too sentimental. "Take it, Rebecca. I trust you'll make good use of it." Straightening up, Rossvisser decided not to linger. If Rebecca broke into tears and hugged her, it would be too much, especially in front of so many people. Finally, Rossvisser turned and waved to Leon. "Take care on the road." Leon saluted playfully. "Got it, we're off." With that, the Silver Dragon Queen spread her wings, transforming into a magnificent silver dragon and soaring into the sky. "Rebecca, we're heading back," Martin called from the carriage. Rebecca snapped out of her daze, clutching the pendant tightly before running to the carriage. Martin reached out to help her aboard. As the group set off, Nacho turned to the driver. "All right, let's move." Above them, a falcon circled, keeping watch as they traveled. Inside the carriage, Martin curiously pointed at a wooden chest. "Captain, what's in all these boxes?" "Magical materials and training resources from the Dragon Clan," Leon replied. Rebecca, Nacho, and Martin exchanged shocked glances. Dragon resources were legendary, coveted by all races for their unmatched quality. Leon explained, "After the Flaming Valley mission, I focused on researching materials humans could use effectively. These resources will elevate your magic to an entirely new level." He paused, then asked, "Do you remember how the Academy graded power during the Dragon Wars?" Rebecca and Martin nodded. "Yes, Captain." Leon continued, "Unlike the usual A, B, C, S ratings, the Academy created its own system for Dragon War evaluations. Weak Dragon King, Pseudo Dragon King, and Supreme Dragon King." Rebecca added, "Master Tagger was rated as a Pseudo Dragon King, right?" "Exactly. And now, these resources will raise the Lionheart Guild's magicians to that level." Martin's eyes lit up. "Really, Captain?" "Yes, our next battle with Shadow demands nothing less." Rebecca smirked and teased, "And Captain, what's your rating?" Nacho raised an eyebrow. "Not in the system, huh? Then what's your rating?" Rebecca grinned, holding up her fingers one by one. "Weak Dragon King. Pseudo Dragon King. Dragon King. Supreme Dragon King." Finally, only her thumb remained. Leon Cosmad level. Nacho clapped his hands. "When you don't fit the system, you become the system." After joking around for a bit, Rebecca turned to ask, "By the way, Captain, now that you're out on the road, won't your youngest daughter miss you at home?" "Muse has already started school." Leon leaned back slightly, resting against the carriage, and looked up at the cloudless sky. "I wonder how she's doing at school, whether she's getting used to life there." "590. Vol 5CH, 67. Evening, St. Heath's Academy." Aurora trailed behind Moon, dragging a broom taller than herself, her tail drooping. "Thanks for helping me clean the classroom, Aurora," said Moon with a smile. Aurora pursed her lips. "Second sister, next time, don't lose track of time spying on big sister's practice and end up getting detention again. Now we're stuck cleaning the music classroom." "Okay, I get it," Moon replied sheepishly. Aurora sighed dramatically. "This is already the third time this month you've dragged me along for this." Moon scratched her head with a nervous laugh. "I can't help it, Aurora. Think of it as extra physical training after class." "What kind of physical training involves sweeping floors?" Despite being a punishment for tardiness, cleaning the music classroom was more symbolic than anything. The students at St. Heath's Academy mostly came from wealthy or noble dragon families, so the school didn't deliberately make punishments too harsh. However, rules were rules, and minor consequences like cleaning classrooms served as a gentle reminder for students to follow them. If a student repeatedly broke the rules, the school would escalate matters, starting with private discussions with their homeroom teacher and, if necessary, calling in their parents. Moon's tardiness wasn't considered a serious issue, so even though this was her third offense this month, the school wasn't making a big deal out of it. Aurora, don't forget, last semester when you got caught exploiting a loophole in the school rules, I ran laps with you as punishment. Aurora pouted, tossing her broom aside and crossing her arms. Second sister, I was already mad about that, and now you're reminding me. She huffed indignantly. I was just trying to win a few extra progress awards. Why did they call it malicious exploitation of the rules? Moon chuckled, resting a hand on Aurora's shoulder. The rule was simple. The student with the most improved exam scores would receive a special reward. You just kept scoring poorly on purpose, then acing the next exam to win the award over and over. Of course, they figured it out eventually. Aurora's strategic inconsistency had initially fooled her teachers and classmates into thinking she had wildly fluctuating performance. But by the end of the semester, her pattern was too obvious to ignore. Whenever the exam was easy, Aurora would secure the lowest score. When the exam was hard, she'd rank second in the entire year group. Half the semester's progress awards ended up in Aurora's dorm room. It was only when the dormitory supervisor noticed her stash of prizes that the scheme was uncovered. The homeroom teacher had sternly reprimanded her. Aurora, this behavior is unacceptable. These awards are meant for students who genuinely improve through hard work. What you're doing only undermines their meaning. Aurora had replied nonchalantly. Teacher, I wasn't doing it for the prizes. Then why did you do it? Because it was fun. The memory brought a nostalgic smile to Moon's face. Back then, every exam season, the younger students would closely watch Aurora's antics. A flutter of her pink wings was enough to signal that the day's exam rankings were about to be shaken up. For Aurora, the school might not have understood her, but she had mastered the school system. All right, second sister, stop digging up old stories. Let's just clean up and get this over with. Aurora grabbed her broom and scurried off to the music classroom. Hey, wait for me, Aurora, Moon called, hurrying after her. As they reached the music classroom, the sisters chatted casually until they noticed a figure in white dart out from the classroom and disappear down the hall. Aurora squinted suspiciously. With my years of experience, that person was definitely up to something. Are you sure, Aurora? Moon asked skeptically. Aurora shrugged. Not really, maybe I'm just trying to sound cool. Moon grabbed Aurora's hand. Come on, let's just clean up quickly so we can go find Big Sister. Hand in hand, the two sisters entered the music classroom. The room looked pristine, nothing seemed out of place. It was likely that the white-clad figure had simply wandered in by accident. The music classroom was open to students for practice as long as they informed a teacher. Let's get to work, Moon said enthusiastically, eager to finish so she could spend time with their eldest sister. Aurora, having mastered the school's approach to punishments, resigned herself to the task, knowing it was more symbolic than anything. Together, the sisters began tidying up. Hey, Aurora, could you wipe down the piano? I'm swamped over here, Moon called. On it. Aurora wrung out a cloth and approached the grand piano. In the evening light, its polished surface gleamed with an almost regal elegance. Even compared to the one at home, it was exquisite. Aurora carefully wiped down every corner of the instrument until she reached the keys, and noticed something strange. Second sister, come here. What's wrong? Moon hurried over. The two crouched by the piano keys, their large eyes scanning the blackened white surface. Do you see it? Aurora pointed to several keys. In the sunlight, there's a faint layer of dust stuck to these keys. Moon leaned closer, squinting. You're right, and there's a faint smell of glue. You wouldn't notice it unless you were looking for it. Glue, that's why the dust is sticking to it, Aurora muttered. She frowned. But who would put glue on a piano in the music classroom? That's beyond a prank, it's just mean. Could it have been that student in white? Maybe, but they're long gone now, and we don't even know who they are, Moon replied. Let's clean it off before someone gets their hands stuck, she suggested. Good idea. The sisters carefully wiped away the glue from the keys, ensuring the piano was clean. After finishing the rest of their light cleaning duties, Moon clapped her hands. All done, let's go find Big Sister now. Okay, Aurora replied cheerfully. Just as they were leaving, they heard Muse's voice outside the classroom. Hefei, I learned a new song yesterday. I'll play it for you. Mem, Hefei's voice responded. Muse burst into the room, her bright eyes sparkling when she saw her sisters. Second sister, third sister, you're here too. Moon pulled Muse into a hug. Are you here to practice, Muse? Yup, I wanted to play my new piece for Hefei. You should stay and listen, it's really good. Moon hesitated. But we were going to find Big Sister. She'll be here soon, Muse promised, her ruby-like eyes gleaming. All right, we'll stay. Yay. Muse eagerly sat at the piano, lifting the cover and running her fingers over the now clean keys. As the melody flowed through the room, the sisters relaxed, enjoying the serene music and the peaceful end to their day. Out of the corner of her eye, Aurora caught a glimpse of the white figure from earlier. She quickly ran to the door, but when she looked outside, the figure was already gone. .591. Vol 5ch, 68. Elizabeth hid around the corner of the staircase, pressing her back against the wall as she peeked cautiously toward the music classroom. That little pink-haired girl was standing at the door, glancing around as if she'd sensed something. These brats are way too sharp, Elizabeth muttered under her breath. Luckily, the girl didn't spot her and retreated back inside, allowing Elizabeth to breathe a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to leave, another small figure entered the classroom. It's Noah. Elizabeth's mind began to churn. So, the girls from Leon's family all gather here one by one for piano practice, and now Noah is joining them. This couldn't be more convenient. Her initial plan had been simple: smear glue on the piano to prank Muse, making her cry in frustration when her hands got stuck. But now, she could take care of all of them at once. Her hand gripped the dark gray staff she carried, and she began channeling magic into her palm. Suddenly, someone pressed a hand onto her shoulder from behind. Startled, Elizabeth immediately dispersed her magic, thinking she'd been caught. She whirled around to see who it was, only to roll her eyes in irritation. Mevis, can you not sneak up on people like that? You scared me to death. Mevis's dark eyes regarded her coldly. What were you about to do, Elizabeth? Elizabeth straightened up and crossed her arms. Leon's daughters are all in the music classroom. We could take them out in one fell swoop and finish the task Lord Shadow assigned us. Mevis's tone remained icy, mirroring her expression, which was as frosty as Noah's. It's after school hours. The hallways are busy with students and staff. Unless you can eliminate them instantly, someone will notice, and not only will you expose yourself, but you'll also risk exposing Lord Shadow. Elizabeth huffed. She didn't like taking orders from this woman, but Mevis had a point. Acting rashly could jeopardize their plans. Fine, this was a spur-of-the-moment idea. I didn't have time to prepare. Spur of the moment? Mevis raised an eyebrow. Then, what was your original reason for coming here? Elizabeth leaned against the wall, with an air of nonchalance. I grabbed some glue from the storage room and smeared it on the piano keys. You know how Muse loves her little games. Just imagining her little dragon paws stuck to the piano, crying for help, is hilarious to me. Her tone dripped with gleeful malice, but Mevis remained unimpressed, her expression utterly calm. What's with that face? Don't tell me you have a problem with my methods. No, Mevis replied, pausing before adding, I just think it's childish. Humph, whatever. I'm not letting those brats have an easy time of it. This failure is just the start. Next time, I'll be ready. Mevis didn't respond, letting Elizabeth ramble about her grand schemes. What are you even doing here? Elizabeth asked. I came to observe Noah while she practiced piano, Mevis replied matter-of-factly. Elizabeth squinted at her suspiciously. You've been shadowing her pretty closely. Are you two best friends now? Lord Shadow tasked me with staying near Noah, monitoring her, and earning her trust. That's all I'm doing. Mevis's response was so smooth that Elizabeth almost wanted to accuse her of rehearsing it. Well, you seem to be doing a decent job, Elizabeth remarked. Emma. Mevis turned to leave, but Elizabeth suddenly ran after her, saying, I've got a new idea. Without breaking stride or looking back, Mevis asked, What idea? Let me see Noah's class schedule. Hearing this, Mevis's steps faltered slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. She said nothing, merely leading Elizabeth to her office. Each teacher in the Academy's Youth Dragon division had a private office, decorated to their personal taste. When Elizabeth entered Mevis's office, however, she found the decor so minimalistic it reminded her of an imperial washroom. "Your office is less cozy than my bathroom back in the Empire," she scoffed. Ignoring the comment, Mevis retrieved Noah's class schedule from a drawer and handed it over. Elizabeth skimmed it quickly, then shook her head. "You're such a considerate teacher, Mevis." "Why do you say that?" "This schedule is so light. Anyone looking at it would think Noah was here to retire, not study." Mevis took a deep breath, suppressing the irritation Elizabeth's remark stirred within her. "So, your idea is to increase her workload?" "Of course, she needs to learn the value of effort," Elizabeth said with an air of superiority. "Fine, what do you want to add?" Mevis asked, already bracing herself. "Start her day with 20 laps around the field. She needs a proper warm-up before anything else," Elizabeth declared, grabbing a pen to make edits to the schedule. 30 laps, Mevis muttered sarcastically under her breath. Elizabeth smirked triumphantly as she finished writing. Tossing the updated schedule at Mevis, she added, "Don't feel bad for her, Mevis. 30 laps is just the start. Let's see if she can still keep her breakfast down." The next morning, Elizabeth stood at the edge of the field, watching Noah jog her laps with effortless grace. 20, 21, 22, 30 laps. Elizabeth gawked as Noah completed her run, barely breaking a sweat. Mevis, what is going on?" "I was going to warn you yesterday," Mevis said, arms crossed. "Warn me about what?" "About feeling sorry for Noah. 20 laps is nothing to her." Elizabeth's eye twitched. "Nothing." Mevis watched Noah as she slowed to a gentle jog. From her first semester in the Youth Dragon division, Noah has done 50 laps as her standard warm-up. Your extra 20 laps were barely a challenge. Elizabeth's frustration was palpable as she stormed off. "Where are you going?" Mevis called after her. "To my cursed morning classes." Mevis's usually frosty expression softened slightly as she allowed herself a rare smile. "Such a troublesome woman," she murmured before turning her attention back to Noah. "Noah, that's enough. Let's start today's lessons." "592. Vol 5ch, 69. Keep your hands steadier when casting spells, or it will affect your accuracy. Yes, and straighten your waist more. Once you're sure you've hit the target, you can begin channeling a larger amount of magic. But using both hands? That's still beyond your current ability. While you're learning to cast magic single-handedly, using both hands simultaneously isn't just about channeling magic into your left hand. It's far more complicated. Whether it's an assault spell or any other handheld offensive magic, perfectly mastering two-handed casting requires years of consistent practice. All right, that's enough for today. As the sun began to set over St. Heath's Academy, Noah and her teacher, Mevis, sat across from each other on the training grounds. After the lesson, Mevis addressed the questions Noah had raised during class. Today, Noah had been eager to learn two-handed magic, and Mevis had patiently explained the difficulty and principles behind it. Once their discussion ended, Mevis stood up, tying her black jacket around her waist. Her sporty tank top accentuated her fit and well-proportioned figure. Unlike most of the other female teachers at the academy, Mevis preferred a cool style, long sleeves and trousers, which, even when loose-fitting, couldn't hide her curves. While others flaunted flashy necklaces, dazzling rings, and expensive bracelets, Mevis wore only a small black ring on her finger. Even her jacket, with its sleek, minimalistic design, had a surprising detail: a cute little bear patch sewn onto it. The contrast between her icy, aloof demeanor and this girlish touch made Noah think of her own mother. After all, even the Silver Dragon Queen wasn't above acting coy and affectionate in private. Noah brushed the grass off her clothes and stood. "Thank you for the lesson, Teacher Mevis. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow, Noah." Mevis turned and walked away, her tall figure disappearing into the distance. Noah's eyes lingered on her teacher's retreating back, her pupils shimmering slightly. She's so cool. Cooler than me. No way, you're the Dragon Clan's greatest hero, you're the coolest. Of course. Noah had long since figured out how to deal with the ancient dragon's spirit residing in her consciousness. Agreeing with her always stopped any arguments in their tracks. Once Mevis's figure disappeared from sight, Noah snapped out of her daze and glanced around before running toward the Academy's training hall. However, she wasn't heading there to practice Mevis's assigned material. Upon reaching the top floor of the training hall, Noah ensured no one else was around before locking the attic door behind her. She walked to the center of the rooftop garden, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. A faint white aura began to swirl around her feet, spiraling upward. The energy thickened, encasing her in a translucent cocoon. Her pure white eyes began to glow as primordial power pulsed outward. However, Noah had trained enough to control its range, ensuring it wouldn't be detected by others. Once the energy dissipated, Noah dropped to her hands and knees, panting heavily, her small body trembling from exertion. "How long this time?" she asked between breaths. 30 minutes, the ancient dragon replied. 2 minutes longer than last time. That's good, Noah said, her voice weak but satisfied. And you didn't pass out after exiting primordial mode this time. That's a significant improvement, the dragon spirit added. After resting for a while, Noah wiped the sweat from her brow and stood shakily. Next week, we'll aim for 35 minutes. The dragon sighed, a note of concern in its tone. I've told you many times, Noah, pushing beyond 20 minutes with your current body is already extraordinary. You don't need to. I can't stop just because I've reached what others consider extraordinary, Noah interrupted firmly. The enemy won't stop just because I'm tired. The dragon fell silent, understanding the source of her determination. It traced back to the moonlit forest incident. During that perilous mission, Noah had nearly died when they encountered the abyssal Dragon King. It was only by channeling the dragon's spirit's power to enter primordial mode that she and Helena had survived. At the time, Noah could only sustain the mode for 10 minutes, barely enough to escape. Since then, she had resolved to train harder, extending her time in primordial mode so she wouldn't have to rely solely on the dragon's spirit to save her. Through relentless effort, Noah could now maintain the mode for half an hour, and she no longer collapsed afterward. Still, the dragon's spirit often urged her to take it easier, but her response was always the same. I must grow stronger. The only way to protect what I care about is to wield the power myself. In that, she was exactly like her father, stubborn and unyielding. The dragon's spirit couldn't help but marvel at the purity of her resolve. That unwavering determination, that drive to protect everything dear to her, it was a force so strong it even left the ancient dragon king awestruck. Fine, the dragon said at last, relenting. Just don't overstrain your body. I'll still need it later. I know, Noah replied, a faint smile tugging at her lips. As she walked back to the dormitory, the dragon spoke again. Noah, I've noticed something during our training. What is it? The duration of primordial mode isn't just tied to your stamina and physical strength. It's also influenced by the innate magic already within you. Noah paused mid-step, frowning slightly. My innate magic. Exactly. When you activate primordial mode, the vast amount of primordial power released from your body clashes with your natural magic. It's like locals resisting an invading force. They try to drive it out. The dragon continued. As your innate magic fights against the primordial power, it gets depleted rapidly, which, in turn, drains your stamina and shortens how long you can maintain the mode. So, my innate magic and stamina both get used up simultaneously, Noah murmured. Yes, while external magic can be controlled, internal magic is much harder to manage. If you're not careful, you could damage your magical circuits. The dragon sighed. Your magic is just like you. What do you mean? Always overachieving. One body doing 2 jobs. Back in my day, that kind of dedication would have earned you the title of Outstanding Dragon Worker of the Year. If you have time for bad jokes, maybe you could think of a solution instead. The dragon chuckled. Unfortunately, I've never encountered this kind of collaboration before. The simplest solution is to keep improving your stamina so your body can handle both jobs for longer. That's not simple, that's stupid, Noah retorted. Thank you, I thought so too. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Noah's small figure cast a long shadow on the path back to the dormitory. Unbeknownst to her, someone was watching from a distance. In the teacher's apartments, Mevis stood at her window, her black-ringed finger glinting faintly in the blood-red sunset. Her dark eyes followed Noah's every step. Finally, she closed her eyes and murmured, "It seems the time has come." 593. Vol 5ch, 70. Teacher Mevis, I'd like to invite you to dinner. All right. Really? I heard you never have dinner with any of the male teachers, but you're actually agreeing to go with me. Of course, bring my student along, we'll have dinner together as three. And never mind. The man sighed, and the rose he held seemed to droop along with his spirit as he walked away, dejected. Noah, standing nearby, maintained her expressionless demeanor, but couldn't hide the faint irritation in her tone. Teacher Mevis, this is the 13th time this semester you've used me as a shield. That sounds about right. What do you mean, about right? There are only about 15 male teachers in the Dragon Division. You've helped me reject 13 of them, only 2.5 remain. Keep up the good work. That's a lot more than just a few. Mevis's faint smile appeared, her dimples softening her usually cold features. Her smile was rare, reserved for moments when she spoke to Noah. Reaching out, Mevis gently ruffled Noah's hair. Are you spending tonight with your sisters? It's Friday, they've already gone home. So, you'll stay back and train again? Yes. A light breeze swept across the field, where a few students and teachers were playing soccer as part of the academy's extracurricular activities. Neither Noah nor Mevis had much interest in such sports. After a brief silence, Mevis said, "Before your extra training, have dinner with me. Teacher, could you try inviting someone with a little more warmth in your tone? And you could be less cold when offering feedback, Noah." The two exchanged glances before breaking into a shared laugh. Turning toward the cafeteria, they walked side by side. Noah, usually composed, couldn't hide her excitement. Her tail wagged slightly behind her, betraying her mood. Dragons' tails often moved involuntarily when they were happy. Why are you inviting me to dinner tonight, teacher? Noah asked, curiosity creeping into her voice. In her memory, Mevis had never dined alone with anyone. If she wasn't with Helena, it was during group gatherings. Tonight, it was just the two of them, and though Noah felt flattered, she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. The meal was simple yet balanced, rich in protein, fiber, and nutrients to support the rigorous demands of student and teacher life. Seated across from one another, Noah asked again, "Was there a reason for this, or?" "Not really," Mevis replied. "I just felt like it, so I invited you." So, adults can just do whatever they feel like. Noah, who had grown more mature compared to her younger years, no longer used adults as an excuse for everything. She strove to act responsibly, understanding her limitations and fulfilling her duties with precision and care. Becoming an adult was no longer something Noah obsessed over. "It's not freedom, Noah," Mevis said quietly, her gaze dropping to the clear soup in front of her. The faint reflection of her face rippled on the surface. "It's just, no one tells me what to do anymore." "What did you say, teacher?" Noah asked, not catching her words. "Nothing, let's eat." "All right." The two ate in silence. Noah's upbringing as a Silver Dragon Princess ensured her table manners were impeccable, graceful, quiet, and deliberate. Mevis, too, ate with precision and elegance, her demeanor hinting at a disciplined upbringing. Watching her teacher so closely for the first time, Noah's gaze fell on a small detail, the bare patch sewn onto Mevis's jacket. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, "Teacher, the bare patch on your jacket, it's cute. Did you sew it yourself?" Noah had long been curious about why her cold and collected teacher had such a contrastingly adorable patch on her jacket. As the aloof Silver Dragon Princess, she had refrained from asking, but tonight, the opportunity felt right. Oh, that it was sewn by a family member. I'm not good at sewing. A family member. Noah blinked her large, bright eyes. I've never heard you mention your family before. Pausing briefly, she added, I don't even know which tribe you're from. Noah realized that despite spending so much time together, she knew very little about Mevis's background. While the academy ensured all teachers were rigorously vetted, Noah's natural curiosity about Mevis had grown over time. My tribe, Mevis smiled faintly before continuing. It was destroyed a long time ago. As for my family, they're in a far, far away place. Oh, I'm so sorry, teacher. I didn't know. It's fine, it happened long ago. Mevis's rare, warm smile made Noah feel at ease. But in Noah's understanding, a faraway place often meant, teacher, are they no longer in this world? It made sense why someone as stoic and strong as Mevis would carry such a personal memento, a way to keep her family close to her heart. After this heavier conversation, the two fell into a comfortable silence, though Noah occasionally snuck glances at Mevis. Her gaze lingered on the bare patch. For some reason, it looked oddly familiar. Noah tilted her head in thought, but dismissed it after failing to place where she'd seen it before. As they ate, Noah suddenly felt a twinge in her stomach. Teacher, my stomach hurts a little. I'm going to the bathroom. Go ahead. Noah hopped off her chair and hurried out. Only when she was out of sight did Mevis shift her focus. Reaching into her pocket, Mevis retrieved a small packet of light blue powder. This should be enough, she murmured, sprinkling the powder into Noah's soup. The powder dissolved instantly, colorless, odorless, and tasteless. After ensuring the evidence was destroyed, Mevis sat back calmly. I'm back, teacher. Feeling better. Yes, just a little cramp, nothing serious. Good, drink your soup, it's quite nutritious. All right. Noah picked up her spoon and sipped the soup, unaware of Mevis's watchful gaze. Mevis's eyes stayed fixed on Noah's throat, only relaxing once the last of the liquid was swallowed. A faint, enigmatic smile flickered across her face. "594. Vol 5ch, 71. After dinner, Mevis returned to her teacher's quarters, and Noah headed to the rooftop of the training hall. It was Friday, and most students had gone home for the weekend, leaving the rooftop unusually quiet, a perfect setting for Noah to focus on controlling her primordial mode. As usual, she ensured the rooftop was empty, locked the access door, and moved to the center of the open space. With practiced ease, Noah began channeling the primordial power within her, allowing it to flow through her magical circuits. However, before she could gather enough energy to fully activate primordial mode, she felt something strange and immediately stopped. What's wrong, Noah? The ancient dragon's voice echoed in her mind. Noah frowned, glancing down at her palms, trying to pinpoint the sensation coursing through her magical circuits. I'm not sure, something about my magical circuits feels off. Off in what way? Noah pursed her lips, contemplating before replying. It's hard to describe, they feel softer somehow. Soft like they're weakening. That's an old dragon condition, Noah retorted dryly. I'm 7. She shook her head, trying to dispel the unease. It's fine, the feeling isn't that strong, it won't affect my training. All right, but if anything feels wrong, stop immediately. Got it. Taking a deep breath, Noah refocused, gathering her strength. Soon, the primordial power coursed smoothly through her circuits. As the power enveloped her, she entered primordial mode, her body radiating with controlled energy. Maintaining this state required immense concentration. Following the ancient dragon's advice, Noah focused on controlling her innate magic, preventing it from clashing with the primordial power, a critical factor in extending her time in this mode. Lost in her training, Noah didn't notice the passage of time. When her body finally reached its limit, she exited primordial mode, stumbling slightly but managing to steady herself without collapsing. How long this time? She asked, panting. The ancient dragon, ever the observer, replied teasingly. Guess. 30 minutes. Nope. 35s. Still nope. Noah's brows furrowed. Don't tell me it was less than 30. Given the strange sensation in her magical circuits earlier, Noah worried her performance had dropped. But the dragon's response surprised her. 45 minutes. Noah's eyes widened as the dragon continued, pride evident in her tone. From 10 minutes during our first attempt to 30 minutes last week, it took you 3 years to make that progress. But from 30 to 45 minutes, just 1 week. The dragon added mischievously. At this rate, give it 100 years, and your body will be mine. You'll be able to maintain primordial mode even longer. Noah rolled her eyes at the dragon's joke, but remained thoughtful. I can feel it, that strange sensation in my magical circuits. It's stronger now. The dragon's tone shifted to seriousness as she analyzed. Perhaps it's because of my suggestion last week to focus on controlling your innate magic and prevent it from resisting the primordial power. That might have given you more energy to sustain the mode. I did follow your advice, Noah admitted, but this was my first attempt. I haven't perfected the method, so the progress seems too fast. She was right. Progressing 15 minutes in 1 week, when her last improvement had taken years, was unprecedented. Coincidence? Maybe. The dragon hummed thoughtfully. Either way, the method seems effective. Noah nodded, though she remained cautious. I'll keep practicing. Even if this was a fluke, I can't get complacent. The dragon chuckled. You really are relentless, Noah. Always pushing forward, never settling for less. I have to be, Noah replied. The dragon paused before suggesting. If this method works, but you still struggle with controlling your innate magic, why not seek some external assistance? External assistance like what? Noah asked, raising an eyebrow. The dragon's voice grew mysterious. I remembered something while pondering how to help you control your magic more precisely. There's a rare herb called blue jade ganoderma. It enhances a mage's ability to manipulate magic with precision. Blue jade ganoderma, Noah thought for a moment before shaking her head. I've never read about it in my textbooks. That's not surprising, the dragon replied. Even in my time, it was rare. After thousands of years, it's likely even scarcer now. Noah sighed, her shoulders slumping. So, you're telling me about something that might not even exist anymore. Not necessarily. Why not check the library? You might find a clue. All right. Determined, Noah headed to the academy's library. She greeted the librarian, who was familiar with her frequent visits, and made her way to the section on magical herbs. Settling by a window, she began leafing through books, searching for any mention of blue jade ganoderma. Hours passed and the sky grew dark. Finally, in an ancient text, she found a description. Blue jade ganoderma, a rare herb from the ancient dragon era, known for its ability to soothe magical circuits and enhance the precision of magic manipulation. However, wild blue jade ganoderma is now extinct. Noah's heart sank as she read those words. So it really is gone. Keep reading, kid, the dragon urged. Turning the page, Noah's eyes lit up. Due to its incredible benefits for mages, the dragon clan began attempting to cultivate blue jade ganoderma over 1,300 years ago. After countless efforts, dragon clan herbalists succeeded in reviving seeds identical to those from ancient times. However, the herb takes at least 50 years to mature. Records indicate that successful cultivation began 30 years ago. 50 years to mature, but it's only been 30 years since they started. The dragon sighed. So we'll need to wait another 20 years. That's not ideal. By then, your parents will probably have raised a football team, the dragon joked, though this time it wasn't entirely an exaggeration. Noah closed the book, exhaling deeply. It's fine, I'll figure it out myself. The dragon couldn't help but admire Noah's resilience. With her talent and determination, Noah would eventually master primordial mode without external help. But time wasn't on their side. The looming dangers left little room for prolonged training. (595). Vol 5ch, 72. Life at the academy continued smoothly as always. One day, after classes ended, Noah didn't leave immediately. She carried her bag in one hand, walked over to a seat by the training grounds, and sat down, resting her bag on her knees. From inside, she retrieved a letter. The envelope was already opened. Noah had read it earlier during the day. But its contents had brought her so much joy that she wanted to read it again. Mavis, who was tidying up her teaching materials for the day, noticed that Noah hadn't left yet and walked over to her. "It's not Friday today, so you don't need to join your sisters for dinner, right?" Mavis approached and sat beside Noah, glancing down at the letter in her hands. Noah looked up at her and shook her head. "I'll go later. Muse is practicing in the music room and we'll eat after that." "I see." Mavis nodded and gestured toward the letter in Noah's hands. "Is it a letter from your family?" "Yes, from my dad." Whenever Noah mentioned her dad, her lips would inevitably curve upward into a smile. "He's coming back next week for the parent-teacher conference." "Coming back? He's not home now?" "No, he left a few months ago for a trip. We've been staying in touch through letters." Noah's voice was full of unconcealed joy. But in his letter, he said that after this visit, he won't be going away for a while. Seeing Noah's face filled with anticipation, Mavis's eyes wavered slightly. She averted her gaze, staring down at the tips of her shoes. After a moment's silence, she said softly, "My father used to leave often as well, always claiming he was busy with clan matters." Hearing this, Noah carefully tucked the letter back into its envelope and placed it neatly in her bag. Then, she turned to Mavis. "Mavis, are you from an oviparous family too?" "Yes, I am." "Then do you also have—" Noah's words came to an abrupt halt. She had wanted to ask if Mavis had any siblings. But she suddenly remembered that Mavis had mentioned not long ago that her family was very far away. It was clearly a painful topic. So Noah quickly stopped herself, stood up, and left. Even so, as Mavis watched Noah walk away, a gentle expression appeared in her eyes. "I still haven't become the person they expected me to be. I almost forgot about it." "Mavis." "Ah, sorry, I just started remembering some unpleasant things." Mavis sniffled and forced a smile. "It's been a long time. I should have learned to let it go by now." Noah could tell she was trying to comfort herself. In Mavis's vague words, there was a hint of a sad, painful past that she didn't want to revisit. And from her current state, it was clear that she hadn't yet escaped the shadow of regret and failure. Noah didn't know how to comfort Mavis. She wasn't particularly good with words. She opened her mouth, but couldn't think of anything meaningful to say. Finally, she reached out her small hand and gently placed it over Mavis's. Cool and soothing, like a mother's touch. "You're right, Mavis, we have to look forward." Mavis smiled. "Yes. I'm going to find Moon and the others for dinner. Will you join us?" "No, I have a date." Noah's eyes lit up. "You finally agreed to a dinner invitation from one of the male teachers." "Emma. Well, I wish you good luck on your date, Mavis." "Thank you, Noah." "You're welcome, Mavis." "No, I mean thank you." Noah blinked in confusion. "What's the difference?" "See you tomorrow." Mavis stood up, tying her patched-up coat with a teddy bear design around her waist as usual, and strode off. Noah watched her tall silhouette, feeling a twinge in her heart. Mavis's date wasn't with any lucky male teacher. It was with Elizabeth. On the rooftop of the academy building, Mavis met Elizabeth. Mavis crossed her arms, looking at her teammate with visible disdain. Elizabeth was soaked, her hair plastered to her face, her clothes stained with debris, mud, and bits of vegetables. She looked like a drowned rat. "Did you roll around in the academy's cafeteria trash bins?" Mavis asked, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Elizabeth clenched her fists, grumbling. "I was trying to dump a trash bin on that pink-haired brat, but, well, she did the same to me, and she acted like nothing happened afterward." Mavis snorted. "I warned you not to mess with her, especially not that pink-haired one. She's too smart for you." I just let my guard down this time." "Just this time? What about that bruise on your eye? Don't tell me a trash bin did that." "This is." Elizabeth puffed up like a balloon about to pop, but she deflated just as quickly. "Last week, I convinced 2 classmates to help me teach or for a lesson after class, but..." Mavis raised an eyebrow. "And..." And that damned pink-haired brat threw all three of us out with an uppercut. We couldn't use magic without exposing ourselves. You're telling me three of you ambushed her, and she still beat you up? Yeah, so what? Ftadahata. Mevis laughed so hard she nearly cried, clutching her stomach as her shoulders shook uncontrollably. Elizabeth's mouth twitched. Is it really that funny? I thought you had a high tolerance for humor. Sorry. Mevis composed herself, returning to her usual icy demeanor. So, what did you want to talk about? Lord Shadow has new orders. What are they? The banquet plan is to be executed immediately. But didn't Lord Shadow say the timing wasn't right yet? Mevis frowned. Yes, but now it is, Elizabeth shrugged. The Academy's parent-teacher conference is the perfect opportunity. The plan will go into action that day. Parent-teacher conference, Mevis murmured. With all the prominent figures from the dragon clans, even dragon kings attending, isn't there a risk of something going wrong? Elizabeth suppressed her doubts and sneered. The more dragon kings, the better. That will only make the banquet flames burn brighter. She walked to the edge of the rooftop, gazing over St. Heath's Academy and the distant horizon, where the setting sun glowed crimson. With a glint of reverence in her eyes, Elizabeth said, It was Lord Shadow who reignited the flames that should have been extinguished, and now the time has come for him to repay his debt. (596). Vol 5ch, 73. A week later, the parent-teacher conference at St. Heath's Academy began. Among dragon clans, St. Heath's Academy was the only place besides the Magelight Tower capable of gathering so many dragon kings at the same time. The former did so for business, while the latter did so for their children. Of course, not every student at the Academy hailed from a dragon king's family. Most came from noble or aristocratic branches of their tribes. Still, even these students had influential backgrounds. Leon, reminiscing about past conferences he had attended as Noah's father, once joked to Rosvisser, If I'd known this academy held an annual Scorpion King gathering, I'd have come here during the Year of the Dragon and swept the lot of them. The Sky City might have been unreachable, but an academy nestled in the mountains was certainly accessible. Just kidding, he'd added with a smirk. On the morning of the conference, the four Melkveh sisters, along with Noah's teacher, Mevis, waited at the school gate. They were joined by Hefe, the daughter of the Red Flame Dragon King. Hefe didn't quite understand the purpose of a parent-teacher conference, but based on Moon's description, she guessed it was an event where teachers informed parents about their children's performance. Every year after the conference, Hefe would return home to a 2-week ban on her favorite pan-fried steak. Though she wasn't particularly fond of steak, she worried about disappointing her father due to her occasional carelessness or mistakes. Hefe, why do you look so worried? Muse walked over and asked, her voice full of concern. Hearing her friend's voice, Hefe snapped out of her thoughts. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just worried my father won't be satisfied with my grades this semester. How could that be? You've been at the top of the class every time. But my father's goal for me isn't just to be at the top. He wants me to surpass you. At this, Aurora leaned closer with a curious expression. Hefe, you can't surpass Muse. Muse and I are always tied for first place, Hefe replied helplessly. Well, that's fine then, Aurora said with a grin, her interest fading now that there was no drama to enjoy. However, the eldest princess, Noah, had a different perspective on the matter. Being tied for first doesn't necessarily mean Muse and Hefe are equally skilled. The tests and assessments have a fixed upper limit. If their abilities exceed that limit, it results in a perpetual tie. She continued with a calm analysis. To truly determine who's stronger, either the difficulty of the tests would need to increase, or we'd have to see who can maintain their current level in the long term. Of course, Hefe and Muse don't have to compete to such an extent. Noah understood that while both fathers had tasked their daughters with surpassing each other, they wouldn't scold or blame them if they failed. Meanwhile, Muse comforted Hefe, and the little red dragon's mood gradually improved thanks to her friend's encouragement. The girls continued waiting for their parents. Before long, a red figure appeared in the sky. Hefei's eyes lit up. "It's my father." But then she frowned slightly. "No, it's not. My father's out traveling. It must be a clan member sent to escort me." Aurora squinted at the approaching red figure, studying it carefully. When it drew closer, she clapped her hands and exclaimed in unison with her sisters. "Aunt Isha." The red dragon landed gracefully, her wings folding neatly. As they closed, the majestic dragon transformed into an elegant woman. Isha approached briskly, and the first to greet her was Muse, who shared the same red-themed color palette as her aunt. "Aunt Isha, it's been so long. Muse missed you so much." Isha leaned down to nuzzle her little niece's soft cheeks. "Auntie missed you too. Have you learned any new songs lately?" "I have. After the conference, I'll play them for you." "Good." Next was Aurora, the third niece, who had inherited Isha's mischievous and playful spirit. After exchanging greetings, Aurora leaned in close and whispered conspiratorially, "Auntie, you should come home with us later. Dad hasn't been home in ages. You can tease him all you want." Isha's lips curled into a sly smile. "Deal. Let's team up and make sure that Cosmod leaves with no dignity." "All right." Then came Noah and Moon, the eldest and second sisters, who had the deepest bond with their aunt from years of interaction. Isha also greeted Hefei warmly, calling her the little girl from the Constantine family. Hefei replied with equal politeness. Moon, always curious, blinked her big eyes and asked seriously, "Aunt Isha, have you gotten married and had kids?" "What?" Isha was momentarily stunned. "No, I haven't. Why do you ask?" "Because this is a parent-teacher conference. Parents usually attend with their kids, so I thought." Before Moon could finish, Isha pulled her into a hug, nuzzling her cheek affectionately. "Your parents just have too many kids. With Noah in the Elder Dragon division, Aurora and Muse in 3rd grade, and Muse in 1st grade, they have to split up. That's why I'm here to attend for Muse." "Does that make sense now?" "Mhem," Moon mumbled, her face squished like soft dough against Isha's embrace. After letting Moon go, Isha finally noticed Mevis standing nearby. Mevis greeted her politely. "Hello, Red Dragon Queen." "Hello," Isha responded, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Mevis. After a moment, she murmured, "Your face looks familiar. Have we met before?" Mevis froze for a second, lowering her hand nervously as a shy smile appeared on her lips. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. "You've met before," Moon chimed in. "Mevis came with me to Sky City." Mevis let out a quiet breath of relief. "Yes, we've met before in Sky City." "I see," Isha nodded, dropping the subject. She took her nieces by the hand and continued to wait with them. After a while, a powerful presence descended from the skies. Leon sighed, looking at the red dragon silhouette in the distance. That fiery dragon always makes such a dramatic entrance. "597. Vol 5ch, 74. A red flame dragon guard landed smoothly, and Constantine leaped down from its back. This was the equivalent of a private jet, eerily similar to a certain general's 6-winged eagle companion. As Constantine approached, Hefei, who had been slightly anxious earlier, felt her worries dissipate entirely. She wanted to run forward and give her father a big hug, but stopped mid-step. She remembered her father's teachings. In public, don't make overly exaggerated gestures or express too much emotion. Recalling this, Hefei froze in place, deciding not to proceed further. Unexpectedly, her father stepped forward, bent down, and pulled her into a warm embrace. "Father." "Why did you stop? Hefei, don't you want to see your father?" No, I missed you so much, father." Constantine smiled faintly, patting his daughter's head. He didn't tease her further. "Sorry to keep you waiting." "It's all right, father." Watching this tender scene between the fiery father and daughter, Leon couldn't help but marvel. Looks like old Constantine is a quick learner. In just a few months, he's mastered the art of being a proper daughter-slave. Well done, keep it up. After a brief exchange between father and daughter, Constantine took Hefei's hand and walked over to Leon and the others. "Why is it you again, Red Dragon King? Didn't your wife come with you?" Both Leon and Isha seemed surprised by his question. In the past, Konstantin would never have initiated such casual conversation. He always had that cold expression that seemed to say, "Your life or death has nothing to do with me." Only matters concerning Hefei or combat ever elicited any emotional response from him. But now, he was the one bringing up the topic. It seemed Konstantin had not only learned how to bond with his daughter, but also how to chat with others. "Rosvasar is busy," Leon explained. "She mentioned she'd be late today." Konstantin nodded, asking no further questions. Isha glanced around and suggested, "Since Rosvasar won't be here for a while, why don't we take a stroll around the school? It's been a while since I last visited." Everyone agreed to the idea. Moon and Aurora led the group as tour guides. Hefei and Muse walked hand in hand, while Mevis stayed near the back with Noah. Konstantin, staying true to his cool persona, lagged behind. Leon and Isha walked side by side at the front of the group. "You went to the Empire again on this trip, didn't you?" Isha asked in a low voice, ensuring only the two of them could hear. Leon nodded. "I replenished the Lionheart Guild's magical resources and boosted their overall strength." Isha crossed her arms and raised an elegant eyebrow. "Was the urgency triggered by your last encounter with Sai?" "Yes, I have a feeling." Leon exhaled slowly, hands in his pockets. "The final confrontation is approaching. I need to strengthen my allies as much as possible before then." Isha smiled. "Well, little brother-in-law, you're starting to show real leadership qualities." "Leadership might be a stretch," Leon said modestly. "It's more about giving those willing to fight a chance to make a difference." "Fair enough. And what about yourself? I heard you were frustrated after the setback in the Flaming Valley and even started developing new techniques. How's that going?" Leon's eyes glinted with determination. "It's going well. My master passed down his lifetime of sword techniques to me. I've been practicing diligently, refining my skills and control over my power." He continued, "During my time in the Empire, in addition to helping the guild, I've been working tirelessly to perfect my master's techniques. Thanks to Noah's advice and Rosvasar's inspiration, I've gained a deeper understanding of my abilities. Compared to a few months ago, I wouldn't say I've undergone a complete transformation, but I've definitely reached a new level of strength." "You always manage to surprise us," Isha said with a smile. "I hope this time is no different." "Me too," Leon replied sincerely. Their conversation took a sharp turn when Isha asked, "By the way, Leon, earlier I noticed you looking at Mevis, Noah's teacher. Is something on your mind?" Leon paused mid-step. "You noticed that?" Isha smirked. "So it's true." "Yeah," Leon admitted. "I feel like I've seen Mevis somewhere before." "Then why didn't you say anything to her?" "Come on, big sis, I'm a married man. Walking up to a female teacher and saying, 'Hey, I think I've seen you before,' doesn't that sound weird?" Isha chuckled. All right. You do well in the Silver Dragon clan's Moral Standards Committee." Leon shrugged off the remark. "But seriously, why did you bring it up? Do you feel the same way?" "Yes," Isha replied thoughtfully, "but the familiarity isn't just from meeting her in Sky City. It's more nuanced. Do you know what I mean?" Leon considered this and nodded gravely. "I do. The first time I saw her in Sky City, I had that feeling too. But back then, I was too focused on fighting Odin to give it much thought. Now that both of them shared the same sense of déjà vu about Mevis, it couldn't be dismissed as coincidence. However, neither of them could recall ever meeting her before the Sky City event. It was as if a familiar melody was stuck in their minds, but they couldn't remember the lyrics. "What do you plan to do?" Isha asked. Leon thought for a moment. "After the conference, I'll investigate through Imperial channels. I'll also find reasons to come to the Academy more often and observe her closely." Isha nodded in agreement. The group eventually reached the Academy's sports field, where numerous Dragon Kings and noble representatives had gathered. Mevis and Noah were chatting when Mevis suddenly frowned. "Noah, I need to step away for a moment. I'll be back soon." "All right, Mevis." Mevis apologized to Leon and the others before hurrying off. She made her way to the rooftop of a building, where Elizabeth was already waiting. It's time to execute the ignition plan, isn't it? Mevis asked, stopping a few steps away. Elizabeth didn't turn around. Yes, with so many prominent figures from the clans gathered here, this is the perfect moment. Mevis clenched her jaw, hesitating briefly before responding. Understood, let's do this. Elizabeth raised her arms, and black magical energy surged from her palms, swirling into smoke as it shot toward Constantine on the field below. Constantine, engaged in conversation with Hefei, suddenly stumbled forward, as if pushed by an invisible force. "Father, are you okay?" Hefei asked, her voice filled with concern. Constantine didn't respond. His face turned pale, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Hefei's panicked cries drew the attention of Leon and the surrounding dragons. Black smoke began seeping from Constantine's body. Leon's eyes widened in shock. This isn't ordinary magic. It's chaos magic from the Black Dragon scales. "598. Vol 5ch, 75. A suffocating and terrifying magical aura radiated from Constantine's body, spreading across St. Heath's Academy in an instant. The oppressive energy was so overwhelming it warped the surrounding space. The previously clear skies darkened with thick clouds, and muffled thunder rumbled ominously within. The campus fell into chaos. Parents instinctively shielded their children, ushering them to safety, while the Academy's security personnel rushed to evacuate the crowd and form a defensive perimeter around Constantine. Once the situation stabilized, several Dragon Kings and spectral wolf warriors descended from the skies to join the effort to contain Constantine. At the center of the field, Constantine stood shrouded in dense black mist. His form grew larger, and the dangerous features on his body became increasingly pronounced. But as the chaos energy surged, these monstrous traits began to dragonize. Before long, Constantine's body fully adapted to these transformations, reshaping the foreign traits into organs more compatible with his dragon form. Unlike the lifeless aura of the past, Constantine's presence now felt distinctly dragon-like. However, it was clear this transformation was beyond his control. "Father, what's happening to him?" After ensuring her sisters were safe with their teachers, Noah hurried back to the field. "Why is Constantine suddenly so out of control?" "It's the Black Dragon scale," Leon said, his expression grim. "The aura he's emitting, it's the unmistakable chaos magic of the scale. I should have seen this coming, I should have known." Noah frowned in confusion. "What do you mean? Could you have predicted this?" Leon's frustration was directed at himself. He had long known that the Empire's shadow rulers were tied to the Black Dragon scale, and that their longevity experiments and fusion techniques originated from the Shadow Realm. Constantine, as a product of these experiments, carried their unmistakable mark. And that mark was the Black Dragon scale. For those who dealt with ancient chaotic entities like the Flame Demon, it wasn't inconceivable to torture a Dragon King down to nothing more than a head. "That's why I should have known this could happen," Leon murmured bitterly. "Roar." Constantine, now engulfed in black energy, threw his head back and let out a deafening roar. Dark purple flames spewed from his mouth, indiscriminately attacking everything around him. Fortunately, the Academy's defensive personnel, along with the Dragon Kings, erected a magical barrier just in time to block the chaotic assault and trap Constantine within. But it was only a temporary solution. Everyone could sense that the chaotic energy radiating from Constantine was growing stronger by the second. "What's gotten into that fire breather?" "This is St. Heath's Academy. He can't just run wild here." "Damn it, this isn't normal magic. It's downright chilling." The gathered Dragon Kings muttered nervously amongst themselves. Isha, who had been helping evacuate students, rushed back to the scene. "What's going on? He was fine just a moment ago, chatting with us. How did this happen so suddenly?" Leon clenched his fists tightly. "I'll explain later. Right now, we need to focus on containing the situation." Before he could say more, the sound of the magical barrier shattering echoed across the field. Constantine let out a low growl and lunged forward, his massive form closing the distance in an instant. A nearby guard barely had time to react before Constantine struck him with a devastating blow, sending him flying several meters. Other guards quickly stepped in, spreading their dragon wings and extending their claws in an attempt to pin Constantine down. But Constantine simply released an explosive wave of chaotic energy, throwing them all back effortlessly. In the brief moment of reprieve, a barrage of dragon fire rained down on Constantine. The sheer intensity and density of the attack would have overwhelmed even the strongest dragon kings. Yet, Constantine stood his ground. With a deafening roar, he dispersed the flames with a single, earth-shaking bellow. Roar! A deep crimson dragon shadow collided with Constantine at high speed. Despite his newly enlarged form, Constantine was dwarfed by the sheer size of the attacking dragon. Isha, in her full dragon form, effortlessly sent Constantine flying into a nearby storage building. The structure crumbled under the impact, burying Constantine beneath rubble. Isha transformed back into her human form as Leon hurried to her side. "His aura is cold, almost like a lifeless dragon," she muttered. Leon nodded, his brows furrowed deeply. "He seems completely out of control, or worse." Before he could finish, a wave of chaotic energy surged from the rubble. The next moment, the debris exploded outward, and Constantine emerged, his towering form now more fearsome than ever. His body was enveloped in dark purple flames, and his dragonized features were even more pronounced. The earlier combined attack from the Dragon Kings had left no visible damage. This is impossible. Even if he survived, he shouldn't be unscathed. "Do you feel it? His aura, it's changed again." Another Dragon King spoke up. Rumor has it Constantine acquired the power of the primordial Dragon King during his expedition to the far north. But this chaotic energy, it's not primordial at all. The remark struck a chord with Leon. His gaze sharpened as he analyzed the terrifying figure before him. The black dragon scale can unleash chaos magic, and Constantine also carries the primordial energy he seized from the ruins in the far north. And if those two forces combine? Leon's pupils dilated in realization, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Tiamat, the dragon god." The others stared at Constantine in shock as the weight of Leon's words settled over them. The chaos magic and primordial energy had fused into a horrifying new power, a power that hadn't been seen since the ancient age of the dragons. Constantine's body was no longer his own. The chaotic fusion had turned him into something far beyond any Dragon King's understanding. "Father, they can't hurt him. Stop them, please." Hefei sobbed uncontrollably, clinging to her teacher's sleeve as she watched the Dragon Kings prepare another devastating assault. Her teacher embraced her tightly, offering no words of comfort. On the field, the collected magical energy of the Dragon Kings erupted toward Constantine. Amidst the blinding explosions and relentless waves of power, Constantine's roar echoed through the chaos. When the smoke finally cleared, the figure that emerged sent chills through everyone present. Constantine's massive frame stood unscathed, his body radiating an even more overwhelming aura. For a brief moment, even the Dragon Kings hesitated. Leon stared at the transformed Constantine, his heart torn between worry for his old rival and the undeniable threat he now posed. The black dragon scale can unleash chaos magic, and Constantine also carries the primordial power he seized from the ruins beneath the far north. And when these two forces combine, doesn't that mean? Leon's pupils widened sharply as the realization struck him. He murmured in disbelief. "Tiamat, the dragon god." "599. Vol 5ch, 76. Noah had once explained that both she and the ultimate fear came into existence only after the essence of the dragon god, Tiamat, was split apart. Noah represented justice and order, while the ultimate fear embodied chaos and disorder. These two forces, primordial and chaos, stood as the ultimate opposites in this world. If one were to reverse this process, if these opposing forces were to merge once again, wouldn't that recreate the original Tiamat? Leon swallowed nervously, He didn't want to acknowledge the implications of his theory. Even as someone not of dragon lineage, Leon could sense the overwhelming might of Tiamat. The influence of the ultimate fear's followers alone had already forced Leon into a state of constant vigilance. But Tiamat, that was a god, a being that existed since the very beginning of the continent's creation. The idea of confronting such a being was beyond Leon's comprehension, a battle he wasn't sure anyone could endure. Damn it, none of our magic is working on him. If magic is ineffective, physical attacks might work. Didn't the Red Dragon Queen knock him away earlier? He wasn't injured, but it must have had some effect. Even if physical attacks work, it's nearly impossible to deal significant damage to Constantine in this state. Agreed, his aura continues to grow stronger, far surpassing our own. If we hadn't combined forces earlier, none of us would have been able to restrain him alone. Perhaps the Silver Dragon Prince has a plan, one of the Dragon Kings suggested, turning toward Leon. All eyes fell on Leon, who sighed and rubbed his temples. Prince, you've fought Constantine before. Do you know what's happening to him? Leon frowned in thought before responding slowly. He's lost control of himself. You can attack him, but don't aim to kill. Killing him won't solve this. He paused and added grimly. Any information about the ultimate fear must be suppressed. If news spreads, it could lead to widespread panic. One of the younger Dragon Kings, recently ascended, sneered. So, does that mean the Silver Prince intends to sit this one out? What about the deaths caused by the ultimate fear? How will you answer for them? Leon clenched his fists but remained silent, caught in a difficult position. Constantine's current state had forced Leon into the spotlight, where every decision carried consequences. Isha stepped forward, her eyes narrowing. Weiston, you've barely been a Dragon King for a few days. Don't talk to my brother-in-law like that. Did he say he wouldn't act? If anything, he did more than anyone else earlier to restrain Constantine. The younger Dragon King flushed, but said nothing more. Isha glanced at Leon, lowering her voice. I understand how you feel, but we need to bring Constantine under control or snap him out of it. Otherwise. She looked around at the wrecked academy grounds and the distant, panicked students and teachers. Otherwise, the damage will escalate, and someone could get seriously hurt, or worse. If that happens, even if we regain control, the academy will never forgive Constantine. Leon nodded. I know, sis, I'm thinking of a way. Constantine, still thrashing violently, seemed to be fighting against the dark power consuming him. Magic doesn't work, and without Rosvisser, my physical attacks aren't strong enough to restrain him, Leon muttered. My 9 gates of the duel won't work either. The earlier gates lack the power to hurt him, and the 9th gate might kill him outright. As they discussed, Constantine let out another guttural roar, charging toward the crowd with flames trailing behind him. Leon activated his string of shadows and crouched slightly, ready to intercept. He's losing the fight against the Black Dragon Scale. Constantine rampaged through the campus, smashing buildings and scattering debris. The gathered Dragon Kings launched a barrage of magical attacks, but all spells dissipated upon contact with Constantine's chaotic aura. Just as Leon feared, Constantine, fully under the influence of the Black Dragon Scale, was causing extensive damage. Amidst the chaos, Hefei ran toward her father, tears streaming down her face. Father, please wake up, I'm begging you. Her cries echoed, reaching Constantine. His movements faltered. His sharp claws stopped mere inches from the throat of a young Dragon King who had tried to restrain him. Father Hefei, Constantine murmured, his voice trembling and distorted. But the chaotic flames surrounding him flared violently, consuming the moment of clarity he had regained. At that moment, a deep blue magic circle lit up beneath Constantine. Water tendrils erupted from the circle, binding his limbs and holding him in place. Leon dashed forward with lightning speed, pulling the injured Dragon King away. Looking back at Constantine, Leon noticed the distinct magical aura of the circle. That's S-class water magic, Fury of the Ocean Cage, a calm voice announced. Turning around, Leon saw Claudia, the Sea Dragon King, standing with her arms crossed. Her long blue hair billowed elegantly in the wind. Ordinary magic won't work on Constantine now, she explained. The only things that can hurt him are physical attacks or, she paused, her gaze sharpening. Primordial magic. Leon frowned. And where S. Rossvisser? Claudia smirked. Your wife is on her way, but she'd better hurry. We're running out of options. "600. Vol 5CH, 77. Leon scratched his head awkwardly, forcing a smile as he explained. Rossvisser said she's been really busy lately. She might arrive a bit late today, so we'll have to hold Constantine off for a while longer. Hearing that primordial magic was effective against the rampaging Constantine offered Leon a small measure of relief. But what if we can't find a way to stop him? Worse, what if no such way exists? At least now, a potential solution was flying toward them. All they had to do was hold Constantine back and prevent further destruction to the Academy in the meantime. Hold him back, Claudia muttered, glancing at Constantine, who was now entirely consumed by madness. The deep purple flames around him threatened to engulf the platform, and chaotic magic leaked uncontrollably from his body. It doesn't seem like we can hold him off for much longer in this state. She turned to the Dragon Kings present. Is there truly no one here who can use primordial magic? Claudia, despite having access to ancient texts on the subject, had never studied primordial magic herself. She was purely a combat-type dragon, and her magical reserves were insufficient to wield such a power effectively. The Dragon Kings exchanged hesitant glances, but none stepped forward. Dad. While the group deliberated, Noah quietly approached Leon, tugging on his sleeve. Leon looked down, meeting his daughter's determined gaze. Instantly, he knew what she was about to suggest. No, he replied firmly, his tone brooking no argument. Behaves. Listen to your father, child. The voice of their ancient ancestor echoed in Noah's mind. If we intervene now, it will undoubtedly reveal my presence within you. The ultimate fear will become aware of our existence, and our trump card will be exposed too soon. Save it for the final moment, understood. Leon placed a hand gently on Noah's head. Go and protect your sisters. Dad will handle this. His reasoning aligned with their ancestors' warning. Revealing Noah's existence would only escalate the crisis, potentially endangering her and worsening the situation. Noah bit her lip, clenching her small fists tightly. Okay, I understand. Dad, Aunt Isha, Aunt Claudia, please be careful. With that, she reluctantly turned and ran off toward safety, casting one last worried glance at her father before disappearing into the distance. Leon watched her go, waiting until she reached a safe area before turning back to face Constantine. Isn't there anyone here who can wield primordial magic? Leon repeated. Ahem. A cough interrupted him. Both Leon and Claudia turned toward the sound. It was Isha. What is it, sis? Primordial magic, that's easy. Isha snapped her fingers, and a small white flame flickered to life at her fingertips. Leon and Claudia froze in surprise. Sis, when did you learn primordial magic? Isha raised her left hand, showing off a jade ring set with a milky white crystal. Is that a primordial crystal? Claudia exclaimed. Yup, Isha said smugly. Grandma Veronica gave it to me a while back. She didn't want to seem biased, always giving gifts to Rossvisser and not to me. During one of our family gatherings years ago, she told me it was a token of trust and hinted at its use. But it wasn't until recently that I actually unlocked its potential. Still, Isha added nonchalantly, I've only mastered the basics. Roar! Constantine let out another furious bellow. Isha's expression turned serious. Guess this will be my first time using primordial power in a real fight. Let's see how it goes. She stretched out her arms, summoning 2 globes of milky white magical energy in her palms. With a swift motion, she hurled the energy toward Constantine. Boom! Boom! The twin explosions rippled through the air, shaking the ground and scattering debris. When the dust cleared, Constantine was on one knee. His previously impervious body now bore visible signs of injury. It worked, Leon muttered. I'll kill you all, Constantine roared, his voice filled with unrestrained fury. Every last one of you. Looks like you've made him even angrier, sis, Leon said wryly. Constantine's rage escalated. He stood tall, his massive frame releasing waves of chaotic energy as he hurled purple fireballs in every direction. The Dragon Kings hastily erected magical barriers to protect themselves, but even their combined efforts couldn't withstand Constantine's relentless assault. Buildings collapsed, and the once pristine academy grounds turned into scorched ruins. Leon activated his string of shadows and quickly pulled Isha and Claudia back to a safer position. Isha, do you know soul judgment? Claudia asked, her tone sharp. What's that? Got it, you can only use basic primordial attacks, Claudia sighed. Well, no one ever taught me anything more advanced, Isha shot back, shrugging. Leon pinched the bridge of his nose. Once this is over, I'll get you some manuals on advanced primordial magic. Claudia smirked, and let me guess, I'll have to teach her. Leon's sheepish expression confirmed her suspicion. The situation on the field was deteriorating rapidly. Constantine's rampage showed no signs of slowing, and the Dragon Kings were running out of options. If this continues, he'll destroy the entire academy and endanger the students. My son is in there, one of the Dragon Kings shouted. Do you want to face him yourself? None of our attacks are effective, and provoking him further will only make things worse. Leon stood behind the rubble, watching Constantine's rampage. His mind raced, searching for a solution. Brother-in-law, look out. Isha's warning jolted Leon from his thoughts. Before he could react, Constantine was upon him, a massive claw wreathed in chaotic flames slashing toward him. Leon activated his string of shadows, but the attack was too fast. At such close range, even his reflexes couldn't fully keep up. Damn it! Just as the claw was about to strike, a silver dragon streaked through the air, slamming into Constantine and sending him flying. The silver dragon landed gracefully, folding its wings around itself. When they unfurled, a figure emerged, her silver hair billowing in the wind, her white robes radiant in the sunlight, and a rainbow-colored magical aura shimmering around her. It was Rosvisser. Constantine roared, a massive orb of chaotic energy forming in his jaws. Rosvisser raised her hand, and a brilliant rainbow light gathered in her palm. Primordial magic, soul judgment. The blast of energy struck Constantine head-on, tearing through his chaotic defenses and scattering the dark clouds over the academy. Sunlight broke through, illuminating the silver-haired figure hovering in the sky. Rosvisser brushed off the lingering magical energy from her hand, her silver eyes cold and unyielding. In a voice as icy as her gaze, she declared, "Stay away from my husband." "601. Vol 5ch, 78. Rosvisser gently descended to the ground as Leon and the others hurried toward her. Rosvisser. Leon broke into a run, calling her name, his voice tinged with the excitement of a long-awaited reunion. The queen turned to face him, and for once, her usually aloof and cold demeanor softened. A warm smile graced her lips as she lifted the hem of her gown and stepped toward him. The two met amidst the shattered ruins, tightly embracing. The sunlight that broke through the dissipating clouds bathed them in a golden glow, their reunion appearing as a delicate flower blooming amidst the rubble, a fleeting moment of beauty amidst destruction. Isha considered walking over to greet her sister, but decided against it. It wasn't that the elder sister didn't want to intrude, but... Claudia, Isha mused, don't you think villains always have an unspoken rule? What rule? Claudia asked, amused. They never interrupt during dramatic hugs, Isha quipped. Claudia chuckled, a rare moment of humor lightening the tension. Isha's observation wasn't far off. Constantine, who had been a storm of chaos moments ago, now lay still, his overwhelming purple flames and chaotic energy gradually dissipating. His massive form shrank back to its original size. What was that move Rosvisser used just now? Isha asked, her curiosity piqued. Primordial magic, soul judgment. Its power adjusts based on the intensity of the target's emotions. When it lands, it suppresses or neutralizes those emotions, Claudia explained. Constantine's negative emotions were off the charts, so Rosvisser's attack was particularly devastating. Isha nodded thoughtfully. It was no wonder the world sought the power of the primordial dragon kings. Such advanced magic was leagues beyond ordinary spells. You've already begun tapping into the primordial force yourself. With enough training, you could achieve the same, Claudia added. Isha shrugged, not commenting further. Meanwhile, on the field, the Dragon Kings cautiously approached Constantin, magical energy brimming in their hands. They were prepared to unleash their spells should Constantin stir even slightly. But he remained unmoving, his body completely subdued. His negative emotions were too overwhelming, Claudia murmured. Soul judgment wiped them out entirely, and of course, Rosvisser executed it flawlessly. Constantin let out a heavy, ragged breath. His eyes fluttered open, vision blurry, as he struggled to take in his surroundings. The academy lay in ruins, the once proud grounds a chaotic mess. Around him, the Dragon King stood on high alert, watching him warily. He tried to lift his head, his movements sluggish and strained. Among the blurred figures, one approached him with hurried, purposeful strides. Constantin, Constantin. The voice echoed in his mind, faint and distant. And then his vision dimmed, and he lost consciousness. When Constantin awoke, it was night. The soft hum of cicadas drifted through a small window. The room was bare, its smooth walls unadorned, and the bed beneath him was a simple wooden plank. A door stood opposite him, sealed by 3 dark beams of magical energy. Constantin sat up slowly, testing his body. His movements were stiff but functional. Raising his right hand, he curled his fingers into a fist, feeling the faint, strange energy pulsing within him. What happened to me? As he grappled with his thoughts, footsteps echoed from beyond the door. Leon, he muttered as he recognized the figure standing on the other side. Rising from the bed, he approached the sealed doorway, meeting Leon's solemn gaze through the barrier. Leon's expression was uncharacteristically grim, a far cry from his usual light-hearted demeanor. Let's not waste time. You have the black dragon scale inside you, Leon began bluntly. The same one that drove the Warhammer dragon King Adam to madness. It can incite uncontrollable chaos in anyone it's implanted in. That's why you lost control and caused chaos at the academy. Constantin absorbed this information without much reaction. He had suspected as much upon waking. The power that had overtaken him felt eerily similar to what he had sensed from Adam. But when was it implanted in me? He asked, his voice low and steady. Leon took a deep breath before replying. Probably during the first battle against the Black Dragon in the Empire. The Shadow calculated this moment long ago. He explained that the fusion experiments weren't about creating stronger hybrid creatures or amalgamations. The fusion beasts were distractions, something manageable to keep us busy while they worked toward this. The real goal was today. Constantin's gaze darkened. Then, we're in a worse position than I thought. Leon nodded grimly. Worse than you can imagine. You didn't kill anyone, but you severely injured 17 academy guards. 2 of them barely made it out of critical condition. But that's not the worst of it, Leon continued. Over a dozen teachers and hundreds of students were affected by the chaotic magic. While their lives aren't in immediate danger, their magical circuits are in complete disarray. Because of this, the Academy and the Dragon Kings unanimously deemed you highly dangerous and uncontrollable. That's why you're in this specialized cell. Constantin closed his eyes, his guilt and frustration evident. And Hefei. She's safe, Leon assured him. But with everything that's happened, it'll be difficult for her and the other Red Flame Dragon students to remain at the academy. He explained that Hefei had been spared from the chaos thanks to Noah and their ancestors' protective barrier, which shielded her and the other young dragons nearby. That's good, Constantin murmured, though his voice was heavy with guilt. Leon sighed. There's more. St. Heath's Academy is a neutral sanctuary. It doesn't tolerate threats to its students or staff. You didn't just damage the buildings and destroy rare books, you hurt people. That's a serious offense. I managed to buy you 3 days. 3 days, Constantin's voice was tinged with confusion. The Academy wanted to pass judgment immediately, but I convinced them to wait. I'm hoping that after 3 days, tempers will cool and they'll be more reasonable in their verdict. Leon paused, his tone softening. Most importantly, Hefei needs you. Do you understand, Constantine? Hefei, Constantine's voice wavered. Leon nodded. This whole incident didn't just damage the academy, it's left an indelible mark on Hefei. No one else can reassure her that her father will be okay. Only you can. Constantine clenched his fists tightly. I only have 3 days. Leon nodded. After that, I don't know what the Academy or the Dragon Kings will decide. Do what you can in the time you have. Turning to leave, Leon hesitated at the door. Looking back, he added, This is all I can do for you, Constantine. The rest is up to you. Constantine sat back down on the small bed, his head bowed. I've already caused too much damage, he muttered, his voice devoid of its usual strength. Leon watched him for a moment longer, his chest tightening at the sight of his once-proud rival reduced to this state. Without another word, he walked away, leaving Constantine alone with his thoughts. As the door sealed shut behind Leon, Constantine's whispered words lingered in the air. I'm so tired. (602). Vol 5ch, 79. Leon couldn't discern the true meaning behind Constantine's whispered words. I'm so tired. Were they the resignation of a dragon ready to face his destined end, or had the Flame Dragon King decided to relinquish the fight entirely? Perhaps he simply no longer wished to involve himself in the struggles of this world. Leon said nothing further. Standing silently for a moment, he turned and left, the sound of his retreating footsteps echoing down the hallway. Constantine waited until the noise faded before he slowly opened his eyes. Raising his hand to his chest, he pressed his palm against the steady, forceful rhythm of his heartbeat. Yet, he knew this wasn't entirely his heart. It pulsed with a foreign power, sustained by the black dragon scale's chaotic energy. His hand tightened involuntarily, crumpling the fabric of his shirt. After a moment of stillness, he exhaled deeply and released his grip, his crimson eyes lifting toward the faint sunlight spilling through the room's small window. Hefei, he murmured, her name carrying on his breath like a silent prayer. 2 days later. Near the Silver Dragon territory's border, Constantine strode forward, a large bag slung over his left shoulder and Hefei's small hand held tightly in his right. The bag was stuffed with all the toys, books, and other items she had once longed for but had never received. But despite this, the little dragoness's face remained devoid of joy. I thought buying you these things would cheer you up, Constantine said. Hefei paused, causing her father to glance back when she failed to keep pace. It's not the toys or the food, she said hesitantly. It's that you still haven't told me what's wrong. Constantine sighed. There's nothing to tell, he replied flatly. But Hefei wasn't so easily swayed. She tugged her hand free, stopping in her tracks. Her small body trembled, her voice choked with suppressed emotion. You're lying, you think I can't tell. Her tone cracked with frustration. You're giving me all these things because you're going to leave me. Her words hung heavy in the air. Constantine knelt before her, his large, cool hand resting gently on her trembling head. Listen to me, Hefei, he said firmly. But I am not leaving you. Whatever happens, any parting between us will only ever be temporary. Her dark eyes shimmered with tears as she looked up at him. Constantine's crimson gaze softened, a glimmer of something unspoken flashing through them. We will meet again, he promised, his voice unwavering, when the sun rises again on another day. Later that day, Constantine and Hefei arrived at the designated meeting point, a Silver Dragon outpost near the border. At the edge of the clearing stood Rosvisser, her silver hair gleaming in the soft afternoon light, and Leon, waiting silently at her side. Go to Rosvisser, Constantine said softly, releasing Hefei's hand. But the little dragoness hesitated, glancing between her father and the waiting queen. Constantine gave her a small nod. Go on, he urged, gently pushing her forward. Tears brimming in her eyes, Hefei finally ran toward Rosvisser, who knelt and wrapped the girl in a tender embrace. Leon approached Constantine. Are you sure about this? Constantine nodded solemnly. Her safety comes first. I can't predict what will happen during my sentencing, or when the Black Dragon scales influence might resurface. I need her away from me, somewhere safe. Leon studied him for a moment, then offered a rare smile. We'll take good care of her, you have my word. The Flame Dragon King allowed a faint smile to cross his lips. Thank you, I trust you, Leon, more than anyone else. Leon blinked at the statement, both surprised and moved. Take care of yourself too, Constantine, Leon added earnestly. For a long moment, Constantine remained silent, his gaze cast downward. Then, finally, he murmured, Thank you. Several hours later, at the entrance to the Flame Dragon's grand sanctum, Constantine returned under the watchful eyes of the Academy guards assigned to monitor him. As they reached the massive doors, Constantine hesitated, his fiery red gaze narrowing at the faint scent that wafted toward him, metallic, sharp, and unmistakable. Blood. Without a word, he pushed the doors open. The scene inside stopped him in his tracks. The grand hall of the sanctum was a charnel house. Bodies of flame dragons lay strewn across the floor, their blood pooling in dark, viscous puddles. The Academy guards faltered, their faces pale as they took in the massacre. How did this happen? One of them stammered. Before anyone could react further, a suffocating wave of pressure descended upon them. Constantine's dragon aura surged to its peak, an overwhelming force of fury and grief. His body trembled as his gaze swept across the desecrated hall, finally settling on the royal throne at its center. A figure cloaked in black rose from the shadows, their face hidden beneath a hood. Who are you? One guard demanded, preparing to attack. But before he could strike, the guard and his comrades collapsed, lifeless, without so much as a cry. Constantine's breath caught as the figure suddenly appeared before him, moving with ghostly swiftness. You, Constantine growled, his teeth bared. Shadow. Good, the figure murmured, their voice dripping with cruel amusement. You remember me, that saves us some time. Constantine roared, summoning flames to his hands, but before he could attack, an invisible force pressed him to the ground. Your strength is impressive, the shadow mused, but it belongs to me now. The shadow raised a hand, and a surge of dark energy poured from Constantine's chest. He howled in agony as the black dragon scale was forcibly torn from his body, its chaotic energy pooling into the shadow's grasp. The shadow examined the glowing black scale with a sinister smile. Beautiful, he whispered, and now I'll take what else you stole from me. With a gesture, the shadow began extracting the remnants of the primordial power Constantine had absorbed. Stop, Constantine gasped, his strength fading. Stop, I'll kill you. You'll try, the shadow taunted, his laughter echoing as he drained Constantine of everything. When the shadow left, he left only devastation in his wake. Constantine's broken body lay amidst the ruins of his sanctum, barely breathing. Hours later, a search party combed through the smoldering wreckage. I found him, someone shouted. Under layers of ash and debris, Constantine lay battered and burned. But nestled at his chest, faint but resilient, a soft white flame flickered. One of the rescuers knelt, eyes wide in awe. Primordial magic, heartfire, he used it to preserve himself. Another figure stepped forward, gazing down at Constantine's fragile form. The man spoke softly, his voice filled with reverence. The Flame Dragon King, truly, saving him was the right choice. (603) Vol 5ch, 80. The Twilight Tower's Lord, Simos, attended the disciplinary hearing for Constantine alongside the other leaders of neutral factions, including St. Sige Academy's headmistress, Olette. The Academy's grand hall was filled with tension as Olette delivered the official verdict. 1. Expulsion. All Flame Dragon students at St. Sige Academy would be expelled immediately. 2. Isolation. The Flame Dragon clan would be confined to their territory for 20 years. During this time, they would be barred from leaving their land, participating in Dragon clan activities, or engaging in any trade or communication with other factions. 3. Compensation. the Flame Dragon clan would bear the full cost of repairing the academy and compensating affected families. 4. Monitoring. Constantine would remain under strict surveillance for 50 years, with all his movements monitored by the dragon clans. The punishment seemed surprisingly moderate, given that no lives were lost. Both Olette and Simos approved the decision, balancing justice with diplomacy. Yet, not all were satisfied. Several dragon kings, eager to exploit the situation, lobbied for harsher penalties, citing Constantine's past transgressions to escalate the stakes. Before Olette or Simos could respond, the Silver Dragon King, Leon, intervened. Leon didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. A single glance from his piercing gaze swept across the room, silencing every dissenting voice. Olette adjusted her glasses and sighed with relief. "Very well then," she said. "The punishment will be officially announced in 3 days." At that moment, a teacher hurried into the hall and whispered something in Olette's ear. Her expression shifted to one of shock and confusion. The Dragon Kings immediately noticed. "Is there a problem, headmistress?" one of the more vocal kings asked with mock concern. "Don't tell me Constantine has fled, evading punishment like a coward." His comment drew murmurs from the room. 20 years of confinement and 50 years of monitoring aren't severe enough to warrant an escape, another Dragon King sneered. "If Constantine's truly fled, it's because he's grown weak." "Should have thrown him in the academy's dungeons," one grumbled. "Spare us this circus." Clang! The sharp sound of steel hitting the stone floor silenced the room. Leon stood at the center of the hall, his battle-worn katana now lying at his feet. Its polished blade gleamed under the hall's light, radiating an icy, unspoken threat. "Apologies," Leon said mildly, his tone as calm as ever. "As a Silver Dragon King, isn't it reasonable for me to carry a sword capable of cutting through steel? For protection, of course." No one dared respond. Leon bent down, picked up the blade, and cradled it in his arms. Standing beside him, Rosvisser leaned closer and whispered, "You realize you didn't need the theatrics. They'd have quieted down anyway." Leon tilted his head toward her, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Yes, but this way, they'll stay quiet longer." The couple exchanged amused glances before Leon rested a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Finally, someone dared to steer the conversation back on track. "So, headmistress, what was the urgent matter?" Olette took a deep breath, her usual composure slightly shaken. "Last night," she began, her voice steady but grave, "the Flame Dragon clan suffered a catastrophic attack. Most of their members were massacred. Only a handful managed to survive and escape." Her words fell like a thunderclap. Shock rippled through the assembly as murmurs of disbelief filled the air. "Annihilated? That's impossible. Who could accomplish such a thing?" The Dragon Kings, many of whom had long viewed the Flame Dragon clan as a threat, suddenly found themselves grappling with a new, chilling reality. Olette continued, "The Academy's investigation confirms that the Flame Dragon territory has been reduced to ash. Their stronghold is gone." "And Constantine?" someone asked tentatively. "No body was found," Olette replied. "He may have escaped, or perished, we don't know." The room fell silent again, the enormity of the situation settling over them. Olette straightened her posture and addressed the assembly. "Given the gravity of this incident, I urge all Dragon Kings to bolster their defenses. Whoever could annihilate the Flame Dragon clan in a single night is a force none of us can afford to underestimate." Leon sat quietly through the rest of the meeting, his katana resting across his lap. When the discussion adjourned, he stood, sheathed his blade, and took Rosvisser's hand. Together, they walked toward the exit. As they reached the door, Leon paused. Without looking back, he spoke, his voice carrying easily across the hall. "Tower Lord, I may need to discuss something with you soon. Please keep some time available for me." Simos nodded slightly, his gaze sharp as he studied Leon's departing figure. After the assembly dispersed, Simos remained in the hall with Olette. "The forces behind this attack have already begun to move openly," Simos said gravely. "If we remain passive, it will be our undoing." Olette's expression darkened. "We've always known there was no retreat from this fight," she replied. Whatever comes, we must face it head-on. Notify Odin, we'll need him. Simos hesitated, sensing her unease. What's troubling you? Olette moved to the window, her gaze following Leon as he and Rosvisser walked across the courtyard below. It's Leon, she murmured. What about him? When he heard about the Flame Dragon clan's destruction and Constantine's disappearance, he didn't show the anger or grief I expected. Simos frowned. You think he's suppressing it? No, Olette replied slowly. That's just it. He wasn't suppressing anything. I didn't sense any turmoil from him at all, if anything. Her eyes narrowed, studying Leon's retreating form. He seemed calm, confident. Her voice dropped to a whisper, more to herself than to Simos. Leon, what are you planning? (604). Vol 5ch, 81. After the chaos caused by old Constantine's laziness settled down, Shadow didn't make any significant moves. Leon's control over his power improved steadily, and he hadn't made any major mistakes. Life in the Melkve family gradually returned to a warm and peaceful routine. However, due to the forced expulsion from the academy, Rosvisser's maids had taken on the role of teaching basic magic to Muse. Although they weren't professional teachers, their knowledge and teaching skills were more than sufficient for a young dragon of Muse's age. Muse, having left the academy, now spent her time at home with Leon and Rosvisser, keeping her expelled friend Hefei company. The couple didn't oppose this arrangement. After all, young dragons often entered school at a very young age, and dropping out now wouldn't significantly impact their long lives. Leon and Rosvisser were not the type of parents who believed their children had to win at the starting line. In fact, considering that Muse's parents were the most powerful man on the surface and the Silver Dragon King, few could even compete with her starting line. So, quitting school wasn't a big deal. They believed that the children could learn what they loved no matter where they were. As for the future, they'd deal with it when it came. For now, Leon was determined to give Muse and Hefei a carefree childhood. After all, the little red dragon had been entrusted to him by Constantine, and he would take good care of her. One morning, a month later, Sherry, the captain of the Silver Dragon Guard, found Leon on the rooftop of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. Your Highness, the surviving members of the Red Flame Dragon clan have been properly settled, she reported. Leon, who had been spacing out, held a watering can in one hand. He was trying to water a cactus. As a married man of nearly 8 years, he needed some hobbies to pass the time. Good, I understand. Thank you, Sherry, he replied. It's no trouble at all, Your Highness, Sherry said with a smile. She glanced at the cactus in his hand. But, Your Highness, cacti don't require frequent watering. What, really? Leon raised an eyebrow. I thought plants needed consistent water. Is this why it's drooping? Yes, cacti are drought-tolerant plants. They thrive on a cycle of wet and dry periods, especially during the winter when watering should be minimal. Leon sighed, scratching his head as he set the watering can aside. I see. Guess I've failed at cultivating this hobby too. As he walked away from the rooftop, Sherry watched his retreating figure and muttered under her breath, Did I just hurt His Highness's confidence? Leon descended to the grand hall, where Rosvisser was seated at her desk, engrossed in paperwork. Without greeting her, he headed straight for the music room. Just as he turned, Rosvisser's playful voice rang out, Let me guess, you killed another cactus. Leon paused mid-step, his expression darkening slightly. So what if I did? Everyone has things they're good at and things they're not. I just happen to not be good at plants. Rosvisser, her lips curved in a soft smile, set her pen down. Resting her chin on her hand, she looked down at her stubborn husband. Oh, I know. You're also not good at mixing drinks, reading constellations, or swimming either. Smiling mischievously, she clasped her hands together and pressed them to her cheek. Oh, my dear husband, you really are a treasure. Leon's eye twitched, but he had no counterargument. After all, Rosvisser had just listed every hobby he'd recently attempted and failed at. With a huff, Leon crossed his arms. It doesn't matter if I'm bad at everything. As long as I excel at one thing, that's enough. Rosvisser arched a brow. And what might that be, being a dragon? Exactly, ow. Rosvisser, without any dragon queen decorum, balled up a sheet of paper and tossed it at his head. Stop spouting nonsense, you fool. After a brief exchange about the red flame dragon survivors, their conversation turned serious. Rosvisser asked, "By the way, when are you going to Sky City to question the Tower Lord about Shadow and the ultimate fear? You mentioned it over a month ago." Leon smirked. "No rush. The Tower Lord is more anxious than we are." Rosvisser frowned, confused. "What do you mean?" Leon climbed the steps to her throne, leaning close as he explained. "The Tower Lord claims we're on the same side, but he's still withholding information. By doing so, he maintains control. If he shared everything, he'd lose his leverage." Rosvisser's expression sharpened as she caught on. "So, by stalling, you're making him nervous." Leon grinned. "Exactly. He'll come to us soon enough, desperate to keep the upper hand." "Not bad, husband. You're getting better at these tactics," she said, genuinely impressed. Leon scratched his head sheepishly. "All thanks to your teachings, my queen." "Flatterer," she teased, though her smile betrayed her delight. As their conversation wound down, Rosvisser suggested, "You've been restless lately. Why not take your little brother out for a few days? Hefei's my treat." Leon laughed, ruffling her hair. "I'm not a child who needs distractions, but—" "But what?" Rosvisser asked curiously. "Remember Noah's teacher, Mevis? I still think there's something off about her." Rosvisser nodded. "I've already had her background checked. It's clean. Still, I'd feel better keeping an eye on her. She spends too much time with our daughter to be ignored." Rosvisser agreed. "I'll arrange transportation." "No need, I'll take my brother." "Will you be back for dinner?" she asked as he descended the steps. "No." Rosvisser smirked. "But you'll be back to sleep with me tonight, right?" Leon turned, his grin mischievous. "Of course." "Good," Rosvisser replied, her eyes sparkling. 605. Vol 5ch, 82. Eagle Jr. dropped Leon off at the back of St. Heath's Academy. Leon instructed it to wait there as he effortlessly slipped past the Academy's defensive barriers and made his way inside. The reason for his ease in infiltrating. It traced back to the days when Leon held the titles of the Strongest Dragon Queen Tamer and the Strongest Dragon Tamer. St. Heath's Academy, a hub for dragons of all kinds, had its defenses meticulously documented by Leon during his heyday. Back then, he'd often thought, "One day, when I finally escape that dragoness's lair, I'll call for reinforcements and lead a glorious raid on this academy." Of course, as history would have it, Leon's fate took a very different turn. Instead of raiding, he ended up proving his dragon-taming prowess with noble horns, tails, scales, and teeth, only to be corrupted by a shameless dragon and turned into a tragic stay-at-home dad, not really. Back to the present. Leon crept through hidden paths toward the training hall where Noah was located. The academy had supposedly done a thorough background check on Mevis, Noah's teacher, and deemed her clean. However, Leon wasn't satisfied with just surface-level investigations. His instincts told him something was off about Mevis. Skills like stealth investigation were part of dragon-taming basics, and despite years of retirement, Leon hadn't let those skills dull. He made his way to the back of the training hall and found a drainage pipe running from the roof to the ground. He tugged on the pipe to test its sturdiness. "Not bad, it's solid," he muttered. Without hesitation, he began climbing, his feet braced against the wall. After a few minutes of effort, Leon reached the rooftop. The cool breeze made him pause to appreciate the view. He glanced back at the complex maze of the academy and couldn't help but pat himself on the back. "In such a heavily guarded and populated academy," he mused, "I managed to sneak in unnoticed. Truly, the old blade hasn't dulled." Just as he was relishing his accomplishment, a voice called out, "Dad, what are you doing here?" Leon froze. His triumphant smile instantly stiffened, and he turned robotically toward the voice. There, in the sunlight, stood a familiar figure with pink hair, holding an ice cream cone. "Moon," Leon exclaimed, running his fingers through his hair in exasperation. "How did you get up here?" Moon nonchalantly took a bite of her ice cream and gestured to the side. "I took the stairs." Leon's eye twitched. The stairs. So why, he wondered, had he exhausted himself climbing a drainage pipe? Moon tilted her head. What are you doing at the academy, Dad? Oh, I just came to, look around. Yeah, just looking around, Leon stammered. Years of marriage to Rossvisser had apparently rubbed off on him, including her habit of repeating words when lying. Moon didn't press him further. If her dad had suddenly dropped into the academy on an ordinary day, it clearly meant he was up to something. And if she dug a little, she'd definitely find something entertaining. Leon, hoping to distract her, asked, "Why aren't you in class?" Moon shrugged. It's a weekly test period. The teacher said we could leave once we handed in our papers. I was the first to finish. Did you double-check your answers? Leon asked. Of course, twice. But the questions were way too easy, so I got bored and left, she replied casually. And your second sister. Moon grinned. She's still sleeping. She'll wake up with half an hour left and ace the test with a perfect score. Leon sighed. Life seemed so carefree for his 3 daughters. Meanwhile, back home, their poor father was constantly wrung dry by their mother. Adjusting his mood, Leon said, Moon, I've got things to do. Why don't you wait for your sister? Moon's bright eyes sparkled with determination. Dad, you know you can't shake me off, so don't waste your energy trying. Leon sighed. She wasn't wrong. This daughter of his was just as stubborn as her mother. Well, fine, but you have to promise not to cause trouble, or I won't bring you along. Dad, I'll say it again. Even if I don't promise, you can't get rid of me. Leon. Moon finished her ice cream and clapped her hands. So, where are we going, Dad? Leon gritted his teeth. There was no point setting conditions. She'd shoot them down anyway. We're going to watch your sister train. The father-daughter duo made their way to the training hall. Noah was usually in Hall 1 at this time, practicing her routine exercises. As they peeked through the back entrance, Leon and Moon crouched behind the seats, their eyes peering out like 2 curious puppies. Moon whispered, Big Sis is just warming up for the afternoon session. Everything looks normal. Leon nodded but added, Sometimes, when everything looks normal, that's when you need to stay alert. Moon blinked, then nodded seriously. Got it, Dad. So, what's the legendary story behind that wisdom? Leon took a deep breath, then with a dramatic expression said, There isn't one. I just thought it sounded cool, Leon admitted with a grin. Moon groaned and buried her face in her hands. I can't believe this. Leon's attention turned to Mevis, who was reclining on a bench nearby with her arms crossed and eyes closed. Is she sleeping? Leon asked. No, Moon replied. Mevis does that a lot when she's not busy. She's not asleep, though. If you talk to her, she'll respond immediately. It's like she's just resting. Leon frowned. Something still felt off. And you and your sister get along well with her. Yeah, Mevis is great to me and my sisters. Why? No reason, Leon replied quickly. Try as he might, Leon couldn't find anything overtly suspicious about Mevis. Yet there was something unsettlingly familiar about her that he couldn't shake. I'll figure out who you really are, Mevis, he muttered under his breath. "606. Vol 5ch, 83. Noah quickly finished her warm-up. Mevis, who had been resting with her eyes closed, finally opened her eyes, stood, and began walking toward Noah. Leon and Moon, hidden at the back of the training hall, instinctively ducked lower to avoid being noticed by Mevis. Dad, sneaking around like this doesn't seem like you're just here to watch Big Sis train, Moon whispered. You don't get it, Leon replied, lowering his voice. I'm just trying to be careful not to disturb your sister's training. Leon's response sounded logical, but even he realized it wasn't convincing. Moon was too sharp to fall for such an excuse. Then again, had she ever believed him in the first place? On the rooftop earlier, it seemed like she was just going along to amuse herself and see if she could find some entertainment. That's probably exactly what she's doing, Leon thought. And if that's the case, I might as well make up a random excuse to keep her quiet as long as she doesn't cause trouble. All right, Dad, if you say so, Moon replied with a knowing smile. She didn't press further and continued crouching alongside her father. After more than half an hour of observation, Noah's training proceeded smoothly, and Mevis didn't exhibit any suspicious behavior. Moon grew bored and yawned, tears forming at the corners of her eyes. "Dad, how much longer are we staying here? My legs are going numb." Leon was beginning to feel that staying longer wouldn't yield any meaningful results. Stakeouts like this could take days, and without any clear signs of abnormal behavior, it was hard to justify the effort. Just as he was about to call it quits and take Moon home, something caught his attention. At the edge of the training hall, Mevis turned her gaze in their direction. While she didn't seem to know exactly where they were hiding, it was clear she was aware of someone watching her. Leon quickly gestured for Moon to stay low as they watched Mevis scan the area. Finally, her sharp eyes locked onto their hiding spot. "Miss Aurora, it's class time. What are you doing here at the training hall?" Mevis called out coldly. Caught, Moon had no choice but to stand up, an awkward smile on her face. We had a weekly test, Miss Mevis. I finished my paper early, so I came here." Mevis crossed her arms and raised an elegant eyebrow. Her gaze shifted to the empty seat beside Moon, and she smirked. "And who's that with you?" Though phrased as a question, her tone suggested she already knew the answer. Leon slowly stood up, his smile matching Moon's in awkwardness and embarrassment. Noah, noticing the commotion, stopped her training and looked over at her father and sister. "Dad, what are you doing here? Did Mom come too?" "Your mom's busy," Leon replied, scratching his head. "It's just me, as for why I'm here." His mind raced for a believable excuse. Convincing Noah and Mevis was much harder than dealing with Moon. Noah had a keen eye for detail, and Mevis's sharpness could complicate his investigation if she suspected anything. Before he could come up with a plausible story, Moon interjected. "Mom kicked Dad out after they argued. So now he's just wandering around, right, Dad?" Leon's. That excuse, while oddly credible, painted him as someone who couldn't stand up to his wife. Yeah, that's right. Exactly," he said reluctantly. Noah sighed, her expression serious. "So, kicked out means you've got nowhere else to go but here." Leon's. Mevis, unfazed, said calmly, "As the Silver Dragon Prince, you needn't skulk around behind chairs. Come sit properly." Since they had already been caught, Leon decided to go along with it. He carried Moon over to the front row of seats and sat down. "We'll just watch from here. We won't disturb your class." Mevis nodded. "All right." She turned back to Noah. "Continue with your training." "Yes, teacher," Noah replied and resumed her exercises. Moon, now sitting on her father's lap, glanced between her sister and Mevis. Finally, she looked up at Leon and asked, "So, Dad, after all this sneaking around, have you found anything unusual?" Leon scratched his nose and shook his head. "Nothing." He wasn't surprised, nor did he hesitate in admitting it. Mevis seemed perfectly normal, so normal, in fact, that even Leon began to doubt his suspicions. Perhaps his unease around her was just his imagination, or worse, his own paranoia. Still, the subtle sense of familiarity he felt when looking at her couldn't be ignored. Later that evening, after Noah's training ended, she finally had time to chat with her teacher and siblings. With a towel draped over her shoulders, she jogged toward Leon and Moon. Behind her, Mevis bent down to pick up a jacket left on the training ground. She folded it neatly and walked over as well. "Big sis, here's some water," Moon said cheerfully, handing Noah a bottle of lightly salted water. "Thanks, Moon," Noah replied, taking the bottle with both hands. She opened it and took a sip. "Rehydrating with salt water after exercise helps maintain normal metabolism," Noah explained matter-of-factly. "Here's your jacket," Mevis said, handing the folded garment to Noah. "Ah, thank you, teacher. I forgot about it," Noah said gratefully. "It's nothing." Mevis rested a hand on Noah's shoulder before turning to Leon. "Silver Dragon Prince, how would you rate my teaching?" Leon scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "Very good. Excellent, in fact. You've given Noah a solid foundation. You must be an exceptional father," Mevis said with a faint smile. "Thank you for the compliment," Leon replied, though his eyes were subtly observing Mevis. This time, he noticed something unusual, a small bear-shaped patch on her jacket. "That patch, why does it feel so familiar?" Leon thought, his suspicions reignited. Mevis, seemingly unfazed, crossed her arms and returned his gaze with calm indifference. After a moment, she said, "By the way, next week's teaching schedule includes a collaborative outdoor test. Noah will need a family member and a friend to participate, along with me, to form a team of 4. Do you have time, Silver Dragon Prince?" This was the perfect opportunity to observe Mevis more closely. Leon didn't hesitate. "I'll join." "Good, I'll pick you up from the Silver Dragon Sanctuary next Monday at 9 a.m., Mevis said before patting Noah on the head. "You can go home for the weekend tomorrow." "Yay, I get to spend the weekend with Big Sis," Moon cheered, hopping off her father's lap to hug Noah. "Thank you, teacher, I'll be ready," Noah said with a smile. As Mevis turned and left, Leon's gaze lingered on the patch on her jacket. "I'll find out who you really are, Mevis," he muttered under his breath. 607. Vol 5ch, 84. What? You and Noah are going to participate in an outdoor test with Mevis next Monday. In the bedroom, Rosvisser stood in front of the wardrobe, changing into a spaghetti-strap nightgown as she questioned Leon. Leon, sitting on the bed, nodded. "Yes, Helena will join us too. The test requires the student to bring a friend and a family member." Rosvisser slowly turned around, her smooth, white feet stepping onto the carpet as she walked over to sit beside Leon. "But isn't Helena in the Youth Dragon Division? Doesn't she have her own test to complete?" "Oh, each teacher in the Youth Dragon Division receives specific teaching tasks for their students at the start of the semester. As long as the tasks are completed during the semester, there's no strict timing. Helena's outdoor test is scheduled for next month, so she's free to accompany Noah on Monday." Rosvisser nodded. "Such a complicated curriculum. It sounds troublesome. When I was in school, it wasn't this intricate." Leon chuckled, patting her shoulder. "It's probably because St. Heath's Academy has been placing more emphasis on family education in recent years. That's why they've introduced tests and activities involving families." That makes sense. "This test will also be a good opportunity to observe Mevis up close," Rosvisser mused, furrowing her delicate brows as she stared at her feet. "Honestly, when I first met Mevis, I had the same uneasy feeling you mentioned. But back then, I didn't give it much thought because she was just sparring at the academy. Now that I think about it, if we both feel something's off about her, it can't just be a coincidence." She sighed and scratched her forehead in frustration. "The problem is, I don't have the authority to investigate her background. On the surface, everything seems clean, and her clan wasn't connected to either the Silver Dragons or the Red Dragons before their division dissolved." Leon nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps it's related to the relatively calm situation we're in now. Since old Constantine's outburst, Shadow's forces have been quiet. It feels like the calm before the storm." "Exactly. In these still waters, Mevis's presence feels like a stone breaking the surface, not causing much of a ripple, but noticeable enough to draw attention. The more we look at her, the more curious we become," Rosvisser agreed. Leon leaned back, propping himself up on the bed with his hands. "Well, this test gives us a chance to observe her closely. Besides, it's a good distraction. It's easier than picking up a new hobby." Rosvisser chuckled, covering her mouth. "You're such a restless fool." Her laughter froze as she turned to glare at Leon. "Restless doesn't mean you can put your hand on my tail. Move it." "Oh, come on, it's muscle memory," Leon said, grinning mischievously. "Move it." "Nope." "I'm counting to 3. 3, 2, 1, ah." A faint purple glow appeared at the base of Rosvisser's tail. Leon ignored her protests, slowly toying with the cool, soft, and irresistibly smooth scales of her tail. "There's nothing in the world as fun as playing with a dragon tail. I could do this all year." Rosvisser's breath quickened, her cheeks flushing a deep red. Her heaving chest and captivating gaze made her allure undeniable. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go, you jerk." "Don't tell me you still don't understand this after 8 years of marriage, my queen," Leon teased. "HMPH, I don't understand anything, and I won't be at your mercy, damn it." Before she could finish, Leon tightened his grip on her tail, causing her body to weaken as she collapsed into his arms. Leon gently brushed a strand of hair from her flushed face, his fingers tracing the heat of her cheek before resting at her lips. Rosvisser opened her mouth, biting his finger, then slowly, deliberately drew it into her mouth. From the moment she stepped barefoot into the room and began changing into her nightgown, the couple had both known where this was heading. Leon didn't force her, and she wasn't truly resisting. It was simply a playful dance between husband and wife. As Rosvisser's warm, soft tongue caressed his finger, the dragon markings on Leon's chest began to glow faintly. He withdrew his hand and leaned forward, capturing her lips in a passionate kiss. The newly donned nightgown soon found itself on the floor, and once again, her delicate, flawless feet would become the focus of her husband's attention for the night. 2 days later, Monday morning arrived. A massive black dragon landed in the front courtyard of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. "Noah Tilda," Helena called cheerfully, kneeling on the dragon's back as she waved to Noah, who was already prepared with her gear. Noah waved back and adjusted her backpack. "Mom, we're heading out now." "All right, stay safe and don't overdo it. Let your dad handle the tough stuff," Rosvisser instructed. "Got it, Mom," Noah replied with a smile, waving goodbye as she jogged toward the black dragon. Leon, having finished his preparations, walked up to Rosvisser's side. Gazing at the scene before them, he muttered, "I heard that, by the way, about me handling the tough stuff." Rosvisser smirked, crossing her arms. "Well, I can't say you're always reliable, but when you're with me, you certainly put in the effort." Leon's face turned red, and instead of responding, he hurried toward the courtyard. Rosvisser chuckled at his retreating figure. "Take good care of Noah and Helena," she called out. "Got it," Leon replied, raising his arm to flash her an OK sign without looking back. Once the two little dragon girls were seated securely on the black dragon's back, they each grabbed one of Leon's wrists and pulled him aboard. "All set?" the black dragon asked, turning its head to check. "We're ready, Teacher Mevis. Let's go," Noah confirmed. "Very well." The black dragon flapped its wings, lifting off the ground. Before ascending fully, Mevis called out to Rosvisser, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll take good care of them." Rosvisser nodded slightly. "Thank you, Teacher Mevis." With that, the black dragon soared into the sky. Rosvisser watched them disappear into the clouds, narrowing her eyes slightly as she murmured, "Take care, Leon Noah." "608. Vol 5CH, 85. We've arrived. This is the location for our collaborative outdoor test." Mevis landed gracefully at the forest entrance. Leon jumped down from the dragon's back, holding the two young dragon girls in his arms. As soon as they touched the ground, the black dragon was enveloped in light, transforming into Mevis's human form. "Wow, that was fast," Helena exclaimed. "Such a long journey, and we made it in just 2 hours. You're almost as fast as the Silver Dragon Queen." Mevis smiled, gently ruffling Helena's hair. "Don't overpraise me, Helena. I'm nowhere near the Silver Dragon Queen's speed. Now, let's go over the objectives and rules for this test." Clapping her hands, Mevis turned to face the group and began her explanation. "This test has 2 main objectives." She raised one finger. "First, find the hidden scent, Heath's token in this forest. It's a bracelet bearing the Academy's dragon totem emblem." Raising a second finger, she continued. "Second, purify a water source within the forest to make the downstream river flow clean again." After lowering her hand, she added, "While these objectives may sound simple, the forest is full of hidden dangers. Of course, none are as extreme as what you faced with Adamran. The Academy has taken every precaution to ensure the safety of all students and guardians." Even though the incident with Adamran in the moonlit forest had long passed, the Academy remained vigilant. Another catastrophe would irreparably damage St. Heath's reputation. "Additionally," Mevis added, "you have only 11 hours to complete both objectives. I will grade Noah based on your results. If you aim for full marks, Noah, you'll need to give it your all, as this test score will influence your next monthly evaluation." Finally, she concluded, "This test simulates real-world scenarios, so Noah, as the student, you will be in charge of forming the action plan." Noah nodded after a brief moment of thought. "Since time is tight and we have 2 objectives, we should split into 2 groups, one to find the token and the other to purify the water source." Mevis nodded approvingly, her slender waist and long legs adding an air of elegance as she tilted her head and smiled. Good plan. How shall we divide the teams? We'll draw lots, Noah replied. All right, let me prepare the slips, Mevis said, retrieving paper and a pen from her backpack. She walked to a flat stone nearby and began writing. Leon, observing from the side, realized the cleverness of this test design. Beyond encouraging family involvement and teamwork, the two objectives required splitting the group. By including a teacher, a student, a peer, and a guardian, the academy ensured that all parties had to actively participate without shortcuts. Years ago, when a student cheekily suggested, "Teacher, you take one group while we play around," it had resulted in a glaring 0 on their final evaluation. After a short while, Mevis returned with 4 folded slips of paper. All right, Noah, Helena, and I will draw first, she announced. Yay, Helena eagerly grabbed a slip, unfolding it as she chanted, Please let me be with Noah, please let me be with Noah. She paused, then pouted. I got token. Noah, what about you? Noah opened her slip and smiled. Token. Great, we'll definitely get full marks this time. Helena cheered, hugging Noah and nuzzling her cheek. Noah turned to Mevis and Leon. We'll leave the water purification to you, Dad and Teacher Mevis. No problem, leave it to us, Leon declared confidently. Satisfied, Noah and Helena held hands and ran off into the forest. Mevis pocketed the remaining 2 slips and turned to Leon. Shall we go, Leon? Sure, Leon replied, inwardly pleased with the outcome. This pairing gave him more time to observe Mevis and her behavior without Noah nearby. Walking side by side, albeit separated by a narrow stream, Leon focused on the surroundings while Mevis walked on the opposite bank. They only exchanged words when necessary, but the silence was broken when Mevis suddenly asked, Leon, where did you say I was from? Leon froze momentarily but quickly resumed his pace, pretending to study the map. Did I? I must have misremembered. Where are you from, Teacher Mevis? Mevis's steps faltered for a fraction of a second before she adjusted her rhythm. She glanced at Leon across the stream, her gaze calm and unreadable. I don't believe I've told you that, Leon. Leon gave a slight smile. Maybe I got it wrong. I'm from the Black Moon Dragon clan, she said after a pause. The clan was disbanded years ago due to war. Black Moon Dragon clan? Leon murmured, matching the information Rosvisser had uncovered. His sudden question was a test, but Mevis's cautious response left little room for doubt. Still, the possibility lingered. Was Mevis truly a survivor, or was this carefully constructed authenticity? Could the unsettling familiarity Leon, Rosvisser, and Isha felt simply be a coincidence? Coincidence? That'd be too convenient, Leon muttered under his breath, shaking his head as he refocused on the map. After a while, Leon abruptly stopped and turned to Mevis. Teacher, can I see the other 2 slips? Mevis halted as well, their gazes locking across the stream. Her calm black eyes met his probing stare, an almost imperceptible tension between them. Why do you want to check them now? Mevis asked, her tone dropping slightly. I just can't help but wonder, Leon replied, shrugging. I saw you pocket them earlier. After a moment's pause, Mevis nodded. All right. She reached into her pocket and tossed the slips across the stream. Leon caught them, unfolding them to reveal, both slips said water source. Was I overthinking it? Leon muttered, feeling a mix of relief and awkwardness. Dissatisfied with the results, Prince Leon, Mevis teased. Leon chuckled sheepishly. No, let's keep going. Mevis smirked faintly, crossing her arms. Shall we continue then? Leon nodded, adjusting his mindset and resuming the search. Mevis followed a few steps behind. As they walked, Mevis reached into her other pocket and retrieved 2 more slips. These, unlike the ones Leon saw, both read token. Watching Leon's back, a faint, enigmatic smile curled her lips. Sparks of electricity danced across her palm, reducing the slips to ash before they fell to the forest floor. "609. Vol 5ch, 86. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, its rays filtered through the leaves, casting golden patterns on the forest floor. The gentle sound of flowing water accompanied the crackle of a small campfire that Leon and Mevis had set up by the riverbank for a brief rest. "We're pressed for time, Teacher Mevis. Do we really need to stop, light a fire, and have something to eat?" Leon asked skeptically. Mevis, hands on her hips, calmly sat down. She skewered some small fish she had gathered and placed them over the fire. The flickering flames reflected in her dark eyes as she replied evenly, without looking up. "Eating won't delay us much, Prince. Besides, judging from the map, we're already near the source of the pollution. Don't worry, this won't affect your test score." Leon nodded, his gaze lingering on the fish Mevis was cooking. He blinked and asked, "But if we're so close to the pollution source, how can you be sure those fish are safe to eat?" "I brought these from downstream. They're clean and natural." "But what if those fish swam downstream from the polluted area?" Leon countered. "Prince, are you eating or not?" Mevis asked, her tone as neutral as ever. Leon huffed. "A Silver Dragon Prince would rather starve, jump into the river, or die than eat." Minutes later, Leon was munching enthusiastically. "Wow, this is delicious. Teacher Mevis, your fish roasting skills are amazing." The title of Prince suddenly seemed ambiguous. Was it the King in Silver Dragon King, or the King in King of Contradictions? Mevis smiled faintly, taking small, delicate bites of her own fish. Despite the lack of seasoning, it was surprisingly tasty, likely because the long day of trekking had worked up an appetite. Leon observed Mevis as she ate. Her table manners, even in the wild, were notably refined, far from the informal style he was used to at home with his wife and daughters. It was clear she'd received formal etiquette training. A thought crossed Leon's mind. For a survivor of a disbanded dragon clan, maintaining such habits despite adversity suggested she or her family had once held significant standing. However, it wasn't something he could casually inquire about. Observation was one thing, prying would be rude. Leon's attention drifted to a ring on Mevis's right index finger. The black material gleamed faintly in the firelight, but it wasn't crystal or diamond. It looked like some sort of metal. Noticing Leon's curious gaze, Mevis raised her hand and examined the ring. "Interested in my little accessory, Prince?" Leon snapped out of his thoughts, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. "Ah, no, I just thought the material looked rare." Mevis blinked and replied after a moment's thought, "It is rare." Then she said no more, resuming her meal. Realizing she didn't want to discuss it, Leon shifted topics. "Speaking of rings, Teacher, I noticed neither I nor the Silver Dragon Queen wear wedding rings. Funny, huh?" "Wedding rings? Rings? We don't even have wedding photos," Leon thought ruefully. Being a couple that started with an unexpected pregnancy meant some things had been rushed. He laughed it off, giving a quick explanation. "My wife and I don't like flashy displays, so we decided against wearing rings." Mevis nodded. "I see." She didn't press further, and the conversation shifted back to lighter topics. After finishing their fish, Mevis stood and sprinkled dirt over the fire, extinguishing it. "Let's keep moving, Prince." "Got it," Leon replied, rising to follow her upstream. An hour later, they reached the pollution source. A small waterfall fed into a pool of water, now darkened to an ominous purple, faint mist rising from its surface. The surrounding vegetation had withered, leaving the area eerily lifeless. Standing on a treetop overlooking the scene, Mevis pointed. "Prince, look above the waterfall. That seems to be a nest." Leon followed her direction and spotted it, an insect nest, faint purple mist seeping out. "Judging by the size and location, it's likely a flying dangerous species," he surmised. Mevis nodded. "Since it has a nest, it's likely territorial. We can wait here for it to return." "Good plan." The two settled into position, ready to observe. During their vigil, Leon occasionally glanced at Mevis, and Mevis would occasionally return the look. Each time their eyes met, they both quickly averted their gaze, pretending nothing had happened. The awkwardness reminded Leon of the early days with his wife, when they'd been equally hesitant and coy in their exchanges. But Leon, a graduate of the Model Husband Academy, harbored no romantic thoughts toward Mevis. Still, there was something about her gaze, curious, contemplative, and layered with a complexity beyond mere scrutiny. "Prince, the target has appeared," Mevis said suddenly, breaking his train of thought. Leon shook off his musings and looked toward the waterfall. A massive butterfly with iridescent wings descended onto the nest. It's a poison-winged butterfly queen, Leon noted. No wonder the river's polluted. During its mating season, it releases pheromones to attract mates. These pheromones are toxic to the environment. Mevis nodded. This clears up both the pollution and the butterfly's behavior. The Academy will be pleased with the results. Why is that? Leon asked. Family members' involvement is part of the evaluation. It reflects whether they took the test seriously, Mevis explained. So, if I go up there and take out that butterfly queen myself, Noah's final score is guaranteed to be perfect, right? Leon asked, his excitement evident. Mevis sighed, suppressing a chuckle. Prince, while I know you're capable, this test emphasizes teamwork. We should at least symbolically work together to defeat it. Leon scratched his head but relented. All right, fine, you just shout "Go, Prince," from the side and I'll handle the rest. Mevis laughed softly. That works, but we'll do it together, symbolically, of course. Leon, eager to act, nodded. Let's do this. The two moved into position, standing side by side on the treetop. Under the moonlight, a silver glow outlined their forms, lending them an almost otherworldly appearance. As a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, a single one fell at their feet. The moment it touched the ground, they vanished, leaping into the air. Two figures soared gracefully toward the nest, lightning crackling in their hands as they pierced through the darkness, illuminating the night sky. "610. Vol 5ch, 87. The poison-winged butterfly queen, classified as an A-rank dangerous species, would normally have been no more than a brief distraction for Leon. It was the kind of task he could finish in the time it took to sip a cup of tea. But since Mevis had insisted that taking the beast down too easily might affect Noah's evaluation, Leon reluctantly held back and worked in sync with her. As they approached, the butterfly queen, sensing intruders, emerged from its nest. Its massive, shimmering wings unfurled, sending out a thick cloud of toxic purple mist as it let out a piercing cry. "Smile, Prince, fear not, the mist is harmless," Mevis quipped. She spread her own dragon wings and flapped them powerfully, dispersing the poisonous fog. Leon stood still, hands in his pockets, silently watching the display. But in his mind, he couldn't help but grumble. You show off wings bigger than the butterfly queen, then nullify its only offensive ability right out of the gate. How is this teamwork supposed to work, lady? You might as well solo this thing. After clearing the mist, Mevis retracted her wings and gracefully landed. She turned to Leon. Prince, why are you just standing there watching? Caught off guard, Leon slowly pulled one hand out of his pocket and gave a half-hearted wave. Go, Teacher Mevis, you're amazing. His sarcasm was palpable, but Mevis just smiled. You're quite the spectator, aren't you, Prince? She added, I assume you don't have a way to handle the mist, correct? Leon scratched his cheek awkwardly. Well, I guess you've got a point. Thunder, magic, and poison-based abilities didn't mix well, so Leon indeed lacked an effective means of countering the mist. However, if it had been up to him, he'd have simply activated his shadow-cloaked mode, punched the butterfly queen into next week, and been done with it. All right, let's coordinate properly from here on, Mevis suggested. Fine, Leon agreed begrudgingly, stepping forward to join her in battle. Realizing its mist attack had been rendered useless, the butterfly queen took to the air. While flight might normally offer a tactical advantage, this wasn't the case against dragons. Why did Rue come today? Leon muttered to himself. I'd punch it out of the sky. Mevis tilted her head. Prince, can't you fly? My wings are injured. Haven't healed yet, Leon lied, avoiding her amused gaze. Mevis let out a soft laugh, lightly shaking her shoulders. What's so funny? Leon asked, annoyed. Oh, nothing. My apologies, Prince, Mevis said, though her faint smirk lingered. She crouched slightly and laced her fingers together, offering her hands as a foothold. Allow me to help you up. Isn't this a bit unnecessary? You could take it down in one move, Leon muttered as he stepped onto her hands. I dislike unnecessary theatrics, Mevis replied simply. With a nod, Leon braced himself, and together they launched him skyward. The butterfly queen, seeing Leon approach, unleashed another burst of poisonous mist. Mavis, still on the ground, swiftly cleared it with a flap of her wings. Leon, now within striking range, channeled thunder magic into his right hand. A bolt of lightning shot out, striking one of the butterfly queen's wings with precision. The creature let out a screech, its flight destabilized as it plummeted back to the ground. Leon landed gracefully, dusting his hands off. "Impressive, Prince," Mavis said as she approached. "Flattery isn't necessary," Leon replied, smirking. Mavis chuckled lightly, her smile carrying an enigmatic warmth. The butterfly queen, battered and grounded, gave a mournful cry. It glanced at its nest atop the waterfall before laboriously flapping its remaining wing and retreating into the forest. "Should we pursue it?" Mavis asked. Leon shook his head. "No need. Poison-winged butterfly queens don't build nests near water unless they're laying eggs. It's probably relocating after this encounter." He continued, "Once the mating season ends, it won't release pheromones anymore. These creatures are part of the ecosystem, important pollinators for larger plants. Killing it unnecessarily would disrupt the balance." Mavis nodded, her expression thoughtful. "You're different from other parents, Prince." Leon raised an eyebrow. "How so?" "Many parents treat these tests lightly. While they technically complete the objectives, they often miss the point of family involvement and education. Your approach, however, was refreshing." Leon shrugged. "I just want my daughters to learn what's worth doing and what's not. Sometimes, the way you achieve something matters more than the result." Returning to the nest, Mavis removed it and retrieved a jade-green crystal from her bag. She placed the crystal into the waterfall's polluted pool, where it began to glow faintly. Within moments, the water cleared, the dark purple hue vanishing as the crystal's magic purified it. "Objective complete," Mavis declared, picking up the now-dim crystal. She pulled out a timer stone from her pocket, which displayed the remaining test time. "We finished in just over 4 hours. That leaves nearly 8 hours to spare. Let's head back to the forest entrance and wait for Noah and Helena." "Sounds good," Leon agreed. Back at the forest entrance, Mavis lit a campfire and handed Leon a blanket from her bag. "Rest up, Prince," she said. Leon muttered his thanks, wrapping the blanket around himself as he leaned against a tree. The day's events had left him slightly fatigued, and the cool night breeze was oddly soothing. As the fire crackled softly, accompanied by distant chirping and rustling, Leon closed his eyes, intending to rest. "Prince, are you asleep?" Mavis's soft voice broke the quiet. Leon, curious, chose to feign sleep. He remained still, waiting to see what she would do. Footsteps approached, faint yet deliberate. Mavis crouched beside him, her movements careful and measured. Leon could sense her presence through the faint shifts in air pressure and the rustling of grass. She reached out toward him, her hand nearing his knee. Beneath the blanket, Leon discreetly gathered a small charge of thunder magic, ready to act if necessary. "Got you," he thought, certain this was the moment her true intentions would reveal themselves. But instead of anything nefarious, Mavis gently tugged at the blanket, covering his chest more securely. "Such a grown man, yet you sleep so carelessly. You'll catch a cold," she murmured softly. Leon's thunder magic dissipated in an instant, leaving him feeling slightly foolish. He continued to feign sleep as Mavis stood and walked back to her seat by the fire. Opening one eye just a sliver, Leon watched her silhouette against the firelight. She seemed serene, gazing into the flames with an unreadable expression. The enigma of Mavis deepened. "Who are you really, Teacher Mavis?" Leon mused silently, as the gentle sounds of the night lulled him into genuine rest. "611. Vol 5ch, 88. In the quiet hours of the night, around 2 a.m., Leon, half asleep and leaning against a tree, was roused by excited shouts from the forest. "Dad, Teacher Mavis, we found the token." Leon quickly stood, blinking away the last traces of sleep, and turned toward the sound. Noah and Helena were running toward them, wide grins on their faces. In Noah's hand gleamed the coveted object of their test, the St. Heath's Academy emblem token. Looks like my eldest daughter knows how to get things done, Leon thought proudly, his chest swelling with paternal pride. He glanced toward Mevis, who had been sitting silently on the other side of the campfire. Her serene expression suggested she had expected this outcome all along. "Teacher, we've completed the task." Noah handed the token to Mevis, who inspected it carefully before nodding in approval. She glanced at her timer stone. "Well done. You managed it in about 10 hours, which is an excellent time compared to similar tests in previous years." Mevis patted both Noah and Helena on their heads. "You two did wonderfully." "Thank you, teacher." Helena giggled, but honestly, Noah did most of the work. I almost fell asleep staring at the map half the time. Mevis chuckled softly. "Teamwork is about every member playing their part, Helena. Don't sell yourself short." Leon, watching the scene, chimed in. "All right, let's rest and eat something before heading back at sunrise." "Great idea," Noah and Helena agreed in unison. Mevis opened her bag, pulling out some neatly packed rations. To Leon's astonishment, the food looked far more appetizing than the roasted fish from earlier. Balanced portions of meat, vegetables, and grains were laid out, clearly designed for nutrition and taste. "This one's for you, Noah, and this one's for Helena. Heat them up and they'll be ready to eat," Mevis instructed. "Thank you, teacher." Leon stared at the food enviously, his eye twitching. His mind raced with indignation. NMD, WSM. Why did Teacher Mevis bring perfectly good rations? Yet earlier I had to eat fish that may or may not have swum through pollution. His internal complaints must have been written all over his face, because Mevis noticed his expression and smiled knowingly. "Here, Prince, this one's yours," she said, handing him another ration pack. Leon perked up immediately. "Oh, you even saved one for me, huh? I guess I'll forgive the earlier fish situation." He opened the pack eagerly, only for his face to fall. "Carrots? Why are there so many carrots? This is a betrayal of trust." He froze, staring at the offensive orange vegetable like it was his mortal enemy. "Dad, why aren't you eating?" Noah asked innocently, tilting her head. "Uncle Leon, you do like it. Do you not eat carrots?" Helena teased, her mischievous grin adding salt to the wound. Leon stammered, No, it's not that." Just as he was ready to declare his distaste, Mevis intervened, holding out a different ration pack. "Oops, my mistake. That one was mine. Here's yours, Prince." Leon hesitated but swapped packs. Opening the new one cautiously, he blinked in surprise. Inside were slices of perfectly cooked steak, paired with mashed potatoes and greens. Not a single carrot in sight. "Teacher Mevis, is there nothing you don't think of?" he muttered, slightly embarrassed by his earlier assumptions. Mevis smiled but didn't reply, turning back to help Noah and Helena warm their food. The warm glow of the fire reflected on the trio as they chatted and laughed, their bond evident. Leon sat quietly, watching them with an inscrutable expression. He eventually turned his gaze to the fire, lost in thought. 2 weeks later, Silver Dragon Sanctuary. In the grand hall of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, Rosvisser set down her pen and looked at Leon. "You're going to visit Mevis's old clan." Leon nodded. "Yes, she claims to be from the Black Moon Dragon clan, but they were wiped out decades ago during the war. If that's true, there shouldn't be much left to see." "But something about her doesn't add up," Leon continued. "I can't explain it, but there's something in the details, little things, that feel off. If I can't investigate her through normal channels, I'll have to go there myself." Rosvisser's silver eyes softened as she considered his words. After a moment, she nodded. "All right, I'll go with you tomorrow." Leon blinked, surprised by her immediate agreement. "I trust your instincts," Rosvisser said simply. "If you think there's something wrong, I'll be there to face it with you." Her determination was clear. As both a mother and queen, Rosvisser wasn't about to let anything jeopardize their family. The following morning, the two set out for the ruins of the Black Moon Dragon clan's territory. The journey was quiet, Leon lost in thought for most of it. Rosvisser, understanding his temperament, refrained from breaking the silence. She knew her husband well enough to let him process his thoughts without interruption. "Rosvisser," Leon finally spoke, breaking the stillness. "I'm listening," she replied. "I have a feeling this is leading to something bigger," he said, his tone serious. Something bigger than Mevis, Rosvisser asked. Leon nodded, much bigger. The wind swept through his dark hair as he gazed into the distance, his deep black eyes reflecting both resolve and the weight of the battles to come. "612. Vol 5ch, 89. Several hours later, Leon and Rosvisser's carriage arrived at the desolate ruins of the Black Moon Dragon clan. Just as Mevis had described, the area was a shadow of its former glory, long since consumed by the ravages of war. Crumbling buildings and broken palaces littered the barren landscape. Overgrown brush and weeds stretched across every corner, while small, dangerous creatures darted among the ruins, scavenging for food. The streets and homes, though overrun by nature, still hinted at their original grandeur. The remnants of stone pathways and intricate carvings told the story of a once thriving civilization. Leon and Rosvisser walked through the remnants of the clan's territory, their expressions heavy with thought. "We should recap what we know so far about Mevis and the peculiarities surrounding her," Rosvisser said, her voice calm but deliberate. "Let's start from the beginning. The first time we met Mevis was in Sky City, correct?" Leon nodded. "Yes. At the time, we were preoccupied with the Iran incident, so we didn't pay much attention to her. It wasn't until the second encounter that I started to notice her. Aura, I guess you'd call it. That inexplicable sense of familiarity." Rosvisser furrowed her brow. "Exactly. But here's the thing, neither the Silver Dragon clan nor I have ever had any connections with the Black Moon clan. It's impossible for me to have met Mevis or her family. What about you?" Leon tucked his hands into his pockets and thought for a moment before shaking his head. "No, during my time in the Dragon King service, we never encountered the Black Moon clan. In fact, the clan was wiped out over 30 years ago, long before I was even born." Rosvisser gave a quiet hum of acknowledgement before continuing. "So, that unexplainable familiarity remains our first major red flag. It's illogical but undeniable." "And then there's the second issue," Leon added. "Her so-called habit of resting with her eyes closed. But every time I used hypersense to observe her, I noticed her consciousness remained unusually active. It's as if she's communicating with someone." Hypersense was a gift Leon had refined over years of combat. It allowed him to perceive subtle fluctuations in a person's intentions or movements, almost as if he could read their thoughts in real time. Normally, this ability was invaluable for anticipating attacks in battle, but in Mevis's case, it revealed something much stranger. When people sleep or rest, their mental activity slows down, even when they're dreaming, Leon explained. But Mevis's consciousness is different. It's like she's having an ongoing conversation, only with someone we can't see or hear. "That's incredibly suspicious," Rosvisser agreed, "and it's the second thing about her that doesn't add up." Rosvisser crossed her arms, her silver eyes glinting as she gazed at the sky. "And the third oddity is how much she knows about you, even down to something as trivial as your hatred of carrots." Leon cringed at the reminder. "I'd like to think she found that out through Light, but honestly, even Light wouldn't care enough to share something like that." Rosvisser smirked. "Exactly. It's almost like Mevis has access to knowledge no one should have, or maybe she's going to great lengths to study you." "Either way, it doesn't sit right," Leon muttered. The pair continued their search, eventually arriving at the ruins of what once must have been the clan's grand sanctuary. Its crumbled arches and shattered pillars bore silent witness to the tragedies of the past. Rosvisser shifted into her dragon form to clear a path through the rubble. With a single powerful swipe of her tail, the debris blocking the entrance was swept aside. They entered cautiously, scanning the interior for any clues. The sanctuary was vast but utterly destroyed. Hours passed as they combed through every corner, finding nothing but ash and fragments of what might have been priceless relics. By sunset, they were seated on the remains of a broken throne, weary from the fruitless search. "You know," Rosvisser said, leaning back against the wall, "what if Mevis isn't royalty at all? What if she's just someone who happened to learn etiquette somewhere?" Leon raised an eyebrow. "And how do you explain her behavior then? the way she carries herself screams nobility. Who says common folk can't learn to act noble? Rosvisser teased. Leon sighed, running a hand through his hair. I guess, but something still feels off about her. It's like there's this invisible thread connecting her to everything we're doing, but we can't see where it leads. Rosvisser stood and dusted herself off. Well, if we find nothing here, we'll just have to keep looking. We're not done yet, Leon. Leon chuckled weakly. Your enthusiasm is terrifying sometimes, my queen. The hours stretched on, and their hopes of finding anything tangible began to dwindle. Just as they were about to give up, Leon opened a decrepit drawer and froze. Rosvisser, I think I found something. She hurried over as Leon carefully pulled out an old, dusty diary. Its cover was worn and cracked with age, but the title was still legible. The Diary of Kate de Merlot. Flipping it open, Leon began to read. Creation Calendar 1697, August 22. My sister was accepted into the Black Moon Royal Guard today. Mom and Dad prepared a big feast to celebrate. Creation Calendar 1698, February 17. My sister returned from a dangerous mission. She was badly injured, but said it was an honor to fight for the Black Moon clan. Creation Calendar 1702, July 16. The guard told us my sister didn't make it. She stayed behind to cover their retreat, surrounded by enemies. I refused to believe it. The final entry made Leon's breath catch. Creation Calendar 1702, December 2. On a snowy day, the king released spirit lanterns for the fallen warriors. One of them bore my sister's name, Mavis de Merlot. Leon's hands trembled as the diary slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. A faded photograph fluttered out from between the pages. He picked it up, his heart pounding. The image showed a happy family, a young girl, her proud parents, and Mavis, Leon whispered, his voice shaking. Black hair, dark eyes, the same composed expression. It was undeniably her. Rosvisser's face paled as realization dawned. If Mavis died over 30 years ago, then who is the one teaching at St. Heath's Academy? Leon clenched his fists, his jaw tightening. We need to find out, now. "613. Vol 5ch, 90. Mysteries upon mysteries piled up, leaving Leon thoroughly baffled by the enigmatic Mavis. Even without fully understanding the sequence of events, Leon was determined not to let a mysterious figure like Mavis, a woman seemingly resurrected from the dead, continue to linger by Noah's side. Rosvisser shared the same conviction. Without much hesitation, the couple set off for St. Heath's Academy. But if Mavis truly has ulterior motives, what could they be? On the way, Rosvisser voiced her thoughts. Getting close to Noah, gaining her trust, or something else entirely. Leon frowned deeply. It was rare for him to feel this lost about a situation. Faced with his wife's questions, Leon couldn't provide a clear or definitive answer this time. All I know is that whatever her goal is, it doesn't seem to involve replacing Noah outright or harming her directly, at least not for now. Leon pressed his lips together and continued. Regardless, her background is too vague. The academic investigation likely only uncovered what she carefully fabricated before submitting her credentials to the academy, which explains why they found nothing. We were incredibly lucky to stumble upon that diary. Looking back now, Leon couldn't help but feel a chill. Mavis, who should have perished along with the Black Moon Dragon clan 30 years ago, now stood as Noah's teacher at St. Heath's Academy, interacting with her daily. Were her words true or false? If true, she indeed hailed from the extinct Black Moon Dragon clan. But if false, how could she possibly claim the identity of the sole survivor of the Black Moon Dragon clan? What exactly happened to her after the collapse of her clan 30 years ago? Did she encounter someone, make certain promises, or perhaps strike some kind of deal? Leon rubbed his temples, his thoughts tangled in chaos. Even so, he resolved to head to the academy and protect Noah. He and Rosvisser agreed they wouldn't let their daughter face such unknown risks alone. Hours later at dawn, the couple arrived at St. Heath's Academy. Classes had already begun. Leon gestured toward the office building in the distance. You go find Principal Alette and show her the diary. Explain Mevis's situation. I'll head straight to the training hall to find Noah." Rossvisor nodded. "Be careful." "Got it." With their plan set, the two parted ways. Leon crossed the grassy field and arrived at the training grounds connected to the arena. Entering the hall Noah frequently used for practice, he looked around, but neither Noah nor Mevis was in sight. Leon's heart sank. He hurried inside, about to call out Noah's name, when he heard a faint sobbing sound coming from the audience stands. Turning toward the sound, he saw Noah sitting alone in the corner of the back row. Her small shoulders trembled as she cried quietly. Leon rushed over immediately. "Noah, what's wrong? Are you okay?" As he knelt beside her, Leon noticed a letter clutched in her hands. The paper bore smudges where her tears had fallen. Noah raised her tear-streaked face and looked at Leon. "Dad, Teacher Mevis is gone." She wiped at her eyes and sniffled before asking, "Why are you here, Dad?" "Well, Leon stammered, unsure how to respond. Before he could find the words, Noah looked down at the letter in her hands and said softly, "She left." "She who?" "Teacher Mevis." Noah's shoulders shook as she sobbed. Crushed by the weight of her emotions, she crumpled the letter in her hands, biting her lip. Why did she leave without saying a word? "Mevis is gone." Leon opened his mouth to speak, but countless questions jammed in his throat, leaving him unsure which to ask first. After a brief hesitation, he decided to ask nothing. Leon knew that to Noah, Mevis was nothing more than a kind and capable mentor. Noah was unaware of Mevis's mysterious background or her inexplicable return from the dead. To Noah, Mevis was a trusted teacher and friend. For Mevis to suddenly leave without a word, leaving behind only a letter, was undoubtedly a devastating blow to Noah. Leon realized that if he told Noah now that her teacher might be a resurrected ghost, it would be too much for her to bear. Even if she believed him, the shock would be overwhelming. So instead, Leon gently stroked Noah's shoulder, letting her lean into his arms as he comforted her. Maybe Mevis had reasons she couldn't explain, which is why she left without saying goodbye. "Do you really think so, Dad?" "I do. Adults sometimes have things they just can't talk about." "And besides, Mevis didn't leave without a word. She left you a letter, didn't she?" Noah sniffled as she leaned into her father's warm embrace, her gaze falling on the letter. The final line of the letter read, "I will wait for you in the true future. Your teacher, Mevis de Merlot." Her father's words offered a small measure of comfort, but the pain still lingered, clouding her thoughts. Noah carefully folded the letter and rested her head against Leon's chest, closing her eyes. About half an hour later, Leon brought Noah to the principal's office. Opening the door, they found the room silent except for the ticking of the clock. Rossvisor and Principal Alette sat facing each other. Hearing footsteps, Rossvisor turned and saw them. "Noah." "Mom, you're here too." Noah walked over and stood beside Rossvisor. Rossvisor immediately noticed the traces of tears on her daughter's face. Being perceptive, she didn't ask any questions, instead pulling Noah into her lap. Taking out a handkerchief, she gently wiped the tears from Noah's eyes. "Teacher Mevis resigned yesterday," Principal Alette said with a sigh. "Actually, at the start of this semester, a few months ago, she told me she planned to resign soon but would complete her most important collaborative projects and external evaluations first. She also asked me not to tell Noah about her decision." So her resignation had been planned months ago. Leon realized it likely wasn't connected to their discovery of the diary. "Did Mevis explain why she was resigning?" Leon asked. Principal Alette shook her head. "She didn't give any specific reason. I suspect it might be related to the diary you." She stopped mid-sentence, catching the subtle looks exchanged between Leon and Rossvisor. Leon stood by the door, subtly shaking his head and glancing at Noah nestled in Rossvisor's arms. Understanding his intent, the principal refrained from continuing. "Mevis was an outstanding and low-key teacher during her time at the academy. We'll miss her." Turning to Noah, she added, "Noah, I'm sorry for keeping this from you, but it was at Mevis's request. I hope you and the Silver Dragon family can understand." We'll arrange for another teacher to take her place soon. Thank you, Rosvisser said as she stood, lifting Noah into her arms. With Noah hiding her face in her mother's shoulder, Rosvisser discreetly pocketed the diary from the desk. Let's not trouble you any further. We'll take our leave. Of course, I'll have someone escort you out, the principal offered. Leon opened the door, and Rosvisser carried Noah out first. He followed closely, but just as he stepped out, a teacher entered, holding a document. Principal, here's a withdrawal application for a student in the Young Dragon Division. Please review it. All right, bring it here. Leon barely spared the teacher a glance as he hurried to catch up with Rosvisser and Noah. "614. Vol 5ch, 91. The dim cave echoed with the sound of water dripping from its ceiling, an occasional droplet breaking the silence. Plop! A pair of low-heeled boots splashed through a shallow puddle as their owner strode purposefully toward the cave's depths. The faint blue glow of enchanted torches lit the path ahead, guiding her until she stood before a grand throne. She knelt, one knee pressed into the damp stone, her head bowed low as she spoke with reverence. Master Shadow, you summoned me back from St. Heath's Academy so urgently. Is there a new task for me? The figure on the throne remained still for a moment, draped in a black robe. His leg was casually crossed, one hand propping up his chin while the other rested on the armrest, its fingers tapping rhythmically against the dark stone. Though his posture was relaxed, the air around him was colder than the shadowed cave itself. It was oppressive enough to make Elizabeth, kneeling below, not dare to lift her gaze. Elizabeth, he began, his voice calm but edged with menace. When I sent you to St. Heath's Academy, I gave you two tasks. First, identify the right moment to initiate the underworld fire plan. Second, apply pressure on that rookie's daughters to destabilize the Ale family. His tone sharpened as he continued. Tell me, Elizabeth, do you consider the second task complete? It was not a question meant for an answer, and the woman kneeling below him knew it. Elizabeth's lips turned pale, and cold sweat soaked through her undergarments as she struggled to breathe steadily. Master Shadow, I did my best, she replied, trying to mask her trembling. How unfortunate, Shadow remarked, his voice thick with disdain. The underworld fire plan has already begun. The sparks of conflict from Thais and Hefei have reached the rookie's doorstep, and yet Nor spends her days under Mevis's watch, hesitant to act. She doesn't even listen to my orders. Before Elizabeth could interject, he added with a cold chuckle. What about the others? Elizabeth swallowed hard. Her face turned ashen as she recalled the many blunders over recent weeks. Moon is manageable, she stammered, but she's constantly with that pink-haired girl. And Aurora. Elizabeth hesitated, then sighed in defeat. I can't win against her. Her blunt admission drew a rare reaction from the figure on the throne. Shadow uncrossed his legs, leaning forward slightly with genuine intrigue. You mean to tell me that in over 40 years of life, your intellect is outmatched by a 5-year-old? Yes, Master, please forgive me. That child is exceptionally clever. Shadow suppressed a laugh, waving a dismissive hand as he leaned back against the throne. Forget it, the underworld fire plan has succeeded, proving my theories correct. The rest no longer matters. Sensing a shift in tone, Elizabeth wasted no time in flattering him. As expected of you, Master. Constantine's rampage at St. Heath's Academy caused ripples that still affect the Dragon clan. And with our agents fanning the flames, the negative sentiment within the clan is ripe for exploitation. Shadow's lips curled into a faint smirk. Indeed, Karmos has secured his fame and influence within the Dragon clan, but these creatures hold grudges for decades. It's time they relived true fear. You're unparalleled in your wisdom, Master, Elizabeth added quickly. Shadow's gaze darkened as he spoke again. You mentioned Mevis earlier. She didn't return with you. I left her stationed outside the stronghold, Master. Shall I summon her? Bring her in. Yes, Master. Elizabeth rose and exited the cave. Before long, she returned, followed by Mevis. Mevis's high ponytail swayed as she entered, her attire a mix of sleek black and practical combat wear. The outfit was sharp and authoritative, though the small bear patch stitched onto her jacket felt oddly out of place in the cold, oppressive cave. She knelt beside Elizabeth, her posture much straighter, her composure unwavering. "Mevis," Shadow's voice broke the silence, low and commanding. "Yes, master." "Do you remember why you pledged your loyalty to me?" "Yes, master," Mevis replied, her voice steady but tinged with a faint tremor. "You promised that if I served you, you'd grant me a black dragon scale to save my family." At the mention of her family, her voice faltered briefly, a crack in her otherwise stoic demeanor. Shadow, however, paid no heed to the nuance. "That's correct. I once thought you'd become one of my most capable lieutenants. But then I sent Elizabeth to support you, and yet you've faltered." His choice of words was deliberate. He didn't accuse her outright, but instead implied a loss of momentum. Mevis understood the nuance, but chose not to counter directly. Instead, she offered Elizabeth an opening to explain. "Master, I did collaborate with Elizabeth," Mevis said calmly, "but her methods were often too extreme, risking exposure." "Extreme?" Elizabeth snapped, defensive. "There were countless opportunities to act against those brats. If it weren't for you, we'd have succeeded by now. The rookie would have lost his mind already. And then, he'd kill us both before tracking down Master's location and wiping out our entire operation," Mevis retorted evenly. "Enough," Shadow's voice cut through their bickering, sharp and final. He pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling slowly. "Mevis, to abandon the pursuit of the ultimate fear now would be foolish. We must remain in the shadows until the seal is broken. Everything since the Empire's involvement has been slipping beyond my grasp." The tension between the two women was palpable, but Shadow pressed on. "Now, Mevis, what of your other task? Have you uncovered anything about Noah's soul?" Drip. Drip. The cave grew eerily still as the question hung in the air. Elizabeth turned, watching Mevis with curiosity and doubt. Mevis gazed into a small puddle at her feet. The water reflected her face, stern and composed, before shifting into a different visage. Soft silver-black hair, sapphire-blue eyes, a gaze unyielding in its determination. A faint smile curved Mevis's lips as she closed her eyes and replied softly. "I found no trace of Noah's soul, master." "615. Vol 5ch, 92. Over a month had passed since Mevis's abrupt departure. The academy assigned Noah a new instructor. Just like before, the teacher was a one-on-one mentor with a distinct personality, cold, stern, and commanding, much like Mevis. It was as if the academy deliberately chose someone similar, perhaps to provoke Noah's dislike for that type of instructor. The new teacher was equally skilled, yet they were not Mevis. Despite the change, Noah dedicated herself fully to her training. Her discipline remained unwavering, as if she believed Mevis might be watching her from the shadows. She caused no trouble for the new instructor and never questioned the academy's decision to replace Mevis. Day after day, Noah maintained her strict routine, eating, sleeping, spending time with her sisters, and training relentlessly. Her gaze, however, had grown quieter, more distant. Only in the company of her sisters did the faintest trace of a smile appear. Moon and Aurora noticed. They knew why their sister had become like this. Mevis's departure had been a blow not just to Noah, but to them as well. Even though they were Mevis's direct students, her presence in Noah's life had naturally brought her into theirs. Moon adored Mevis, who wouldn't love a beautiful, strong, older sister who always praised her baking, no matter how it turned out. "Delicious," Mevis would always say. Aurora liked her too. Mevis would laugh at her harmless pranks and shield her when others got upset, saying, "Leave it to me to handle." Once everyone left, she'd gently reprimand Aurora with a smile, "Don't do that again." Above all, Mevis gave them a warmth that felt not like a mere friendship, but something deeper, something inherently kind. And then she was gone. Without a word, leaving only 3 letters behind. Moon had cried for hours when she found out. But as time passed and their sorrow ebbed, the Dragon Sisters accepted the reality. "She's different from our sister," they reasoned. If Noah were Mevis, she wouldn't have left after nearly 2 years together. Still, the two resolved. We'll make Noah happy again, like before. Moon stood with hands on her hips, her little tail wagging with determination. Aurora, lying on the grass in front of her, scratched her head. So, do you have an actual plan, third sister? No. Aurora fell back into the grass, arms stretched wide, staring at the clear blue sky with her pink eyes. Forget it, third sister. Captain always said, you can't just decide to make someone happy. These things take time. Noah needs to find her own way out. Rarely had the goddess of mischief herself been stumped. Moon pouted, sitting down beside her. Her tail drooped as she began picking at blades of grass in frustration. But I don't want to see her like this. If Noah isn't happy, I'm not happy. The two sisters lay there, deflated, staring up at the sky. Suddenly, the sunlight on their faces was blocked by a figure. A familiar, flowing blue presence entered their vision. Helena, Moon exclaimed, her eyes widening. What are you doing here? Helena smiled softly and sat down gracefully, her legs tucked neatly behind her. I came to ask if you've thought of a way to cheer Noah up. The dragon sisters raised their hands, then waved them in defeat, replying in unison. Nope. Do you have an idea, Helena? Aurora asked. Helena scratched her temple, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. I have an idea, but it's more of an opportunity than a solution. Moon and Aurora shot up like springs, leaning in eagerly. What's the opportunity? Next week, the Academy will hold a fireworks festival to celebrate the start of the long holiday. Before Mavis left, she promised Noah they'd watch the fireworks together. Helena hesitated, then continued. I thought maybe seeing the fireworks might cheer Noah up a little. Really? Then we have to take Noah to see them, Moon said excitedly. Aurora's, however, furrowed her brow. But what if it backfires? What if seeing the fireworks just makes her miss Mavis even more? Helena sighed. That's why I said it's an opportunity, not a guarantee. She'll go not just for the fireworks, but to remember Mavis. Whether she finds closure or feels worse afterward, no one can say. Aurora fell silent, her usual cleverness offering no solutions. Moon, however, refused to give up. We'll find a way. 3 dragon sisters are better than 1 genius. Aurora and Helena exchanged skeptical glances. Second sister, where did you even hear that saying? It's terrible. Helena chuckled softly, closing her eyes. All we can do now is wait for the fireworks festival. A week later, St. Heath's Academy held its grand fireworks festival on the eve of the holiday. Moon held Noah's hand, with Aurora and Helena trailing behind, as they headed to the field early to secure the best viewing spot. The fireworks hadn't started yet, and the principal was giving a speech. It was the usual fare: enjoy your break, but don't slack off. Stay safe and listen to your parents. Finally, the speech ended, and the festival began. The first firework shot into the sky, bursting with a crack into the Academy's crest. Cheers erupted from the crowd. The principal really outdoes himself every year, someone remarked. Yeah, I heard this year's finale will be even fancier. Fireworks continued to light up the sky, forming various cute shapes that reflected in the students' beaming faces. Look, Noah, that big dragon is from your youth division. Moon tugged at her sister's hand, pointing excitedly. Noah nodded faintly, offering a small Min reply. She smiled and watched with her sisters and Helena. She was happy. But Noah's gaze dropped to the empty seat beside her. The person who had promised to watch the fireworks with her wasn't there. She clenched her hands briefly, then pushed the thought away. She wouldn't ruin the mood for her sisters, at least not until the festival ended. Look at that rose firework, so pretty. Yeah, but isn't it all just red and yellow? Kind of boring. True, when will they make fireworks in other colors? As the colorful explosions continued, the light illuminated Noah's face, her forced smile slipping. Her mind wandered back to a memory. Noah, let's watch the fireworks together at the end of the term, okay? Okay, teacher. What kind of fireworks do you want to see? Fire ones are boring. I want thunder ones. Dad made happy birthday for Mom once, and it was amazing. Wow, you've got some good ideas. Hee hee, Tilda. They made a promise. So why had Mavis broken it? Why had she left without saying goodbye? Who knew when or if they'd ever meet again? Noah blinked away her thoughts. She hadn't been this sentimental before. Feelings were exhausting. Was this what Mevis had meant by adult regrets? Sensing Noah's growing melancholy, Moon and Aurora exchanged glances and quickly stepped in. It's getting cold, Noah. Let's go back. Huh, aren't we staying for the rest? We can watch the replay later with the recording stone. Let's head back now. Okay. Just as the sisters turned to leave, the vice principal's voice boomed over the field. Everyone, before we conclude tonight's festival, there's one final firework. This one was a special gift from a mysterious friend, dedicated to one of our students. The message accompanying it reads, "Wishing you a bright future." Noah stopped in her tracks, turning slowly. An orange-yellow firework shot into the sky like a spear, piercing the darkness. It soared high before exploding into a dazzling display of blue light, casting a radiant glow over the field and Noah's face. Wow, thunder fireworks, they're so rare and beautiful. Whoever sent this must be amazing. Thunder magic is so hard to use for fireworks. Noah stared at the sky, the lightning intertwining with the brilliant display. Finally, she closed her eyes, a soft smile gracing her lips. Thank you, Mevis. Far away atop a mountain, a shadowy figure stood on a treetop, watching the fireworks. Her long hair swayed in the wind as she turned slightly, her voice a faint whisper. This was our promise, Noah. With that, she disappeared into the night. "616. Vol 5ch, 93. Winter break at St. Heath's Academy had officially begun. The workaholic and the daughter-obsessed man of the Melkvey family have rediscovered their first love. That is to say, the queen worked during the day and let herself be admired at night, while the rookie spent his days with the kids and his nights, possibly creating more. However, their current honeymoon phase was a bit different from their early days together. Rosvisser, following Leon's advice, no longer worked late into the night and often allowed herself to be admired in the evenings. Leon, on the other hand, no longer handled every aspect of parenting himself. Their daughters were growing up and didn't need constant supervision anymore. Even their youngest, Muse, could be entrusted to her older sisters. Observing this, Leon, ever the strategist, concluded, as long as we keep having kids, we'll never have to parent them ourselves. By the time one is born, the older ones are already grown. Dragon genes for the win. Though he joked about it, there were no plans to expand the family for now. Their hands were full with the current children, and they both understood the uncertain state of the world. The Melkveys wanted their children to grow up in a carefree and peaceful environment. For now, Muse would remain the youngest member of the family. Hefe, the honorary sibling entrusted to them by Constantine, was a special case. Though she had integrated well into their family, she often thought about her late father, who had left her life just as he was learning to be a parent. Whenever Hefe fell into these melancholic moods, the entire Melkvey family rallied around her. Noah would offer, "Come train with me, long runs, sparring, anything to keep your mind busy." That's how I got through missing teacher Mevis. Moon countered, No, that won't work. Hefe just needs to eat, sleep, and eat some more. Trust me, food cures everything. Aurora rolled her eyes. Stop treating her like a pig. Hefe, listen to me instead. Spend the morning climbing Milan's windows, the afternoon helping Anna in the kitchen, and the evening stargazing with Sherry. You'll forget everything. Muse, however, spoke softly. None of that will work. Let her sit with me and listen to some music. Trust me, I know what it's like to grow up in a family like ours. Indeed, Muse's music had a way of calming Hefe's troubled heart. It seemed they were a natural match, each finding comfort in the other. Watching their children bond so well brought Leon and Rosvisser immense pride. We've done right by Constantine, Leon remarked one snowy day as he stood under a cedar tree, watching the children play in the snow. Rosvisser, wrapped in a thick silver cloak, stood beside him. Her silver hair danced in the wind, making her look like a winter spirit. She gazed at the scene and said softly, "Time flies. It feels like Hefe has completely become part of the family." Leon squinted, his expression turning serious. Time really does fly. Rosvisser glanced at him, her eyes narrowing. What are you thinking about? Why the somber expression? Time flies, he repeated. And Noah and Moon are about to grow out of their cute, lowly phase into full-blown teenagers. Rosvisser equals. You're ridiculous. It was true that fire dragons matured much faster than human children. By the age of 8, they were already entering adolescence. Still, despite their growth, each daughter retained her unique charm. And if the older two were maturing, Leon could still enjoy the playful youth of Aurora and Muse for years to come. The couple's conversation soon turned serious. You've been having that dream again, haven't you? Rosvisser asked. Leon hesitated before nodding. Yes, and it's been happening more often. Since allowing the children some time off, Leon had been plagued by a recurring nightmare. In his dream, the continent of Sal was shrouded in darkness. Entire races were wiped out, leaving behind a desolate wasteland. At the heart of it all was a colossal white dragon, mortally wounded atop an icy mountain. Its massive wings drooped lifelessly down the slopes, and rivers of its blood flooded the land below, covering the ground littered with countless dragon corpses and the remains of other races. Leon stood amidst the carnage, surrounded by whispers of blame from the souls of the dead. Before the despair could consume him, a shadow enveloped the sky, crushing him with its suffocating presence. Just as the world seemed ready to collapse into ruin, Leon would wake in a cold sweat. After several iterations of this dream, Rosvisser had suggested consulting the elders about its meaning. Leon had taken a fae with him to seek their insight. The conversation had been cryptic. Leon, I dreamed of a white dragon dying on an icy mountain. Elder, Leon, it looked like it had given everything it had and still couldn't save anyone. Elder, Leon, and it led the dragons, only to be defeated by an overwhelmingly powerful enemy. Elder, Leon, can you stop humming and tell me who the white dragon is? Elder, it's me. Leon. Despite the elder's revelation, the events of the dream did not align with any known history. The scenes of icy mountains, fallen dragons, and collapsing skies had no precedent. This is no ordinary nightmare, the elder had concluded. It could be a sign of an awakening power or a warning of an impending catastrophe. Whatever it was, Leon felt certain that the shadow he saw in his dreams would soon disrupt their peace. Rosvisser observed her husband's profile. His expression was as strong and resolute as ever, but the weight of his thoughts was evident. She stepped closer, her boots crunching softly in the snow. Standing on her toes, she pressed a gentle kiss to his lips. There, now tonight, you'll dream of me. (617). Vol 5ch, 94. On a desolate, ruined land, a man staggered forward, dragging his battered body with great difficulty. Beneath his feet lay countless corpses, and his shoes were soaked with sticky blood and torn flesh. The brighter the light around him grew, the more blurred his vision became. His body wavered, as if ready to collapse at any moment. Slowly, he raised his hand, spreading his fingers as though trying to grasp something ahead. Suddenly, faint, ethereal figures began to appear before him, one after another. They transitioned from blurry to clear, standing in front of him, their expressions filled with disappointment. Boy, you were supposed to save them. Captain, why didn't you succeed? You used to be able to. Leon, you failed to protect Tefei. You promised me, but you didn't keep your word. As the voices fell, the figures disappeared one by one. But the accusations directed at the man were far from over. My dear husband, we've lost. The fate of the Silver Dragon clan should never have been entrusted to you. Silver Prince, is this the end? It seems you're no more the prophesied child of thunder than I am. Brother, you failed to protect anything, nothing at all. Dad, why is it so cold? Mumu feels so cold. Mumu is scared, why didn't you come to hold me? My father never failed, but everyone is gone. Grandpa Tagger, Grandma Charlotte, Aunt Helena, Aunt Isha, and even Rosvisser. Leon jolted awake, sitting upright in bed. His right hand clutched the blanket tightly as he gasped for air. His pupils were dilated, and cold sweat drenched the sheets beneath him. The nightmare had shaken him to his core. But no matter how vivid the dreams felt, the quiet environment around him reminded him that it was all just a dream. Click! The bedside lamp turned on. A gentle hand cradled Leon's face, guiding him to lean into the warmth of his wife's embrace. Her silver hair cascaded around him as she intertwined her fingers with his, feeling his still steady pulse. Rosvisser lowered her gaze, planting a soft kiss on his forehead as she spoke tenderly. "It's okay, it was just a dream, I'm here, don't be afraid." She comforted him with practiced ease, a sign that this wasn't the first time such an incident had occurred. Since their brief conversation in the courtyard, Leon's nightmares had only worsened. Previously, they occurred about 3 times a week. Now, it was every single night, sometimes even during naps. Leon's mental state reflected his torment, and Rosvisser felt his suffering deeply. She had arranged for the Silver Dragon clan's apothecary to prepare calming remedies and tried to make Leon as comfortable as possible before bed. Nothing worked. The nightmares still dragged him into their depths, and Leon described them as feeling less like dreams and more like a surreal blend of reality and illusion forcefully thrust into his mind. The pain they caused wasn't just from the vivid, horrific scenes he experienced. The lingering psychological weight after waking was unbearable. Caught between reality and fantasy, Leon felt himself losing his grip on what was real. After calming down slightly, Leon patted Rosvisser's shoulder. "I'm going to wash my face." "All right." Leon threw off the blanket and got out of bed. In the bathroom, he turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on his face. The chill refreshed him momentarily, but the shadow of the nightmare still lingered. He rested his hands on the sink, staring at his reflection in the mirror. His damp hair clung to his forehead, droplets trailing down his dark locks. His face bore the exhaustion of several sleepless nights. "What's happening to me?" he murmured. As he spoke, a faint blue glow flickered in the mirror. Startled, Leon blinked and leaned closer to investigate. But upon closer inspection, he realized the glow wasn't from the mirror. It was emanating from the scar on his brow. The scar, a relic from his time serving in the dragon military, was subtle and had once added a rugged charm to his appearance. Rosvisser had often admired it when they first met. But now, the scar was faintly glowing blue. Thinking it was his imagination, Leon rubbed his eyes and looked again. The glow was gone. "Maybe I'm just seeing things," he muttered. With his lack of sleep and the strain of the nightmares, hallucinations weren't surprising. Leon brushed it off and returned to bed. After exchanging a few words with Rosvisser, they kissed goodnight and drifted back to sleep. The following morning, Leon woke up groggily, his routine delayed by his poor sleep. By the time he finished freshening up, Rosvisser was waiting for him at the door. Dressed in a greenish-blue robe and holding a white gold towel, Leon tilted his head in confusion. "Is something wrong?" "My sister is here." Leon scratched his head. "Big sister Isha, why is she here? Well, let's go greet her." "She's not here as a guest." Leon froze, not as a guest then. 10 minutes later, in the palace hall. "A psychologist." Leon stared in surprise at the elderly woman seated before him. Her refined posture, graceful movements, and gold-rimmed glasses exuded an air of authority. "That's right," Isha replied matter-of-factly. "When little Rose wrote to me about your nightmares and how nothing seemed to work, I went to Sky City to bring you the best and most renowned psychologist in all of Dragonkind, Dr. Rachel. Thank me later." Leon blinked, then chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "Nightmares aren't exactly a psychological issue, are they?" Isha sighed. "Who knows, but since nothing else has worked, it won't hurt to try this, right?" Appreciating her good intentions, Leon nodded. "All right, how do we begin? What do I need to do?" Isha turned to Dr. Rachel, who responded in a gentle voice. "Just lie down and relax, Your Highness. Don't overthink it." "Understood." Leon lay down on a plush sofa, placing his hands on his abdomen as he closed his eyes. Dr. Rachel sat beside him, beginning a calming conversation that felt more like casual chatter between friends. Meanwhile, Rosvisser and Isha stood nearby, observing the session. Rosvisser folded her arms and leaned toward Isha, whispering, "Do you think this will actually work? Who knows, but you don't want your husband suffering like this forever, do you?" "No, I guess this is worth a try." The sisters watched as Leon's expression gradually softened, his tone growing slower and more relaxed. "It's working," Rosvisser murmured, astonished. "She's incredible. She managed to calm him down already," Isha whispered back. Dr. Rachel glanced over and reassured them. "This isn't hypnosis. I'm simply guiding His Highness into his subconscious to uncover the root of his nightmares. Once we find it, we can address the cause." "Thank you, Doctor," Rosvisser replied. Dr. Rachel then turned her attention back to Leon. "Now, Your Highness, I want you to recall the most troubling aspects of your dream. You may feel fear in reality, but here, nothing can harm you. Trust in yourself to face and conquer this." Under her guidance, Leon began to respond, but his reactions weren't entirely positive. Sweat formed on his forehead, his fists clenched tightly, and his breathing grew ragged. Rosvisser's heart raced with worry. "Is he okay? This looks just like when he's in the dream." Dr. Rachel's voice remained calm but firm. "The dream's impact on him is profound. I'll try to bring him out now." As Rachel worked to wake Leon, Rosvisser and Isha watched anxiously. After a tense moment, Leon's expression finally relaxed and his breathing steadied. "He's fine now, he'll wake up shortly," Rachel assured them. Isha let out a breath of relief. "So, doctor, what's wrong with him?" Dr. Rachel shook her head. "This doesn't seem to be purely psychological. I'm afraid I can't provide a solution." Rosvisser's face fell. "Then, what should we do?" Rachel paused, then spoke carefully. "There is one being who might have answers. The Twilight Tower's master, Demos." "618. Vol 5ch, 95. Leon stirred awake, his vision slowly focusing on Rosvisser sitting by his side. Turning his head, he noticed Isha was still in the room as well. "You're awake, Leon," Rosvisser said softly, helping him sit up and lean against the headboard. Hearing her voice, Isha walked over. "Awake already, brother-in-law. Care to explain yourself?" Leon blinked in confusion. "Explain what? Why am I ranked below a donkey in your mental list of important things?" Leon looked utterly baffled, scratching his messy hair. "Big sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Rosvisser chuckled softly and proceeded to explain the things Leon had said while under Dr. Rachel's guidance. After hearing the explanation, Leon gulped nervously. "That doesn't count, sis, it doesn't count." "Counts or not, it still happened. If you want it to change, we'll have to rank things while you're fully awake," Isha retorted. "Imagine, after all I've done for you, I'm still ranked below a donkey." "Just let it go, sis. That donkey is sometimes more important than I am," Rosvisser teased, narrowing her eyes with a playful smile. "But to be fair, the donkey is adorable. I'll introduce you two someday." Isha smirked faintly but didn't press the matter further. Instead, she asked, "How are you feeling now, Leon?" Leon blinked, taking a moment to assess himself, then shook his head. "Still not great. Wait, where's Dr. Rachel?" "She said your symptoms aren't related to your mental state, but recommended someone who might help with your nightmares," Rosvisser explained. "Who?" "The Twilight Tower Master," Isha answered. Leon frowned in confusion. "The Tower Master? Isn't their specialty spatial magic? How are they supposed to help with dreams?" Rosvisser shook her head. Dr. Rachel didn't give many details, but she said the Tower Master is the most likely person to help. "It's not a big hassle to visit Sky City tomorrow, so what do you think?" Leon hesitated, but before he could respond, Isha interjected. "Rosvisser wrote to me recently, saying you haven't been eating or sleeping well. She's been worried sick about you." "Big sister, why are you bringing that up?" Rosvisser blushed slightly, clearly embarrassed about her concern being revealed. Isha shrugged, making a zipping motion across her lips to indicate she'd stopped talking. "I don't mind going to Sky City," Leon said, sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at the floor. "But something about this feels off, like it's not as simple as it seems." Rosvisser raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Leon furrowed his brow in thought, before turning to Isha. "Sis, how did you come across this Dr. Rachel?" Isha thought for a moment before answering. "It was a few weeks ago. I was in Sky City discussing the next phase of cooperation between the Wind Dragon clan and us. After the meeting, the Wind Dragon King suggested we take a stroll through the shopping district. I had nothing else to do, so I agreed. We bought clothes, had ice cream, and—" "You two went on a date, didn't you?" Leon interrupted, raising an eyebrow. "That doesn't sound like it has anything to do with a psychologist." "Let me finish," Isha said, rolling her eyes. "During our stroll, we visited a fortune-teller's shop. The fortune-teller, a woman named Afra, claimed she could read tarot cards, interpret dreams, and more. When she mentioned dreams, I thought about Rosvisser's letter and asked if she could help with your nightmares. But honestly, I thought she was just a charlatan spinning stories for entertainment. Later, as we waited for other Dragon Kings to join the Alliance discussions, I happened to meet Dr. Rachel. We got to talking, and the subject of your nightmares came up. She offered to help, so I brought her here." After finishing her story, Isha sighed and leaned back in her chair, resting her chin in her hand. "Honestly, I didn't expect this to require anyone else's help. Reputation doesn't always equal reliability, I suppose." Hearing this, Leon grew more convinced that the situation wasn't as coincidental as it seemed. After some thought, Leon spoke plainly. "Do you think it's possible the Tower Master deliberately orchestrated this to draw us into something?" Isha raised an eyebrow, looking skeptical. "What? Why would the Tower Master go to such lengths? Do they have nothing better to do?" "It's not impossible," Leon said. "If they wanted to involve me, they could have just sent an invitation directly. There's no need for such an elaborate setup." Leon shook his head, explaining further. "This is about more than cooperation or defeating the shadows. The Tower Master wants control over the partnership, over the flow of information, and ultimately over the outcome. By creating a situation where we need their knowledge, they're forcing us into a position of dependence. It's a game of silent negotiation, a battle of leverage. And right now, they're waiting for the perfect opportunity to tip the scales in their favor." Rosvisser nodded slowly, her expression thoughtful. "Whether through honesty or manipulation, they want to dictate the terms of this alliance. We need to tread carefully." Leon exhaled, then smiled faintly. "But if Dr. Rachel was sent by the Tower Master to lure us in, it also means they're running out of patience." Isha's eyes lit up. "That's true. If they're going to such great lengths to involve you, it means they're getting desperate." Leon stood and walked to the window, gazing at the horizon. "Desperate or not, we won't know until we go and find out for ourselves." "619. Vol 5ch, 96. In Sky City, Leon and Rosvisser stood side by side before the Twilight Tower, gazing up at the grand structure that dominated the city's center. "How do you plan to probe the Tower Master?" Rosvisser asked. "It's simple." Leon lowered his gaze to the grand entrance of the tower's first floor. "If Dr. Rachel wasn't sent by the Tower Master to lure us here, then she wouldn't know the true purpose of our visit today." "So," Rosvisser tilted her head slightly. "We'll take it slow. No matter what happens, don't rush. Just observe the Tower Master's reactions," Leon explained, his tone calm yet confident. "If he's truly growing impatient, he'll undoubtedly reveal something in his words." Rosvisser nodded. "All right, we'll do it your way." "And we'll apply some pressure on him," Leon added with a sly grin. "Pressure? What kind of pressure?" Leon chuckled softly and turned to Rosvisser, flashing her a cryptic smile. Seeing that smile, Rosvisser squinted knowingly. After 8 years of marriage, there was no need for words. A single glance, a single expression, was enough to understand each other's thoughts. Especially for a pair of scheming partners like them. It had been far too long since they'd conspired against someone together. Today, the Tower Master was in for a treat. Inside the Twilight Tower's audience hall, the Tower Master, Dimothy, had dismissed all attendants and guards, leaving only Leon, Rosvisser, and himself in the grand chamber. "King of the Silver Dragons, Your Highness, please have a seat," Dimothy said warmly as he approached to greet them. Leon and Rosvisser, exchanged polite pleasantries before sitting down. This is tea from the Gold Sand Dragon clan, a specialty of Morgan. Its flavor is rich yet not overwhelming. He gifted me some recently, and I've been saving it for a special occasion. Please try it, the Tower Master offered, pouring them each a steaming cup. His hospitality seemed genuine, but Leon and Rosvisser noted that it bordered on excessive. Timothy's eagerness betrayed his anticipation, or perhaps even desperation, for this visit. "Thank you for the kind hospitality," Leon replied graciously, though neither he nor Rosvisser touched their tea. Tea often signified the beginning of negotiations, and they weren't about to jump into Timothy's rhythm without first testing the waters. After a few moments of sipping his own tea, Timothy leaned forward slightly and asked, "So, what brings the two of you to visit today?" Leon smiled, but offered a nonchalant response. "Oh, nothing much. Things have been peaceful lately, and we haven't made any progress on the matter of ultimate fear. We thought we'd stop by and pay you a visit, nothing urgent." Timothy was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered, laughing heartily. "You honor me with your presence, Your Highness. Sky City and the Twilight Tower are always open to you." He took another slow sip of his tea, his movements deliberate, as though waiting for Leon and Rosvisser to bring up their real purpose. But the couple remained silent, exchanging only occasional glances and subtle gestures of affection. The more Leon and Rosvisser ignored the Tower Master's attempts to guide the conversation, the more restless he became. The tension grew palpable. Timothy's carefully constructed plan to control the narrative was unraveling before his eyes, and Leon knew it. Minutes passed in heavy silence, broken only by the sound of tea being sipped. Leon sips tea. Rosvisser nods thoughtfully. Timothy sweats nervously. 10 minutes later, Leon looks at his cup. "This tea is excellent." Rosvisser smiles sweetly. "Very much so." Timothy puts down his empty teapot, visibly exasperated. The scene resembled a game of romantic indifference, where Timothy played the role of a hopeful suitor desperately seeking attention, only to be ignored. Finally, unable to endure the silence any longer, Timothy sighed heavily, breaking the tension. "So, Your Highness, you've already realized the truth about Dr. Rachel, haven't you?" Leon raised an eyebrow. "Indeed." Timothy shook his head and chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I should have known nothing escapes the Silver Prince. Forgive my clumsy machinations." "My curious nature tends to make me overly suspicious," Leon replied smoothly. Timothy waved a hand dismissively. "According to Dr. Rachel, Your Highness has been troubled by nightmares. Is that correct?" "Yes," Leon confirmed. Timothy's expression grew serious. "The fact that these dreams have reached your ears and that you've come seeking answers suggests that they may be linked to the ultimate fear." The Tower Master's urgency implied that Leon's nightmares were of great significance. After all, their collaboration revolved entirely around the threat of ultimate fear. "Are you familiar with the ancient prophecies of the dragon priests?" Timothy asked. "Prophecies?" Leon glanced at Rosvisser, who shook her head. "If you've decided to share, Tower Master, spare us the riddles and tell us everything," Leon said firmly. Timothy sighed deeply, acknowledging Leon's unyielding demeanor. "Dealing with you truly is a daunting experience, Your Highness. You see through everything." "I'll admit the pressure isn't because you're difficult, but because it's impossible to outmaneuver you," Timothy admitted with a wry smile. After a moment of hesitation, he revealed, "There are two truths I've been withholding. One concerns your nightmares and the prophecy of the Child of Thunder." He explained that the ancient prophecy foretold the emergence of the Child of Thunder, who would sense the arrival of ultimate fear and rise to save the continent of Samil. "Your nightmares, Your Highness, may be a glimpse of a possible future, but do not mistake them for an inevitable fate. The prophecy assures us that the Child of Thunder will triumph over ultimate fear." Leon remained impassive. His apparent role as the prophesied savior didn't faze him. What concerned him more was why Timothy had hidden this information. "Why didn't you tell me about the Child of Thunder earlier? We could have prepared more effectively," Leon asked. Timothy shook his head. "In the previous age, We believed Odin was the prophesied child of thunder. We poured all our resources into his training, determined to create the savior who would prevent ultimate fear's return. But we failed. The child of thunder cannot be manufactured, they must emerge naturally. Odin nearly lost his life, and we swore never to repeat our mistake. Since then, we've waited, trusting that destiny would bring the chosen one to light. So you concealed the prophecy to avoid interfering with fate, Leon summarized. Timothy nodded solemnly. Leon fell silent, contemplating the implications of Timothy's confession. Finally, he asked, "You mentioned two truths. What's the second?" Timothy stood and gestured toward the spiral staircase leading to the tower's summit. "Come with me, Your Highness." Leon glanced at Rosvisser and whispered, "I'll be back shortly." "Take care," she replied. Following Timothy to the tower's peak, Leon gazed out at the breathtaking view of Sky City, a prosperous metropolis built by dragons. Standing at the edge of the tower, Timothy looked out over his creation, his hands clasped behind his back. "Now, Tower Master," Leon said, joining him, "tell me the second truth." Timothy turned, his ancient, piercing gaze meeting Leon's. "I've told you where the primordial Dragon King slumbers, deep beneath the ruins in the north. But have you ever wondered where ultimate fear is sealed?" Leon's breath caught as realization dawned. He looked out at Sky City below, then back at Timothy. "Don't tell me it's here." "620. Vol 5ch, 97. The seal of the ultimate fear lies beneath Sky City." Leon could hardly believe the words coming out of his own mouth. For 8 years, Sky City had been a familiar sanctuary. He'd visited countless times, often with Rosvisser, not only for diplomatic reasons, but also for leisure and relaxation. This was the place of their fondest memories, a haven for the Melkve family and countless others in the Dragon clan. Timothy's next words, however, carried the weight of revelation. To be precise, the entire Sky City is built upon the seal of the ultimate fear. Leon's expression darkened as he processed this shocking truth. Why would you construct such an important city over something so dangerous? Timothy sighed deeply, gazing down at the misty clouds surrounding the tower. "Do you know why I built Sky City in the first place, Your Highness?" Leon furrowed his brow, recalling what Rosvisser had once told him. "You established Sky City to shelter Dragon Clan refugees after years of relentless civil wars. You and Dragon Kings like Constantine and Odin united to give them a home. That's what I was told." Timothy nodded. "That much is true, but there's more to it than that." Leon's gaze sharpened. "Then why would you place them in such a perilous position atop this seal?" "Let me explain," Timothy said, his tone heavy with weariness. "After the Sacred Dragon Council approved our proposal to save the refugees, the responsibility of sheltering them fell to those of us who had championed their cause. The Dragon Kings who opposed the plan offered no land, no resources, and no aid. In their eyes, wiping out the refugees was the easiest solution. Efficient, they called it, but we couldn't let that happen. At first, Constantine, Odin, Morgan, and others agreed to house small numbers of refugees in their territories. But as time passed, the number of displaced dragons grew exponentially. Their lands couldn't sustain them, especially during the ongoing wars. So, I began searching across all Dragon Clan territories for a new haven where they could thrive." Timothy's gaze became distant as he recounted his journey. "During this time, I encountered Veronica, the Silver Dragon Queen's grandmother, as well as Principal Osith of St. Heath's Academy. Together, we discovered something unimaginable, an ancient seal beneath the Dragon Clan's lands, left by the primordial dragon King Noah. This seal imprisoned the ultimate fear, a monstrous entity forged from the amalgamation of countless beasts. Its size defies comprehension, buried deep within the earth like the remnants of an unimaginable war." Leon's voice grew tense. "And what did you do?" "Veronica calculated that the seal would begin to weaken over tens of thousands of years. Without intervention, the ultimate fear would reemerge, plunging Samuel into darkness once more. But we had no thunder child, no destined savior. Without them, we couldn't hope to stand against such a catastrophe. Leon's fists clenched, and then Timothy sighed again, his voice barely above a whisper. Principal Osith devised a method to delay the weakening of the seal. By countering the negative emotions, fueling the ultimate fear with positive emotions, we could drastically slow its escape. Leon's gaze instinctively turned to Sky City, a vibrant metropolis filled with hope, bustling streets, and joyous residents, the descendants of those long-ago refugees. "So you built Sky City," Leon murmured, "a paradise atop a nightmare." Timothy nodded. "Yes, I made it a haven for the Dragon Clan, a place where refugees could rebuild their lives. Their happiness, their hope, it all served to reinforce the seal." Leon's mind whirled. As horrifying as the revelation was, he couldn't deny the brilliance of the plan. Timothy's actions, while risky, had likely prevented countless catastrophes over the millennia. "If I hadn't done this, Samuel would have succumbed to darkness centuries ago," Timothy said softly. "You're a smart man, Your Highness. I trust you understand." Leon met the Tower Master's gaze. In Timothy's weary eyes, he saw the resignation of a man who had borne the weight of the world alone for far too long. "And now," Leon asked, his voice steady but laced with determination. Timothy's lips curved into a faint, bittersweet smile. "Now, the time has come for me to entrust everything to you." A subtle tremor. As the words hung in the air, the ground beneath their feet trembled faintly. Timothy's expression grew grim as muffled voices from the city below drifted up to the tower. "Hey, did you feel that? That's the second time this week. It's getting worse." "Yeah, is the city going to collapse?" "Don't joke about that, idiot." The tremors subsided, leaving only an eerie stillness in their wake. "These earthquakes have become more frequent," Timothy said gravely. "Each tremor signals the growing instability of the seal." Leon's thoughts raced back to earlier clues, the strange energy Constantine had mentioned whenever he approached Sky City. It all made sense now. "How much time do we have left?" Leon asked. Timothy hesitated before replying. "A month, perhaps less." Leon's chest tightened. "Only a month?" Timothy nodded. "It may not seem like much, but it's enough to evacuate the city's residents. I'll inform them of structural issues and use that as a pretext to move them." "And the truth?" Timothy's expression darkened. Revealing the ultimate fear would cause mass panic. The incident with Constantine at St. Heath's Academy has already unsettled the Dragon Clan. We can't afford further chaos. Leon agreed. "Then I'll help. We'll ensure the evacuation goes smoothly." The wind swept across the tower's summit as they stood in silence, each lost in their thoughts. Beneath them, an ancient terror stirred, a harbinger of the battle to come. The seal's cracks widened, and the time for action drew near. Timothy's mission was complete. Now, it was Leon's turn to shoulder the burden. "621. Vol 5ch, 98. So, the seal I set in place back, then is the very foundation of Sky City. The ancestral spirit, temporarily inhabiting Noah's body, spoke with faint surprise. It seems this Moses fellow is quite capable. I've been to Sky City many times and never realized the seal lay hidden there." Leon nodded. "The Tower Master said he has reinforced the seal multiple times over the years. If you were to visit now, you'd definitely sense the presence of the ultimate fear." The spirit sighed, letting go of the matter. "Using the positive emotions of Sky City's residents to counteract the negative energy fueling the ultimate fear without Moses, we'd all be doomed by now." Leon refrained from judging the Tower Master's actions, simply remarking. As the Tower Master himself said, he entrusted everything to fate, letting events unfold naturally. Building Sky City atop your seal was always destined to be part of this battle. Leon paused, his tone tinged with reflection. Fate and destiny were words he'd once scoffed at. The passionate youth he had been had believed in controlling his own destiny, blazing a trail through hardship with sheer willpower. Back then, the end was always clear, a goal waiting to be reached. But now, as the specter of the ultimate fear loomed closer, the outcome seemed veiled in uncertainty. Victory. Defeat. Or something else entirely. Leon couldn't say for sure. But he could fight with all his might to tip the scales toward a brighter future, for Sky City, for the Tower Master's sacrifices, and for the people he loved. When clarity eluded him, fate had become a comforting excuse, a fragile hope to hold on to. Giving up before the battle even begins is not an option, Leon thought resolutely. What's your plan now that we only have a month left? Leon asked. The ancestral spirit brushed dust off the table, her gaze falling to Noah's hands, hands that bore a resemblance to her own from millennia ago. First, we gather enough allies, she said simply. You mean to use Constantine's black dragon scale? The spirit nodded. The enemy will undoubtedly attempt every trick to unleash the ultimate fear, especially once Constantine is under their control. And where will you find these allies? Leon paused briefly before answering. Isha, Claudia, Odin, and others will need all the help we can get. The ancestral spirit's expression turned serious. But no matter how many allies you gather, Leon, remember this. At the end, it will fall on you alone to face the ultimate fear. This is the Thunder Child's destiny. No one else can bear it. Leon's gaze fell to his palm. Slowly, he clenched his fist. I understand. No matter the cost, I will defeat the shadows and the ultimate fear. The ancestral spirit studied Leon for a moment before turning toward the balcony. She looked out at the snowy courtyard of the Silver Dragon Palace, where her descendants played carefree games. In a quiet corner stood Noah, her expression unreadable as she stared at the endless snowfall. The ultimate fear will be stronger than it was millennia ago, the spirit murmured. I can no longer stop it. The burden now lies with you, my descendants. I can only apologize. Her voice carried the weight of centuries of regret, tinged with an aching powerlessness. War, turmoil, and even the acceleration of the ultimate fear's release, all of it stems from my decisions, she confessed silently. Yet, despite her remorse, she made a surprising request to Leon. Allow us to help you in this fight. Leon blinked, surprised by her uncharacteristic plea. The fight is yours to lead, but let us stand beside you. If we fall short by even the smallest margin, all our efforts will be in vain. I cannot allow that. Leon's brows furrowed. That's not like you, Noah. You've always insisted on taking everything upon yourself, even when it meant forcing others to follow. The ancestral spirit chuckled softly, her eyes softening. These past years with you have taught me something important, she admitted. Leon's curiosity piqued. And what's that? That some sacrifices are necessary, but others should never be made. With those words, she gently turned Noah's body to face him, crouching to meet his gaze. She reached out, brushing back Noah's hair and straightening her posture, a rare warmth in her expression. I never understood the depth of bonds until I saw how you fought to protect Helena. You weren't just driven by friendship, it was your heart guiding you. But even if you had succeeded, the cost of your life would have left Helena shattered. Such sacrifices only lead to greater pain for those left behind. The ancestral spirit's voice softened further. Bonds aren't chains, they're ties that connect us to one another. Respecting those bonds is the only way to endure the trials ahead. Leon listened intently, moved by her words. The spirit finally turned to Noah. So, I ask this of you, Leon, let us fight by your side. Respect our choice to stand with you. Leon knelt before her, looking her in the eyes. You're right. I've tried to shield my family from danger, but you've grown stronger, Noah. If I forbade you, you'd only sneak off anyway. A rare laugh escaped Noah. You know us too well. Leon extended his fist toward her, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. For once, let's face this together. Noah hesitated, then raised her fist to meet his. Together, Dad, this time together. TL note. My dear friends, here we are catching up with the author. I don't know if it's good or bad, but from now on we will read one chapter a day. Best regards, your Santos Red. $622. Vol 5ch, 99. A month could feel both long and short. Long enough for someone to shift their focus onto other aspects of life. Short enough that they might not complete what they started. During this time, the sisters spent noticeably more time together. She no longer trained late at night or buried herself in the library all day. Instead, she played ghost hunting games with Moon, pulled harmless pranks with Aurora, accompanied Muse on the piano, and told heroic tales of dragons to Hefei. No one knew what would happen a month later, so while everything still felt serene and peaceful, everyone did the things they truly wanted to do. Leon understood what his eldest daughter was worried about and why she had shifted her focus onto these small joys. But he didn't seek her out to talk. Such a conversation would only add unnecessary sorrow to the days ahead. For those like Leon, who already knew the weight of the coming battle of fate, their hearts were crushed under a heavy boulder, making it hard to breathe. There was no need to add further emotional burdens. At breakfast, when Rosvisser didn't appear, Leon took his plate to the Silver Dragon Sanctuary's main hall, but didn't find her there either. As he wandered, the maid Milan passed by. Leon called out, "Milan, hold on a moment." Milan stopped and looked at him respectfully. "Your Highness, what can I do for you?" "Have you seen Rosvisser?" The Queen, Milan thought for a moment, then shook her head. "I'm sorry, Your Highness, I don't know where she's gone." "All right, carry on." "Yes, Your Highness." Leon returned to the dining room, carefully packed his breakfast into a heated box, and wrapped it in a thermal bag. As he worked, Noah, still eating her meal, noticed. "Couldn't find Mom?" she asked. I'll look around." "Want me to help, Dad?" Leon smiled, tousling her hair as he passed her chair. "You wouldn't understand, sweetheart." Noah blinked in confusion. "Understand what?" "The kind and beautiful Queen is feeling melancholic, so she's hidden away where no one can find her. But at such a moment, it's her husband's duty to find her and bring her a warm breakfast. Sounds romantic, doesn't it?" "Dad," Noah's expression twisted between embarrassment and disbelief. "The overly dramatic king and queen, how are these my parents?" "Fine, I'll go play with Moon and the others." "Go ahead." Noah hopped off her chair and scampered away, while Leon grabbed the meal box and left to search for Rosvisser. The truth was, Leon didn't know why she'd suddenly disappeared either. It wasn't her mood, he thought. Last night she'd been perfectly fine, chatting with him, snuggling, even tugging at his tail before falling asleep. Rosvisser wasn't the type to vanish because of a bad mood. So it must be something else. Leon searched the garden, the pavilion, and the cherry blossom grove on the back mountain, but there was no sign of her. After an hour, he began to doubt himself. She wouldn't have flown off into the sky, would she? Summoning his eagle companion, he took to the skies, scanning the sanctuary from above. From below, a knight watched the prince flying in circles, scratching his head. What's His Highness up to now? Perched nearby, Sherry leaned against a tree branch, her silver tail swaying idly. Hearing the knight's muttering, she looked up. Probably looking for the queen. The queen. Yeah, I didn't see her this morning either. Looks like His Highness noticed she's missing. The knight chuckled. After 8 years of marriage, and she still pulls disappearing acts. Sherry tossed an orange peel at the knight's head. You don't understand, it's called romance, Tilda. Yes, Captain, romance. The knight saluted with a grin before heading off on his patrol. Despite the knight's words, the process of finding the queen wasn't as romantic as it sounded. Leon sat cross-legged on his eagle-s back, the warm breakfast beside him, deep in thought. It doesn't make sense, I've searched everywhere, where could she be? Then it hit him. He clapped his hands, a sudden clarity lighting up his face. There's one place left. He patted the eagle's neck. Good work, take me down, then rest. The eagle screeched in acknowledgement, descending gracefully. Leon grabbed the box and leapt off, sprinting towards the sanctuary's rear. He passed through the halls, the garden, the cherry grove, the stream, and the queen's warehouse before arriving at an unexpected destination, the Silver Dragon's garage. Confirming with the guards that Rosvisser had been there, Leon quickly headed inside. At the farthest end, in a dusty, dimly lit corner of the garage, he found her. Rosvisser stood bathed in a single beam of sunlight streaming through a small window, dust motes swirling around her like tiny spirits. She gazed at an old, rusted rack with chains dangling from it, their surface stained faintly with blood. A soft glow illuminated her silver hair, giving her the ethereal appearance of an angel untouched by mortal woes. At her feet sat a box, its contents visible only to her. "What are you doing here?" Leon asked softly, stepping closer. Rosvisser lowered her gaze, turning to him with a gentle expression. "I wanted to remember the place where it all began." Leon chuckled. "The first time I saw you was in a textbook at the academy." She rolled her eyes, smiling faintly. "Idiot." Leon approached, looking around the room before gesturing to the meal box in his hand. "Breakfast in a garage, hardly fitting for a queen." "I'm not hungry, I'll eat later." "All right." His eyes drifted to the box at her feet. "Why bring that here?" Rosvisser hesitated before sighing. "It's been a long time since I've seen it." "And you wanted me to find you here?" "Yes, if you found me I wouldn't sulk, but if you did." Leon laughed. "If I did, I'd be mad at you when I got back." So that's why wives mysteriously get upset. Leon didn't mind her occasional childish antics. On the contrary, he found them endearing. "Leon." Her soft voice broke his thoughts. He looked up. "Ahem. Will we win?" Leon immediately understood what she was referring to. The coming battle loomed large in her mind. As one of the few dragon kings wielding primordial power, Rosvisser's participation was inevitable. This would be her most challenging battle, not only because of the formidable foe, but because everything she cherished was at stake. Leon, their children, her family, and even herself. Despite her concerns, she didn't hate this more vulnerable version of herself. It made her feel whole, alive. "Will we win?" she asked again, though perhaps she was also asking herself. Leon reached down, his gaze falling on the black armor inside the box, gleaming under the sunlight. "We will win," he said firmly. "For sure." "623. Vol 5ch, 100. The cold wind howled atop the Twilight Tower. The tower stood tall, overlooking the grand sky city, a marvel painstakingly built over several years, and one of the most prosperous cities in Dragonkind's history. This city had once been a haven for countless war refugees among the dragons, a hub for cultural exchange and resource trade. Its brilliance had remained unmatched for the past century, let alone the last decade. But now, the once vibrant and bustling city lay deathly silent. Moonlight illuminated empty streets, and cold winds swept through the desolate alleys. Only its creator remained, standing as its last companion, determined to hold on until the bitter end. The Tower Master's gaze swept across every building and street below. This city, now devoid of its wizards, was the culmination of his life's work. Yet, who could say whether this place would ever regain its vitality after the fateful battle to come? He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath before exhaling slowly. It's about time to end all of this. The sound of high heels clicking against the stone floor echoed from behind him. Turning, the Tower Master saw an elegant woman with striking blue hair approaching him. "Princess Claudia," he said, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise despite keeping his tone calm. "I didn't expect you, of all people, to be the first to arrive here, especially since you're stationed in the Atlantis Sea. My father sent me a letter last month, warning me. I've been staying near Sky City since then. When I saw the messenger dragon you sent, I came immediately," Claudia replied, clasping her hands in front of her chest as she walked up to the edge of the tower, gazing down at Sky City. "The place is deserted now, Tower Master," she said softly. The Tower Master hesitated, his gaze lingering on the diminutive figure of the princess. After a moment, she turned to him. "How much time do we have?" "Until midnight," he answered solemnly. "I can feel it. The thing beneath Sky City is stirring. Do you see those wisps of black smoke in the streets?" He pointed, and Claudia followed his gaze. Sure enough, faint trails of black smoke rose from the cracks in the ground. "It's a sign the seal is breaking. The chaos power released by the ultimate fear is like blood in the water, and Shadow is the shark drawn to it. At this very moment, he's already on his way here." Claudia nodded, then asked, "Have you notified that guy?" "The Black King was the first to be informed," the Tower Master replied grimly, "but I doubt he'll make it in time to confront Shadow before he arrives." Claudia's eyes narrowed slightly, as if debating whether to say something. The Tower Master noticed her hesitation and chuckled. "Princess, if there's something on your mind, feel free to speak. There's no need for formality here." "It's not formality," Claudia replied with a wry smile before sighing. Her tone shifted to that of an elder offering advice. "It's just knowing him, he'll definitely arrive after Shadow. That's how he operates." The Tower Master blinked, puzzled. "Why do you say that?" "Because," Claudia said with a small laugh, "he's like a fated protagonist. No matter the situation, he always shows up exactly when he's needed most." The Tower Master mulled over her words, impressed. To earn such high praise from the Sea Dragon Princess herself, this Leon must be even more remarkable than the legends say. What he didn't know was that Claudia's thoughts had drifted to a family dinner years ago during a game of werewolf. Leon had swooped in at the last second to save his daughter, declaring it was a stylish move. And yes, it was indeed stylish. Claudia shook herself from her reverie and continued chatting with the Tower Master as they waited. By midnight, the Twilight Tower's massive clock struck 12. Its deep, resonant chimes echoed across the city, as if heralding the grand entrance of an ominous presence. Cold winds surged, pushing clouds across the sky to obscure the full moon. A suffocating aura began to spread, one darker and deeper than anything Claudia or the Tower Master had ever encountered. The Tower Master sighed heavily and exchanged a glance with Claudia. "He's here." "Yes, that was fast," Claudia murmured. The Tower Master silently gathered his space magic, his gaze fixed on the shadows in the distance. "Looks like we'll have to hold the line." Before he could finish, the air erupted with a sharp whooshing sound. A deafening explosion followed, and a gust of wind hit them like a physical force. The Tower Master's eyes widened as a dark figure appeared before them, moving with a speed almost impossible to follow. Both he and Claudia were caught off guard by the suddenness of it all. Quickly regaining their composure, they retreated to create some distance. The shadow floated into the room, landing lightly without making a sound. Claudia studied him. He wore a black cloak with a hood that obscured his face, but his presence matched Leon's description perfectly. "Shadow," she said, her voice steady. At her words, Claudia summoned a water tornado and hurled it toward him. Shadow didn't flinch. As the vortex neared, a translucent black barrier rose from his shadow, nullifying the attack entirely. Instead of counterattacking, Shadow slowly raised a hand from beneath his cloak, palm open, and extended it toward the Tower Master. "Timothy," he said, his voice cold and biting, "I'm here to reclaim what's mine." The thing he referred to was, of course, the ultimate fear buried deep beneath Sky City. A bead of sweat rolled down the Tower Master's temple, but he forced himself to stay calm. "Do you really think I'll just give it to you?" he asked in a low voice. Shadow lowered his hand. "Then I'll kill you both and take it myself," he said, his tone absolute. At his words, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. An overwhelming force radiated from Shadow, shattering half the Twilight Tower in an instant. As the tower crumbled, wood splintered, and dust filled the air, the Tower Master and Claudia flew out through a broken window, hovering in the sky. Watching the ruins of the Twilight Tower disappear into the dust, the Tower Master's expression grew grim. He looked up at Shadow, who floated higher into the sky without using dragon wings. "It's not flying," the Tower Master realized, his thoughts racing. "It's floating, defying all logic." Shadow raised his hand once more, his voice commanding and imperious. "Here is my final warning, you lowly beings, give it to me." "624. Vol 5ch, 101. I will never undo the seal of ultimate fear. If you want it opened, you'll have to step over my corpse." Faced with the Tower Lord's unwavering resolve, Shadow finally lost his patience. Lowering his hand, his black robe no longer carried the deep, resounding voice that had reverberated moments before. "To lowly beings like you, whether the seal is undone or not won't change the fact that you will die by my hands." He sneered. "However, since you've chosen to struggle until the bitter end and are determined to waste my time." Why not make this farce a bit more entertaining? With that, Shadow spread his arms. In an instant, black clouds gathered in the night sky. The clouds churned violently, a cold wind whipping through Sky City. The oppressive aura emanating from the sky forced the Tower Lord and Claudia to retreat step by step. "What is he doing?" the Tower Lord muttered gravely. Claudia frowned, her gaze sharp. "It doesn't seem like an offensive spell. It looks more like summoning magic, or maybe teleportation." As she analyzed the situation, Claudia recalled what Shadow had told her earlier, that one of his methods was using black dragon magic to control various dangerous creatures. The realization made her pupils contract in dread. "Tower Lord," she said, her voice tight, "until Leon arrives, we may be in for a very long and painful fight." Her words had barely left her mouth when the black clouds dispersed. Emerging from the swirling void were countless creatures, their forms varying in size and shape, filling the sky like a plague. They roared and screeched, some spreading massive leathery wings to hover midair, while others darted toward Claudia and the Tower Lord, encircling them and cutting off all escape routes. Claudia quickly recognized them. They were high-level dangerous species from all corners of Samel continent. Each creature bore wings of black or blood red, their scarlet eyes gleaming with a feral hunger as if ready to tear the two apart. "Now then," Shadow said coldly from above, "show me how much resolve you have to protect that seal." With a disdainful laugh, he gave his command, "Tear them apart." At his order, the swarm of creatures charged at the Tower Lord and Claudia. The Tower Lord was the first to act. Channeling his magic, he opened two interconnected spatial portals, one in front and one behind. The creatures, numerous but lacking coordination, charged straight into the portals without hesitation. As they emerged, their disarray caused them to collide with one another, leading to a chaotic brawl among themselves. Their infighting delayed the swarm momentarily, but given their overwhelming numbers, it was merely a temporary reprieve. The Tower Lord used space magic to bisect the incoming creatures, while Claudia, though not a combat-oriented dragon, unleashed powerful water magic with practiced ease. Together, they managed to slay hundreds of the creatures, their corpses vanishing into the spatial rifts. The once suffocating encirclement thinned, giving the two a brief moment to catch their breath. "For lowly beings, your fighting spirit is commendable," Shadow remarked, mockingly clapping his hands. "But that's the extent of my praise." As if responding to his applause, the defeated creatures on the ground began to stir. Their wounds mended rapidly, and their snarls filled the air once more. Claudia watched in shock as the monsters rose again, her fists and jaw clenched in frustration. The black dragon scales have granted them unparalleled vitality. They are completely under my control and will fight relentlessly until their last breath. The Tower Lord examined the revived creatures, his expression dark. "Regardless of their resilience, we must hold out until reinforcements arrive," he said. "Let's just hope we're not on the menu before then," Claudia quipped dryly, a humor she'd picked up from Leon. Their exchange was cut short as the horde descended upon them again, forcing the pair to fight with renewed intensity. The Tower Lord clasped his hands together, conjuring two massive magic arrays, one above and one below. The arrays clamped shut like jaws, crushing hundreds of creatures into pulp. Claudia, her eyes narrowing, darted forward and cast a blue array on the ground. From the array emerged 100 water-formed tentacles that snaked through the battlefield, coiling around the creatures and snapping their limbs and ribs. The spell, Raging Sea Cage, an S-class water magic, was powerful enough to counter even Constantine in his berserk state. Shadow, watching from above, chuckled. "Impressive, Princess of the Sea Dragons, but don't get too pleased with yourselves. The surprises I've prepared are far from over." As Claudia prepared for the next wave, she noticed a change in the horde's behavior. Several creatures stopped fighting and approached the corpses of their fallen comrades. "What are they doing?" she murmured. The Tower Lord's brow furrowed. "They can't be reviving again, that's impossible, even for magic of this level." Claudia's expression darkened as realization struck. Her voice was filled with disgust. "They're devouring their comrades' corpses." "What?" The Tower Lord turned, horrified, to witness the gruesome scene. The creatures feasted on the remains, consuming flesh and blood with terrifying fervor. As they fed, their bodies grew larger, their aura of chaos intensifying. They became more ferocious, their blood-soaked maws glistening under the moonlight. The once vibrant Sky City had transformed into a nightmarish battlefield, drenched in blood and carnage. Even Claudia, a veteran of many battles, felt her stomach churn at the grotesque sight. Once the feasting ended, the empowered creatures launched another assault, their newfound strength making them nearly unstoppable. Overwhelmed, the Tower Lord and Claudia found themselves forced to retreat, struggling to hold their ground. Shadow, watching his creations wreak havoc, sneered. Absolute numerical superiority, savage attacks, bodies impervious to pain, and even in death they serve a purpose. This is the feast of slaughter, Tower Lord. Claudia, enjoy it to your heart's content. As he spoke, a pelican-like creature landed beside him, carrying a woman in white robes. Lord Shadow, Elizabeth said, dismounting gracefully. We've located the seal. It's directly beneath the Tower Lord's position. Excellent, Shadow said, turning to the ruins of the Twilight Tower. Guard me while I unseal it. Let no one interfere. Understood, my lord. Shadow descended to the ruins and began channeling his power into the seal. From across the battlefield, the Tower Lord saw a pillar of violet light pierce the sky. His heart sank. He's found the seal. If he breaks it, this will spiral out of control. But before he could act, a thunderous roar drew his attention. A blazing monster emerged from the shadows, its fiery form advancing toward Claudia. The Tower Lord's heart froze. Flame demon. As if one weren't enough, 3 more flame demons stepped forward, their heavy steps echoing ominously. Claudia, battered and bleeding, lay helpless in the rubble as the demons prepared to strike. Closing her eyes, she braced for the end. Suddenly, the sound of slicing wind filled the air. A blade spun through the night, its lightning-charged edge cleaving through the flame demon's attack. The weapon landed before Claudia, sparking with arcs of blue electricity. Her eyes widened, she recognized it. Thundercloud blade. A familiar voice echoed from above. Sorry, am I late? Descending from the skies on his dragonhawk, Leon landed, his presence igniting hope in the chaos. "625. Vol 5ch, 102. Claudia braced against the wall, slowly pushing herself to her feet. She walked toward Leon, her sharp gaze flicking over his imposing figure before muttering with faint sarcasm. Don't tell me you're late, because you were too busy putting on that armor. Leon, clad in his black gold battle armor, seemed unbothered. The moonlight danced off the sleek metallic surface, giving the armor a mesmerizing glow under the night sky. No, the delay was because the Dragonhawk isn't as fast as Rosvisser, he replied nonchalantly. Rosvisser. Claudia raised an eyebrow. She already knew Leon had bonded the Dragonhawk as his summoned beast. But in the midst of such a critical battle, why hadn't he flown with Rosvisser instead of the slower beast? Where is she? Why didn't she come with you? Leon's lips curled into a mysterious smile. She's off picking someone up. She'll be here shortly. Picking someone up. Claudia opened her mouth to press further, but before she could, the Tower Lord's voice called out from a distance. Who goes there? Is that the prince? Leon's black gold armor made him hard to recognize, so the Tower Lord could only speculate based on the thunder magic Leon had just wielded. Claudia turned to the Tower Lord briefly, before lowering her voice to Leon. I don't know why you chose to wear that armor, but doing so is as good as declaring your human identity to the Tower Lord and the other Dragon Kings when they arrive. The black gold armor, known as the Black Chariot, was legendary on the battlefields of the War of Dragons. It had earned immense renown for the human faction, and its striking design was imprinted in the memories of both humans and dragons. Among dragons, Leon had been infamously dubbed the Man in Black Armor. His heroic defense of the front lines and the devastating losses he inflicted on the dragon faction during that war were unforgettable. Even St. Heath's Academy had established a curriculum centered around analyzing the Black Chariot's combat capabilities, elevating it as an icon of respect. By wearing this armor, Leon was essentially announcing to all the Dragon Kings that he was the legendary warrior who had once stood against them. "So many years have passed," Leon said, his voice steady. "In every battle, I've fought as the Silver Dragon Prince, but this time, I want to fight as a human and claim victory as one." It was a decision he and Rosvisser had discussed in quiet agreement. Though he had been accepted as a Dragon Prince, Leon's human blood remained a fundamental part of who he was. In this decisive battle, he wished to embrace that identity fully. Rosvisser, understanding her husband better than anyone, had retrieved the black chariot from where it had long been sealed, knowing it was the right choice for him. Claudia studied him for a moment before asking, "And are you prepared to face the consequences of revealing yourself?" Leon smiled. "I'd already planned to come clean after this battle. Consider this moving the timeline forward by a few hours." Claudia couldn't help but chuckle. "You're such a strange man." Their conversation was interrupted by the Tower Lord, who approached cautiously. As he drew closer, recognition dawned in his eyes. The black chariot left no room for doubt. "It's me, Tower Lord," Leon said, his tone calm. "From your expression, I can see you've guessed the truth. I owe you an apology for keeping it hidden all this time." The Tower Lord, ever composed, quickly regained his composure. "To reveal this now, at such a critical moment, is a calculated decision, Your Highness." Leon nodded. "With the enemy preparing to unleash the fearful barrier, the question is, will you settle old scores with me now, or will we unite to fight?" The answer was obvious. "No need for formalities now, Tower Lord," Leon continued, his gaze shifting toward the 4 flame demons blocking their path and the ominous violet glow emanating from the distant Twilight Tower. "Shadow S there, isn't he?" "Yes," the Tower Lord confirmed. "Judging by the light, he's already begun breaking the seal of ultimate fear. We must stop him, but these creatures are holding us back. Be careful." Leon nodded, gripping the hilt of his thundercloud blade. "Reinforcements will arrive soon. For now, I'll handle these pests." The moment he finished speaking, he unsheathed his blade, sending a wave of lightning rippling outward. The energy pulse forced the flame demons and surrounding creatures to stagger back. "Before the reinforcements arrive, I'll clear the way." With that, Leon dashed forward, his form a blur of black and blue. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the lead flame demon, his blade raised high. "Without the advantage of the flaming valley, I wonder if you can withstand this." The blade descended, crackling with electricity as it sliced through the air. Clang! The strike severed one of the demon's massive flame horns and tore a chunk from its thick, molten flesh. Lava-like blood sprayed from the wound as the creature howled in agony. Despite its injuries, the demon roared and lunged at Leon, its fury undiminished. "You've been upgraded, I see," Leon remarked, dodging with practiced ease. "But it's not enough." With a swift upward slash, the thundercloud blade cleaved through the demon's body, bisecting it. As the flames and smoke dispersed, Leon charged toward the remaining 3 flame demons. From the rear, the Tower Lord watched in awe. "He's even more formidable than the legends say." Claudia, having recovered slightly thanks to healing magic, approached the Tower Lord with a wry smile. "Humans' drive to grow stronger can rival that of dragons, and Leon," she paused, "he was born to fight." The Tower Lord glanced at her, suspicion flickering in his eyes. "Princess, you knew he was human all along, didn't you?" Claudia smiled knowingly. Was it that obvious? "Next time, spare me the scolding during Dragon King meetings," the Tower Lord quipped, earning a soft laugh from Claudia. "Enough talk," Claudia said. "We should assist him." Leon stood atop the last flame demon's corpse, severing its head and kicking it into the oncoming horde of dangerous creatures. He raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that obliterated the head midair, sending shockwaves through the ranks of the monsters. As the path momentarily cleared, 2 beams of magic shot out from either side of him, pushing back the remaining creatures. "Your Highness will hold them off. Go to the Twilight Tower and stop Shadow," the Tower Lord shouted. "Understood." With reinforcements from the Tower Lord and Claudia, Leon summoned his dragon hawk. The creature's cry pierced the air as it swooped down. Leon leapt, grabbing its talons as it ascended, soaring toward the distant tower. swinging his blade to fend off aerial attackers. Leon's gaze locked onto the figure at the center of the glowing seal. "Shadow," he muttered, his voice low, "we meet again." Leon raised his thundercloud blade slowly, the tip of the blade crackling as lightning magic began to concentrate. Before he could strike, a massive pelican-like creature dove toward him from the front. The dragon hawk reacted swiftly, halting midair and retreating with Leon to a safe distance. Leon looked up, narrowing his eyes at the figure perched on top of the colossal bird. "Elizabeth." Recognizing the figure, Leon flipped himself onto the dragon hawk's back. Elizabeth, however, didn't attack right away. She manipulated her pelican mount to hover at Leon's level, her expression carrying its usual smug contempt. "Leon Kazmod," she sneered, arms crossed. "Wearing the armor forged for you by the Empire to stand against your former master, how rebellious of you." Leon arched an eyebrow. "Elizabeth, is it really you up there? Or just the dark little vagabond hiding behind the hooded figure you call your master? Don't you dare insult Lord Shadow, you insolent worm." Clang! Leon raised his blade, pointing its tip directly at her. His voice turned cold. "Get out of my way, Elizabeth." "Get out of your way, I could, but..." Her gaze shifted, motioning behind her. "I don't think they will agree." At her signal, a massive swarm of pelican creatures descended from the clouds, their sheer number blotting out the moonlight. Leon glanced upward, frowning slightly. "Impressive, isn't it?" Elizabeth smirked. "Even with your fancy armor and your new tricks, what can you possibly do against this? Shadow will break the seal and unleash ultimate fear while you're swarmed by my pets. Numbers are the most effective tactic against you, Leon. They were at the Flaming Valley, and they are here as well. In fact, this time my pelican army dwarfs what you faced before." Elizabeth's mocking laughter echoed through the battlefield, her tone full of triumph. Behind Leon, the Tower Lord and Claudia watched in shock. "How many pelicans are there? How can the prince handle this alone?" the Tower Lord muttered. Claudia's expression darkened. "Even with all my years of battles, I've never seen such a force. Leon, hold on, I'll come to help you." "Why so silent, Leon? Weren't you just full of bravado?" Elizabeth taunted, raising her hand dramatically as if showcasing her army. "Are you struck speechless by my pets? Haha. You have all the time in the world to regret your lone hero act. How will you, isolated and unsupported, possibly stand against Lord Shadow's black-scaled horde?" Boom! A thunderous crack drowned out Elizabeth's laughter. She froze, whipping her head toward the source of the sound. From the storm clouds emerged a blue figure, descending slowly. His massive dragon wings stretched behind him, white hair flowing gently in the wind. His deep blue dragon eyes radiated confidence and strength. Behind him, electricity danced and thunder roared, as if nature itself was celebrating his arrival. Elizabeth's face paled. She immediately recognized him. Thunder Dragon King, Odin. Her moment of shock passed quickly, her expression hardening. "So what if reinforcements have arrived? They're still..." A voice interrupted her from the side. "Brother-in-law, don't tell me your former boss is this loud-mouthed woman." A crimson dragon flew up alongside Leon, its scales shimmering like flames. It shifted into a human form, revealing fiery red hair and an imposing presence. Elizabeth's eyes widened. "You're Melkve, the Red Dragon King." Another massive figure approached, a dark gold dragon. Shifting to human form, he flew next to Elizabeth, attempting a friendly pat on her shoulder. She shot him a deadly glare in response. "Come now, Red Dragon King, no need to be so distant," he teased. "You and I have had no dealings for centuries. Let's keep it that way," Melkve replied coldly. "Ah, but today we're both here to help your brother-in-law. That's some connection, isn't it? Don't push your luck." "Enough fooling around," Odin said sternly, joining Leon's side. A silent nod passed between the two, an unspoken understanding of their mission. The Tower Lord and Claudia finally broke free from the swarm and regrouped with the others. Elizabeth's gaze swept over the gathered dragons, her fists clenching tightly. Odin, Melkve, Morgan, and the Sea Dragon Princess. She spat, her voice trembling with barely contained anger. But her sharp tongue refused to yield. "More reinforcements, they're just fodder. Nothing will change the outcome of this battle. She sneered at Leon. And where's your precious dragon wife, hiding at home with your children, trembling in fear? Did you at least say a proper goodbye to her before coming here? If not, what a shame. Bang! A gunshot cut her off. Elizabeth gasped, staggering as blood blossomed from her shoulder. She fell to her knees, clutching the wound with a grimace of pain. Who dares? A silver dragon descended from the sky, its gleaming wings stirring the air. On its back knelt a green-haired girl, holding a sniper rifle in a steady, practiced grip. Rebecca, her shot perfect, rose slowly to her feet, the massive rifle slung over her shoulder. Bitch, you dare insult my sister-in-law. Claudia's eyes widened as she took in the Silver Dragon and the group of figures behind it, members of the Lionheart Guild. So this is what you meant by picking someone up, she muttered to Leon. Leon grinned, surprised, or is this what you expected? I had a feeling you'd call your Lionheart Guild, so no, this isn't shocking. Oh, well, in that case. Leon gestured toward Rebecca and called out, is he here yet? Rebecca cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted back, if you want him to show up now, isn't it a bit early? It's not early at all. No one in Samuel Continent times a rescue better than me. Bring him out. Fine. Rebecca pulled a signal gun from her belt and fired it into the sky. The flare streaked upward, bursting in a dazzling display. Elizabeth scowled at the spectacle. Idiots, what are you planning now? A deafening roar split the air, shaking the battlefield. The pressure of dragon might was palpable, forcing the dangerous creatures to falter. Some collapsed outright. From the edge of Sky City, a fiery light blazed, growing brighter and brighter. It surged forward like a burning blade, cutting through darkness and monsters alike with unstoppable force. Before Elizabeth could react, the inferno halted beneath them. The flames dissipated, reducing the surrounding creatures to ash. In the lingering heat stood a towering figure, unmoving and resolute. He gripped a massive warhammer, his fiery red dragon eyes glowing like molten lava. Constantine has arrived. (626). Vol 5ch, 103. How is this possible? Master Shadow clearly removed the black dragon scale from your body. How can you still be alive? You've survived multiple fatal blows. Could it be that you've miraculously revived? Even Elizabeth didn't anticipate this. Do you recall the last time Constantine reconstructed his body? He implanted the most unique black dragon scale into himself. It was meant not only to contain his rampages, but also to make him a puppet under Master Shadow's control. In other words, that black dragon scale replaced the protective heart scale, becoming a part of your body. Even if you've managed to cling to life, you can't escape Master Shadow's control. Elizabeth knelt on the back of the pelican-scaled bird, her injured shoulder trembling as blood seeped through her wound. She panted lightly, her gaze fixed on Constantine below, noting the massive warhammer in his grasp. That's Adam's hammer. How do you have Adam's hammer? Constantine raised his head, his crimson dragon eyes meeting Elizabeth's with an icy glare. If you think Master Shadow's plans are foolproof, you're gravely mistaken. After I lost control at St. Heath's Academy, Leon and I realized this was all part of Shadow's scheme. That's why I entrusted Hefei to Leon's care. As we predicted, Shadow targeted me shortly afterward. I used a special method to keep myself alive and endured until now. Shadow stripped me of my black dragon scale, attempting to destroy everything I was, but I had already planned for this during our last encounter. At the very least, I'm no longer under his control. Constantine gripped the warhammer tightly and continued. It was a simple matter of turning the tables, with a bit of luck. He referred to the ancient magic heartfare, which Leon had obtained from Claudia. As long as the user retains even a shred of will to fight, they won't fall. Before stepping into his sanctum, Constantine had activated heartfare, preventing Shadow from delivering a fatal blow and holding on until Rebecca and the others rescued him. And as for luck, it came from when I defeated Adam in the lunar forest and extracted his heart scale for safekeeping. Elizabeth clenched her teeth, her lips trembling as she listened to Constantine's explanation. So what? Even if you survived and gathered some allies, they're nothing but a ragtag group. You won't stop Master Shadow's grand plan. Soon, everything in this world will bow to the shadow of ultimate fear. And you will all become the first sacrifices for its awakening. Every last one of you will die. As Elizabeth ranted, the Lionheart Guild members descended from the Silver Dragon's back. Rebecca approached Leon, her sniper rifle slung over her shoulder, and addressed Martin. Why didn't you just shoot her in the head? Rebecca smirked. A quick death is too good for her. One day, I'll put a bullet through her skull myself. Martin sighed. Women and their grudges. Turning to Leon, he asked, Captain, what's our next move? Leon surveyed the battlefield, his gaze steady as he addressed his team. Rebecca, lead the Lionheart Guild, along with my wife and the Dragon Kings, to clear out these enhanced mutants blocking our way. Odin and I will attempt a breakthrough under your cover to reach Shadow. He's unsealing ultimate fear, and we must stop him before it's too late. These mutants, infused with black dragon scales, are far stronger than ordinary enemies. Don't underestimate them. Even with the combined strength of the Dragon Kings, it'll take a great deal of effort to take them down. That's why I can't allocate all our forces here. Odin and I need to conserve our energy and time our approach to strike Shadow directly. Understood, Captain, Rebecca replied, raising her sniper rifle and signaling her team to prepare. It's been a while since I had a proper fight. Let's make this one count. Elizabeth barked orders to her army of mutants. Kill them, tear them to pieces. At her command, the mutants surged forward in a frenzy. The Dragon Kings exchanged glances, their unspoken coordination evident. The battle began. Isha transformed into her massive red dragon form, her body blocking out the night sky as she unleashed torrents of searing dragonfire, reducing waves of mutants to ash. However, her colossal frame left her vulnerable to blind spot attacks. Two mutants launched magical projectiles at her wings, but just as the strikes were about to land, two globes of golden sand intercepted them, shielding her. Isha, we need to coordinate. Coordinate, got it. The red dragon turned her massive head, growled dismissively, and returned to tearing through the mutants. Morgan grumbled, how rude can she get? Politeness doesn't kill enemies, an elder dragon king quipped, water magic swirling in his hands. Her brute force works best up front, will provide cover for her blind spots. Morgan waved dismissively. Fine, fine, as long as I stay behind her we'll be fine. Boom! A deafening explosion cut him off. The ground quaked as they turned to see Constantine wielding his blazing warhammer. He leapt into the air, the hammer alight with flames, and brought it down with a thunderous crash, incinerating all mutants in his path. Constantine, Morgan yelled. Coordination, remember, we need coordination. Constantine hefted his hammer onto his shoulder and glanced back. Coordination is important, sure, but right now, the rules are in my hands. He shook his warhammer with a smirk. There's only one rule that matters. Morgan blinked, and that is... enjoy the fight. Rosvisser lingered near Leon as the others charged into battle. She turned to him, her brow furrowed. Are they here? Leon nodded. Yes, they're ready. Good, eh? Rosvisser bit her lip, her voice tinged with worry. I'm still not sure if we made the right decision. If anything happens to Noah... Nothing will happen to Noah, Leon interjected, his voice firm. Rosvisser looked up at him. He took her hand, gently brushing his thumb over her cool skin. Trust me, none of them will fall. He smiled softly. We'll finish this before sunrise, then we'll go home. (627) Vol 5ch, 104. Claudia leaped into the air, surveying the battlefield and pinpointing the positions of the enemies near Isha. Her eyes flickered as she devised a strategy. In an instant, blue magic circles illuminated Isha's blind spots. Streams of water surged forth, transforming into tendrils that immobilized the dangerous creatures. S-class water magic, raging sea prison. The water tendrils morphed into countless sharp ice needles, all aimed at the trapped foes. A class water magic, icy rain needles. Meanwhile, Morgan dealt with smaller, stealthier enemies. He crouched slightly, placing both hands on the ground. Cracks spread across the surface, and dark golden quicksand surged up like living creatures, shifting and shaping under his control. Much like the Silver Dragon's speed, the Red Dragon's physical strength, or the Sea Dragon's pure mastery of water magic, the Golden Sand Dragons wielded a unique ability. Using their magic, they could alter the composition of soil, transforming it into fluid quicksand. The stronger the user, the more formidable the quicksand became. At Morgan's level, the transmuted sand rivaled the defenses of the legendary Star Dragon King, Sta. But such a comparison was moot now. General Leon had long since vanquished Sta. Morgan's quicksand covered a massive area, clearing smaller enemies from the battlefield with surgical precision. The sand flowed effortlessly into every crevice, requiring only a small portion to eliminate a minor threat. Morgan kept a sharp eye on Isha's surroundings, particularly the ground beneath her enormous dragon form, where enemies could launch surprise attacks. It wasn't long before a swarm of insect-like creatures rushed toward Isha's feet. Bone spikes, if they burrow inside, things could get messy. Morgan controlled his quicksand to intercept the insects. These bugs aren't strong in direct combat, but once they latch onto a host, they burrow inside and reproduce rapidly, hollowing out the victim. While they shouldn't be able to pierce a dragon king's scales, who knows what these black dragon scale-enhanced creatures are capable of? He focused on providing cover for Isha, whose fiery rampage required precision support. Claudia, nearby, cast supportive spells to create perfect opportunities for Isha to unleash her devastating attacks. In the distance, Constantine led a contingent to hold the enemy's frontline, buying Isha precious time. He swung his blazing warhammer with relentless force, scattering waves of enemies. Above the battlefield, Rosvisser darted through the sky, using her agility to disrupt enemy formations. When encountering heavily armored foes, she coordinated with her allies to unleash combination attacks like the Galactic Crimson Impact, breaking through even the toughest defenses. "This technique sounds cheesy, but damn it works," she muttered. Rebecca, leading the Lionheart Guild, focused on clearing a path for Leon and Odin. Thanks to the upgrades Leon had given them, the core members of the guild now wielded power rivaling that of Dragon Kings. Their presence in this battle was far from ornamental. In the rear, Morgan observed the unfolding battle. Age and experience told him his role was to support from the backlines, his magic unsuitable for direct combat in such chaotic conditions. Seated on a fragment of rubble, he surveyed the scene. He marveled at the sight of Dragon Kings and humans fighting side by side. The fact that the Dragon Kings can cooperate is astonishing enough, but humans as allies. If someone had told him years ago that the pinnacle of dragonkind would unite not only with each other, but also with humans, he'd have laughed it off. Yet here they were, working together seamlessly, except for the ever-rebellious Isha, who preferred to burn everything in sight. "Veronica, the future we once dreamed of, it's finally within reach." His gaze shifted to the dark figure atop the six-winged dragon hawk in the distance. "Thank you, Silver Dragon Prince. No, Leon. If you're fighting as a human, then let me call you by that name." Under the cover of the Lionheart Guild and the Dragon Kings, Leon and Odin finally neared the core of the battlefield, the ceiling pillar where Shadow worked to unbind ultimate fear. Leon prepared a spell to disrupt Shadow's ritual, but a massive pelican-scaled bird swooped down, blocking his path. Elizabeth, clutching her injured shoulder, glared at him with bloodshot eyes. I won't let you get close to Master Shadow." Leon frowned. "I intended to let you live so you could face judgment from the Empire, but now I see that's unnecessary." Elizabeth's crimes had surpassed even those of the Imperial King Cant. She had not only betrayed her nation, but also her dragonkind. "For someone like you, death isn't sufficient punishment." Leon had shown her mercy before, holding back his full strength. But now there was no room for patience. He needed to decide who deserved a trial and who deserved immediate execution. Elizabeth had made that decision for him. "Spare me your speeches, Leon. Just kill me already." With that, the pelican-scaled bird flapped its wings, sending a barrage of bone spikes raining down. Leon's dragon hawk responded instantly, summoning a gust of wind to deflect the projectiles. Leon countered with a bolt of lightning, striking the bird and Elizabeth in one precise blow. Electricity coursed through them both, and they plummeted to the ground with a scream. With Elizabeth dispatched, Leon and Odin pressed onward toward the light pillar. Shadow, Leon declared, leaping from his dragon hawk, lightning sparking in one hand and his blade in the other. Let's finish this. Elizabeth's body landed amidst rubble, the impact shattering a nearby structure. Miraculously, she survived, though barely. Crawling onto a pile of debris, she closed her eyes and activated her secret skill, Celestial Eye. Mevis, come to Sky City. We need reinforcements. Mevis, respond. Mevis. Silence answered her pleas. She opened her eyes, frustration etched across her face. Damn it, Mevis, I knew I couldn't rely on. The crunch of footsteps interrupted her thoughts. The sound grew closer until it stopped right in front of her. She lifted her head, expecting Leon to finish her off. Instead, a tall, slender figure in black loomed over her, staring down with cold, indifferent eyes. Mevis, you're here, stop Leon. You can't let him reach Master Shadow. Mevis crouched down, gripping Elizabeth's hair and forcing her to look up. Mevis, what are you? For my family, Mevis whispered, her inverted dragon pupils blazing with fury. One word cut through the night like a blade. Revenge. $628. Vol 5ch, 105. Kid, just charge forward, I'll clear the way. Thank you, Senior. With a commanding wave, Odin unleashed a surge of powerful lightning magic, obliterating the horde of dangerous creatures blocking Leon's path. A clear path to the sealing site was carved out in the midst of the chaos. Leon advanced at full speed, gripping his blade. With Odin safeguarding his flanks, he had no fear of an ambush. As he neared the site of the seal, Leon coated his lightning cloud blade with dry bird oil, creating a razor-sharp layer of electrical energy that pulsed with overwhelming power. Grasping the blade with both hands, he activated the fourth gate of the 9 Infernos, Divine Speed. His movement became so fast that even the sharpest eyes could barely follow his trajectory. Shadow, standing at the center of the sealing site, remained unnervingly calm. It was as if he had predicted Leon's arrival. Though Shadow's face was hidden beneath his dark robe, Leon could sense the utter confidence radiating from him. This man, who stood unmoving even as Leon closed in, clearly believed himself untouchable. But Leon didn't hesitate. Even if his attack couldn't harm Shadow, he had to disrupt the unsealing of ultimate fear. The blade, crackling with volatile lightning, slashed directly toward Shadow's face. Shadow, recognizing the danger, instantly abandoned the sealing magic. Planting his right foot firmly on the ground, he leapt backward, narrowly evading Leon's powerful strike. Boom! The blade swept through empty air, the sheer force of it gouging a deep trench in the ground and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Leon didn't pause. Before the dust could settle, he charged through it, blade raised, his relentless assault continuing. Odin joined the fray, approaching from the opposite side. Together, the two launched a coordinated attack, their combined lightning magic filling the battlefield with deafening thunder and blinding flashes of light. The pressure was immense, even for someone as powerful as Shadow. Any mistake would leave him vulnerable to the devastating aftermath of their magic. Odin channeled all his lightning magic into his fingertips, forming an impossibly sharp blade of concentrated energy. S-class lightning magic, Thunder Piercer. This technique, using the caster's body as the conduit, delivered unparalleled penetrative force. It surpassed the power of any enchanted weapon, but it came at a cost. Even a dragon king as mighty as Odin risked significant injury using this attack. Knowing the stakes, Odin held nothing back. Leon, meanwhile, continued his relentless assault, his movements augmented by the 9 Infernos. Each swing of his lightning cloud blade cut through the air with terrifying precision, seeking any weakness in Shadow's defenses. Shadow, facing their combined might, spread his arms wide. Beneath him, the ground rippled like water, creating massive, curved barriers on either side of him. Chaos magic, shadow barrier. Booms, boom. Leon's blade and Odin's thunder piercer struck the barriers, sending shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Despite their immense power, neither attack left a mark on the walls. What kind of defense is this? Odin muttered, a hint of frustration creeping into his voice. My thunder piercer can penetrate even a dragon's scales, yet it didn't leave so much as a scratch on this barrier. Shadow's mocking voice echoed from behind the wall. Did you really think your lowly magic could compare to the power of chaos magic? You're nothing but insects, scrabbling at the surface of a power you can't comprehend. Odin's eyes narrowed, refusing to be baited by the taunts. Instead, he redoubled his efforts, pouring even more power into his attack. If it exists, it can be destroyed. The lightning at his fingertips grew more intense, the sheer energy illuminating the entire area. Leon, smirking, called out to Shadow. Did you think our strategy was just a two-pronged attack? Shadow's brow furrowed. What? Leon's grin widened. You weren't paying attention to her. Before Shadow could react, a small, white figure leapt from the shadows behind him. She moved with a precision that suggested she had been lying in wait, watching for the perfect moment to strike. Shadow turned just in time to see her. A young girl with blazing white dragon pupils, her eyes glowing with ancient power. Original magic, radiant aurora seal. Noah extended her arms, summoning 4 brilliant orbs of white fire. They burned with an intensity that illuminated the battlefield, surrounding Shadow from all directions. Shadow's expression darkened. This magic, it's the same magic that once sealed ultimate fear, Noah said, her voice cold and unyielding. If you're so eager to unleash it, why not taste its punishment first? Leon and Odin broke through the shadow barriers with their final strikes, their lightning-infused attacks shattering the defenses. Noah's sealing magic activated in tandem, the 4 orbs converging on Shadow, forming an impenetrable prison of light. Shadow's calm demeanor wavered as the flames closed in. For the first time, a hint of unease crept into his expression. No, this is. The orbs detonated, engulfing Shadow in a blinding explosion of light. Seal complete, Noah declared, her voice steady. The battlefield fell silent as the brilliant light faded. Claudia watched from a distance, her heart pounding. Now that Shadow is sealed, we can. Before she could finish, a deep, bone-chilling roar shattered the silence. A burst of violet flames erupted from the center of the battlefield, accompanied by an oppressive, suffocating aura. The air was heavy with despair, the cries of ancient souls echoing in their ears. Leon clenched his fists, his voice low and grim. Looks like we failed. From within the flames, Shadow emerged, peeling away his dark robe. It was none other than the former emperor of the Empire. Shadow smirked, his voice dripping with disdain. To lead the Dragon Kings to this extent, you've earned my respect, Leon. But you should have stayed dead 8 years ago. Behind him, the colossal form of ultimate fear began to materialize. Its immense, blackened mass loomed over the battlefield like a harbinger of doom. Shadow spread his arms wide, his voice resonating with dark authority. The game ends here. From this moment forward, this era shall be known as the Age of Ultimate Fear. (629) Vol 5ch 106. The fierce wind swept through, dispersing the thick smoke that had shrouded the battlefield. At that moment, the ancient malevolence that had slumbered for millennia finally awakened. Boom! A single step from the entity near the wind tower caused the ground to tremble violently, and even the surrounding buildings swayed precariously. Its colossal body was so enormous that no one could fully take in its form at such close proximity. From above, guttural roars echoed, roars laden with grievances suppressed for tens of thousands of years. Leon tilted his head upward, catching sight of the massive form of ultimate fear. Its size was so overwhelming that even from the ground, its head was obscured from view. All he could see were 2 piercing, crimson glows peeking through the dense clouds. The oppressive aura radiating from ultimate fear sent chills through the spines of the Dragon Kings standing behind Leon. Even Constantine, who prided himself on his strength, had never encountered an adversary of such overwhelming might. This terrifying creature, how did the primordial Dragon King manage to seal it back then? Even Odin, known for his unshakable confidence, couldn't help but marvel at its power while pondering the fateful battle from ages past. As ultimate fear's oppressive presence bore down on them, making it nearly impossible to breathe, Nova stepped forward. With a single step, a radiant ripple of white energy surged outward from beneath her feet, dispelling the suffocating pressure that had paralyzed the Dragon Kings. She said that, when she sealed ultimate fear before, it wasn't nearly as powerful as it is now. Protected by the spirit of her ancestor, Nova was immune to ultimate fear's influence. Drawing on this inherited power, she erected an energy barrier to shield the gathered Dragon Kings from the overwhelming force. After millennia of suppression and accumulated power, ultimate fear has grown several times stronger than it was back then, Nova said with a sigh, her gaze fixed firmly on the sharp glow of its eyes cutting through the clouds. And it awakened earlier than expected. I haven't had enough time to grow strong enough to fully harness all of Noah's power, Nova murmured, trailing off. A soft hand rested on her shoulder. She turned to see her aunt, Isha, who gazed at her with a gentle yet resolute expression. Do what you can, Nova. I'm sure the primordial Dragon King would say the same. Isha, auntie. She's right, Odin said as he approached, standing at Nova's other side. While he maintained a respectful distance, his firm tone conveyed his unwavering support. The Elder Thunder Dragon King's voice was calm as he spoke. Nova, listen. The primordial Dragon King chose you and entrusted you with their power. That alone is proof that you're worthy, Princess of the Silver Dragons. Odin added with a rare smile. And let's not forget, you have two exceptional parents supporting you, young lady. Helena believes in you, Nova, Odin continued, referencing the Sea Dragon Princess. No matter what happens, she has faith in you, and because of that, so do I. Why does everyone sound so dramatic? The fight hasn't even started yet. Hey, old man, don't glare at me like that. I'm not trying to ruin the mood, I just think you've all said enough encouraging things. The energy field generated by Nova's original magic could resist the oppressive aura of ultimate fear, but it couldn't entirely dispel the lingering tension in the air. The Dragon Kings, words of encouragement, born from their own resolve, were vital in reigniting their morale. Nova's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she glanced toward her parents. Leon and Rosvisser stood side by side, silent but radiating unwavering confidence. At that moment, they didn't need to say anything. Their presence alone was the greatest affirmation of Nova's strength. In the face of despair, even the smallest glimmer of hope shines blindingly bright, Shadow sneered. But soon, you won't even have that. Ultimate fear will turn all of you into stepping stones for the reset of this world. Boom! The towering colossus began to move. Leon and the others quickly prepared for the second round of battle. Constantine, you and Senior Claudia, Senior Odin, and Nova handle Shadow. Morgan, my sister, and Rosvisser will join me against ultimate fear. Understood. In the end, they had no choice but to face ultimate fear head-on. But they couldn't afford to let Shadow run rampant either. Leon had gauged Shadow's strength during their earlier skirmish. It was formidable, but not insurmountable. With Constantine and Odin working together, they could likely keep Shadow occupied for a considerable amount of time. Adding Claudia's support and Nova's original magic would ensure that even if they couldn't defeat Shadow, he wouldn't have the chance to interfere with the battle against ultimate fear. This strategy split the battlefield, allowing Leon and his group to focus entirely on the larger threat. Let's go! With a resounding roar, a red blur shot forward. Isha transformed into her dragon form and charged toward ultimate fear at breakneck speed. The red dragons were renowned for their physical strength, but even so, ultimate fear's size dwarfed Isha's by at least 300 times. Her attack seemed futile. Roar! The crimson dragon collided with ultimate fear, forcing its massive body to stagger backward by several hundred meters. Its colossal claws dug deep trenches into the ground as it steadied itself, then threw its head back and bellowed in rage. Just as the group began to think the initial attack had been effective, ultimate fear suddenly stopped moving. No matter how much force Isha exerted, she couldn't push it back any further. "You're tougher than I thought." Ultimate fear raised one of its massive forelimbs, its claws locking onto Isha's dragon form. In a single swift motion, it lifted her as if she were no more than a kitten, then hurled her hundreds of meters away. Boom! Isha crashed to the ground, demolishing several city blocks before finally coming to a halt. "Sis, are you okay?" Rosvisser called out urgently. The crimson dragon rose from the rubble, shaking off debris and dust. Her fiery gaze remained locked on the monstrous figure of ultimate fear. "I'm fine, but its strength is on an entirely different level," she admitted through gritted teeth. In their first clash, ultimate fear demonstrated its unmatched physical power and resilience. While Isha launched her assault against ultimate fear, Leon and the Falcon Squad moved stealthily to its rear. The creature's sheer height was so immense that clouds partially obscured it from view, yet Leon could still make out the majority of its enormous form. "What an enormous monstrosity," Leon muttered, his voice tinged with a rare mixture of awe and apprehension. In all his past battles, Leon had never faced an enemy like this. Ultimate fear was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It was the kind of opponent whose overwhelming presence alone was enough to convey its terrifying strength, even without exchanging a single blow. The pressure radiating from its gigantic frame could easily crush even the most powerful dragon kings. Leon raised his head, his dragon eyes flashing with determination as the stormy sky above churned with violent, crackling lightning. "It's about time," he murmured. From the thick cloud layers, a massive bolt of lightning broke free and shot toward ultimate fear. "Let's see if we can wear it down a bit." S-class thunder magic, dragon annihilation. Flames and lightning converged in a dazzling spectacle, while turbulent streams of water surrounded the battlefield, prepared to exploit any opening. Above, several glowing white orbs gathered, pulsing with energy. Shadow found himself under relentless assault, trapped within the combined efforts of Odin, Constantine, and the others. "This time, let's see you dodge this," Constantine bellowed, hurling a fiery blast directly at Shadow's face. Of all those present, Constantine was the most driven to kill Shadow. It was Shadow who had orchestrated the repeated modifications to Constantine's body, leaving him a fractured shell of his former self. It was Shadow who had caused his uncontrollable rampage at St. Hist Academy, leading to Hefei's expulsion. It was Shadow who had slaughtered half the Crimson Flame Dragon clan. No one wanted Shadow dead more than Constantine. But as is often the case in battle, things seldom go as planned. "Dodge, who said I was planning to dodge?" Shadow sneered. With those words, Shadow extended his palm, and a pitch-black orb of energy began to form within it. Constantine's eyes widened in recognition, his expression darkening. "Not good, everyone get back." The moment the orb touched the ground, it exploded in a devastating blast. The resulting shockwave scattered the group's attacks and rippled outward with incredible force. Fortunately, Constantine had reacted swiftly, shouting his warning in time for Claudia and the others to retreat to a safe distance. Of course, safe was a relative term. The magic barrier they had erected still strained under the explosion's power. Constantine skidded to a stop, dragging his warhammer along the ground and leaving a deep groove in the earth. Odin shielded himself with his dragon wings, landing beside Constantine and asking in a low voice, "You've seen that move before?" "Yeah," Constantine replied, straightening and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "That's the same technique he used to destroy my sanctuary." The fury in Constantine's dragon eyes burned brighter, his hatred and anger intensifying. "I'll kill him with my own hands," Constantine growled. "You won't have to do it alone," Odin replied. With that, the Dragon Kings of Fire and Lightning charged forward once more, their forms streaking across the battlefield like twin comets, one red, the other blue. "Bring it on," Shadow roared, meeting their attack head-on. The three clashed in a whirlwind of fire, lightning, and shadows. The intensity of their battle, high-speed magical barrages and close-quarters combat, made it impossible for anyone else to intervene. Meanwhile, Nova and Claudia focused intently on finding an opening to strike. That opening came sooner than expected, though whether it was a blessing or a curse was debatable. On the bright side, the opportunity arrived much earlier than anticipated. On the downside, the opportunity came because Shadow had just sent Constantine and Odin flying, creating an opening for the others to act. Claudia wasted no time, unleashing a series of water-based spells. However, as a dragon more suited to support roles than direct combat, Claudia's magic, while precise and skilled, lacked the raw power needed to harm Shadow significantly. After enduring her attacks, Shadow brushed a few water droplets off his shoulder and scoffed. "Poseidon's daughter, the Sea Dragon Princess, why don't you stay in your little swamp with your family? What are you even doing here? You can dig up that massive monster from its grave, but I can't splash you with some water," Claudia retorted, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "You," Shadow sputtered, momentarily caught off guard. According to his intelligence, Claudia Poseidon was supposed to be the epitome of elegance and stoicism. Who could have guessed she'd be such a master of trash talk? And she was good at it too. Shadow opened his mouth to respond, only to find himself at a loss for words. At that moment, a voice rang out from another part of the battlefield. "That's it, that's all you've got. Too slow, way too slow. Hey, old zombie, where are you aiming? I'm right above you." "Aw, look who's getting frustrated." A bead of sweat rolled down Shadow's temple. Now he understood where Claudia had learned her trash-talking skills. "Leon Kazmod, I should have sent more people to deal with you 8 years ago," Shadow muttered through gritted teeth. "Eyes up, your opponent is us." The voice came from above. Shadow glanced upward to see Nova hovering in midair, her hands raised above her head, palms pressed together. She stretched her body gracefully, gathering her magic into a crescent shape between her hands. A class original magic, Thunder Crescent Strike. "Take this," Nova shouted, hurling the crescent-shaped attack. Wrapped in crackling lightning, the crescent streaked through the air in a perfect arc, hurtling toward Shadow at incredible speed. Shadow reacted quickly, twisting his body just enough to narrowly avoid the attack. Or so he thought. A sharp sting on his cheek drew his attention, and he realized Nova's strike had grazed him, leaving a shallow cut. "Thunder Crescent Strike," Shadow mused, touching the wound. "HMPH, it seems Mevis really has taught you a few tricks." Nova's eyes widened, and she landed swiftly, her voice urgent. "You know Professor Mevis, what did you do to her?" Shadow smirked darkly. "Don't worry, little girl. You'll find out soon enough when she's the one who kills you with her own hands." "630. Vol 5CH, 107. The massive bronze dragon was flung through the air, crashing through 2 towering buildings before plummeting heavily into a pile of rubble. Its enormous body dissolved into faint specks of light, leaving Morgan sprawled amid the debris, his limbs trembling with pain that radiated through every bone in his body. He tried to rise, but found himself powerless, the searing pain in his chest making it almost impossible to breathe. Morgan opened his eyes, struggling to focus on the battlefield ahead. The monster known as Ultimate Fear continued to crush the Dragon Kings one by one, as if swatting away insignificant pests. With a sweep of its massive wings, it knocked Rosvisser out of the air. It then grabbed Isha, who had just clawed her way out of the ground, and slammed her to the earth. Without missing a beat, it dragged Isha's massive dragon form across the battlefield, carving deep trenches into the ground amidst flying debris, blood, and fire. The air was filled with the piercing cries of dragons and the sound of chaos. Every being on this battlefield was among the strongest of their kind, kings of kings. And yet, before Ultimate Fear, they were as fragile and insignificant as ants. Morgan could feel it clearly. This battle was only making Ultimate Fear stronger. "The Silver Dragon Prince said we need to defeat it before it absorbs any more negative energy," Morgan muttered. With a deep breath, he forced himself upright, wiping the blood from his mouth as his unwavering gaze locked onto the monstrosity ahead. But at this rate, forget defeating it, we can barely stall it. Morgan, Morgan, are you all right? A voice called out from nearby. Morgan turned his head, squinting through the dust. It's you, de Morcy. The tower master rushed over, grabbing Morgan's arm to help him up. How badly are you hurt? Morgan glanced down at his battered and bloodied body, then up at de Morcy with a wry smile. Isn't it obvious? Ah, sorry, let me heal you, de Morcy said hastily, preparing to cast a healing spell. Before he could, Morgan grabbed his wrist, stopping him. Don't waste your magic on me. My strength won't be enough to turn this fight around. De Morcy hesitated, disbelief flashing across his face. Even you can't make a difference. Despite Morgan's usually nonchalant demeanor, often teasing Leon and acting as if nothing fazed him, he was a dragon king who had risen alongside Odin. Though not as powerful as Odin, Morgan was among the strongest of their kind. For him to admit defeat so plainly, the sheer strength of ultimate fear was beyond anything de Morcy could comprehend. De Morcy, Morgan began, his voice laced with both curiosity and skepticism, you and Odin mentioned the Child of Thunder earlier. Are you certain it's the Silver Dragon Prince? De Morcy nodded firmly. The prophecy was clear. Before the arrival of ultimate fear, the Child of Thunder would foresee multiple outcomes in their dreams. The prince has been tormented by such dreams for weeks now. He is undoubtedly the one the prophecy speaks of. And yet, Morgan narrowed his eyes, staring at Leon's distant figure. If the prophecy is true, then where is this so-called change? Ultimate fear has descended, but nothing has happened. Are you sure you and that old thunderhead didn't misinterpret it? Morgan muttered to himself, maybe I'm the Child of Thunder. I've been having nightmares too, you know. De Morcy let out a long, exasperated sigh, shaking his head. Believe me, Morgan, the prince is the one. And he will be the one to defeat ultimate fear. As the words left his mouth, a deafening roar echoed across the battlefield, accompanied by a brilliant flash of lightning. A resounding crash followed, and for the first time, ultimate fear staggered backward, its towering body nearly toppling over. Moments later, a dazzling array of 7-colored light enveloped the battlefield, encasing ultimate fear in its radiant glow. Leon and Rosvisser had managed, through sheer tenacity and precision, to turn the tide, even if only slightly. As Rosvisser landed back on the ground, her legs wavered, and she nearly collapsed. Leon darted forward, catching her before she could fall. Are you okay? He asked, his concern evident. Rosvisser adjusted her stance, rubbing her forehead as she steadied herself. I'm fine, just a little drained. Her dragon scales, still recovering from a previous injury, hadn't fully reformed. Even with the aid of dragon sigils to store magical energy, the intensity of the battle was rapidly depleting her strength. Isha, battered but still standing, approached them. After a quick glance to assess her sister's condition, she turned to Leon. Brother-in-law, your magic reserves must be running low by now too, right? Leon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression resolute. Not yet. Rosvisser and I made extra preparations for this fight. Our reserves are still holding. Extra preparations? Isha tilted her head, a curious glint in her eyes. Despite the blood and dust smudging her face, she couldn't hide the knowing smirk that crept onto her lips. Well, aren't you too resourceful? She chuckled weakly, taking a deep breath before shifting her gaze back to ultimate fear. Her tone grew serious. Even so, we still don't have a solution for that thing, if this drags on any longer. Her words were cut off by the sound of intense fighting from another part of the battlefield. Rebecca, watch out behind you. I'm heading to support Nacho. You stay here. The Walker squad has taken heavy losses. We need backup. Isha swallowed hard, her eyes lowering as she finished her thought. If this drags on, everyone here will die. There was no exaggeration in her voice. She, more than anyone, could feel the full extent of ultimate fear's overwhelming power. Its physical strength, magical output, and sheer presence were all on a level far beyond anything they had faced before. Leon knew this all too well. Even with dragon sigils, Rosvisser's soul judgment, and their combined arsenal of high-tier magic, any other opponent would have been annihilated long ago. But against ultimate fear, their attacks were little more than scratches. Leon's gaze remained fixed on the monstrous figure in the distance. It seemed even more agitated than before. Soul judgment didn't weaken it. If anything, it only made it angrier, Rosvisser said softly. As expected of something that directly opposes primordial magic, Leon replied. Using such magic against it will only drive it further into chaos. Boom! Several figures landed nearby, their presence shaking the ground. Odin and Nova had returned, alongside Constantine and Claudia. Constantine folded his wings and crouched to set the exhausted Nova gently on the ground before standing upright to address Leon. We've been locked in a stalemate with Shadow. He's frustratingly good at prolonged battles. If this continues, he'll wear us down completely. We came to see if we should change tactics. Covered in dust and injuries, both Odin and Claudia looked just as worn as Constantine. His words weren't an exaggeration. Everyone was nearing their limits. Nova, having been forced to deactivate her primordial mode, wobbled as she tried to stand, only to collapse forward. Leon caught her, holding her gently in his arms. "Sorry, Dad," Nova murmured weakly. "The time limit on primordial mode, it's too short." The battle had already lasted over an hour, far exceeding the intensity of Nova's usual training. The fact that she had lasted this long was nothing short of a miracle. Leon could understand her pain better than anyone. He reached out with a trembling hand, gently wiping the dirt and blood from his daughter's face. His voice was soft, filled with love and reassurance. "You've done well, Nova. Now leave the rest to me." "Kid, this isn't the time to play the hero." Odin, still struggling to catch his breath, forced himself to remain calm. "This enemy, it's far too strong. Our chances of winning may be 30% at best." At Odin's words, the other dragon kings fell silent, lowering their heads in grim acknowledgement. Even for the mighty Thunder Dragon King, 30% was an optimistic estimate. In truth, their chances might not even be that high. Despair, thick and suffocating, began to envelop the group. Morgan and Isha were gravely injured. Rosvisser could no longer sustain herself in battle. Odin and the others were exhausted. Nova, having reached her limit, was unable to re-enter her primordial state. In just over an hour, Shadow and Ultimate Fear had proven what it meant to be an unstoppable force. For once, the overwhelming power was being displayed against Leon and his allies, rather than by them. "The Thunder Dragon King is still far too confident in your side's abilities," a hoarse voice called out from beneath Ultimate Fear. Shadow emerged, his hands clasped behind his back as he strolled toward the group. His movements were deliberate, unhurried. 30%? Let's be generous. Considering Leon Kazmod is the only one who can still stand, I'd say your chances are. Shadow paused, extending his arms as a wave of dark energy swept across the battlefield, briefly illuminating the faces of the weary Dragon Kings. His eyes locked onto Leon, and he finished his sentence with a cold sneer. 10%. Retracting his arms, Shadow continued in a mockingly casual tone. "As far as lower life forms go, you've done well to last this long. And Leon, I must commend you on your ability to gather so many to sacrifice themselves for your cause. Impressive leadership skills, truly. But numbers mean nothing against Ultimate Fear. Fighting it is no different than an egg smashing against a rock. Restarting this world isn't complicated. All I need to do is kill you all and eliminate anyone foolish enough to resist." Shadow's voice was calm, almost conversational, as if he were discussing trivial matters like the weather. In his eyes, life held no value. He and Ultimate Fear were alike, beings of pure destruction, slaughter, and chaos. His words deepened the despair already hanging over the group like a dark cloud. The searing pain of their wounds, the bitterness of their helplessness, and the rising fury in their hearts, all of it pushed them to speak, but the weight of despair choked the words in their throats. "Many of you must have heard of the prophecy about the Child of Thunder. Even now, you cling to that prophecy, hoping it will save you. Pathetic." Shadow's gaze remained fixed on Leon. Though his words seemed directed at everyone, it was clear that Leon was his true target. To Shadow, the other Dragon Kings were already irrelevant. All he needed to do was shatter their last psychological defenses, and victory would be his. So, before you all die, I'd like to ask, who do you believe this Child of Thunder is? Shadow's question dripped with malice, his intent to torment evident. Is it Odin? It doesn't seem to be him. Perhaps that little girl? He glanced at Nova, unconscious in Constantine's arms. She's already passed out. Clearly, it can't be her. Then, is it you, Leon Kazmod? Shadow chuckled, his raspy laughter growing louder and more twisted. How ridiculous! How could you be the Child of Thunder, Leon? You're nothing more than a ghost who should have died 8 years ago. A man who stumbled into 8 years of borrowed time. Your family, your wife, your daughters, all just a dream you've mistaken for reality. Shut up. The voice that interrupted him was Leon's, nor was it Isha's. It was Rosvisser. Her silver eyes trembled as she stepped forward, glaring at Shadow with a mix of fury and unyielding resolve. So what if we're weak? So what if my husband was a ghost? Her voice was fierce, but beneath the anger was a strength born of love and memories. You can trample this world however you please, and you can mock us for being fragile. But I will never allow you to insult my husband or my daughter. She stood like a beacon of light, shining at the moment she was most needed. Leon watched her, momentarily lost in thought. His mind drifted back to years ago when she was still the cold and aloof Silver Dragon Queen. She had been distant, indifferent to the world around her. It was their false family that had changed her. She had opened her heart to new ideas, new bonds, and to him. She had once said that Leon had changed her. But Leon had always wanted to tell her that, in many ways, she was his guiding light, showing him the path forward when he was lost. The bond they shared, the word spouse, was enough for them to overcome any trial. Shadow hesitated, clearly caught off guard by Rosvisser's fiery rebuttal. He hadn't expected such a fierce response from someone who should have been too drained to fight back. But he quickly recovered, smirking as he mocked. Are you finished? Such sentimental nonsense. It's the kind of thing I hate the most. Don't tell me you think a few impassioned words will summon the Child of Thunder. Don't make me laugh. Shadow pointed directly at Leon, his voice laced with venom. Fate will never choose you. Give up your last shred of hope, and at least you'll die without regrets. Leon remained silent, turning to hand Nova carefully to Constantine. Then he stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Rosvisser. He took her cold hand in his own, their gazes meeting briefly before they both turned to face Shadow. I never believed fate would choose me, Leon said, his voice calm but resolute. A surge of electricity crackled at their feet, silver energy beginning to envelop them. Rosvisser spread her dragon wings, her silver aura radiating power, as Leon's scar began to glow faintly. Looking directly into Shadow's eyes, Leon spoke, his words steady and deliberate. Because I am the one who chooses fate. As his voice fell, a massive silver dragon emerged, its body surrounded by cascading lightning. Using Rosvisser's dragon form as a foundation, they combined their power into something capable of standing against ultimate fear. Leon stood atop the silver dragon's head, the stormy clouds above roiling with untamed energy. The ground shook beneath them as the dragon's power reached an unprecedented peak. Odin stared in awe, his voice a whisper. So that's the Child of Thunder. The silver dragon, wreathed in crackling lightning, spread its wings wide. Thunder and wind roared across the battlefield. S-class combined technique, dragon mastery. (631) Vol 5ch, 108. What kind of technique is that? Claudia stared in awe at the magnificent sight. Even as someone deeply versed in dragon magic, she had never seen such a coordinated skill before. In the current magical system, combination techniques were a particularly special category of magic. The principle behind them wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but rather an amplification that elevated the abilities of both users to an unprecedented level. Such a powerful technique, however, came with extremely demanding requirements. Both users needed to possess identical or highly similar magic attributes, an unparalleled level of mutual understanding, and years of practice. And even then, success was not guaranteed. Even Milkway sisters, Mel and Wanwei, who had grown up together, spent centuries mastering Galaxy Crimson Impact and Floral Array, their two combination skills. Thus, Claudia's shock didn't just stem from the unlikely combination of a dragon and an elf, but also from the extraordinary level of trust and harmony between these two. In just 8 short years, they've cultivated a bond and trust that can unleash a technique of this scale, Claudia murmured in disbelief. They mentioned this technique to me some time ago, but no one believed them then. Even I didn't think that in just a few years, they'd actually managed to pull it off. Isha watched her sister and brother-in-law's figures in the distance and spoke slowly. Odin, less sensitive when it came to matters of emotions and trust, focused instead on the technical aspect. Prince Leon's Sumi Shadow is a high-density lightning magic aggregate. By all logic, anyone entering it would be electrocuted by the thunder magic, yet the Silver Dragon Queen remains unaffected. Why is that? Because of the heart-guarding dragon scale, Isha said. Odin blinked, still somewhat confused. The heart-guarding dragon scale? What does that mean? For complicated reasons, Rosvisar's heart-guarding dragon scale was transplanted onto my brother-in-law, Isha explained. Over 8 years, the dragon scale has completely fused with him, becoming part of his body. However, fundamentally, the scale still belongs to Rosvisar and carries centuries of her magical energy. In essence, the magic Leon uses can be fully endured and adapted to by Rosvisar, she continued. That's why they can execute this combination technique. Pausing for a moment, Isha added, you could also say, they are the only two in this world capable of using this skill. 8 years ago, in the Silver Dragon dungeon, that heart-guarding dragon scale had been the catalyst for everything that followed. Even today, it remained the key to the couple's unity in battle. Fate, though often an intangible and fleeting concept, seemed strikingly tangible at this moment. The Dragon Kings marveled at how magic had been developed to such an extent, and at the bond of love that transcended races between Leon and Rosvisar. Now's the time, let's finish this in one go. The figure clad in electric armor charged forward alongside the Silver Dragon, roaring toward ultimate fear. Each step reverberated with massive waves of magical energy, exploding continuously across the battlefield. Leon's magic and Rosvisar's power blended perfectly, the flowing energy almost tangible in the air, a combination of his strength and hers. Boom! The clash between two massive forces created such a shockwave that even the surrounding space seemed to ripple. The violent energy swept across the battlefield, obliterating everything within dozens of kilometers. This was a life-or-death struggle. Every attack had to be executed with their full strength. The glow from the tower illuminated the battlefield as Ultimate Fear's energy continued to accumulate. Gradually, the tide of battle began to shift back in its favor under the relentless onslaught of the Silver Dragon couple. At this rate, we might actually win. Morgan murmured, a spark of hope in his voice. HMPH, just a flashy death throw. Shadow remained composed, his hands folded behind his back. He gazed at Ultimate Fear, now slowly retreating under the couple's pressure, and said coldly, the battle ends here, it's time to get serious. As if hearing a whisper from the underworld, Ultimate Fear, forced into the clearing by Leon and Rosvisar's assault, suddenly halted. Its enormous maw opened wide, gathering a dark purple flame. Even from a great distance, the Dragon Kings could feel the sheer density of its energy. Its power, it feels like it's jumped several levels in just seconds. The prince was right, the longer this fight goes, the stronger it becomes. Morgan remarked gravely. Isha frowned deeply, her dragon wings unfurling as she prepared to shift into her dragon form. If we let Ultimate Fear unleash that attack, I don't know if the Silver Dragon couple can endure it. We need to assist them now. Odin issued the order. Everyone, no matter how exhausted you are, contribute everything you've got. This isn't over yet. On the battlefield, Leon and Rosvisar were also acutely aware of the danger posed by Ultimate Fear's next attack. It intends to destroy the entire Sky City. That kind of blast will even affect Shadow, Rosvisor said grimly. Leon raised an eyebrow, trying to decipher the monster's intent. Meanwhile, Rosvisor narrowed her eyes at the charging energy, and after a brief thought, she realized his plan. Rosvisor, do you remember that staring water game we used to play? Leon suddenly asked. The Silver Dragon Queen blinked, stunned. That silly game actually had a name. Two people would hold water in their mouths and stare into each other's eyes until one laughed and sprayed water all over the other's face. But why bring it up now? Yes, I remember. The time I lost, you turned into a dragon and I tried to hold your mouth shut, only for the water to spray out of your nose, Rosvisor recalled, smirking. Leon grinned mischievously. And you said your head was filled with the taste of water after that. Rosvisor's eyes lit up with understanding. All right, it's risky, but it might work. Let's do it quickly. Got it. With a determined shout, Leon's dragon-scaled figure charged directly toward Ultimate Fear. This unexpected move shocked everyone, even the Dragon Kings and Shadow, who frowned in disbelief. Are they insane? Ultimate Fear will reduce them to ashes, Shadow muttered coldly. The massive dragon lunged forward, with Leon standing on Rosvisor's head, gathering violent lightning magic in his hands. Because Sumi Shadow was a pure energy construct of thunder elements combined with the Silver Dragon's speed, their dragon rider coordination was unnervingly swift. Despite its size, Ultimate Fear couldn't evade the couple's relentless pursuit while still charging its attack. Shadow's expression darkened as he shouted, "Stop charging and attack them directly." But it was too late. The chaotic magic within Ultimate Fear surged violently, the sheer power nearly destabilizing the creature as it prepared to unleash its full-force attack. Shadow sneered. Charging straight at it, are they asking to die? Claudia, however, began to understand their intention. She turned her gaze to Shadow and said calmly, "Whether a Dragon King can survive this attack, I don't know. But you've already said it yourself, for this attack to work, it needs enough negative energy. So, what happens when? The continuation of this high-stakes confrontation awaits. Will it still be that powerful if it hasn't fully charged?" Claudia calmly questioned Shadow, raising an eyebrow. Even if the energy isn't fully accumulated, it's more than enough to blow those two into pieces, Shadow retorted with conviction. Oh, is that so? Claudia smirked slightly. If it's that powerful then, what happens if it backfires? Shadow froze for a moment, stunned. Backfire. After a brief pause, realization struck him like a lightning bolt. His head snapped upward as he shouted for Ultimate Fear to change its strategy. But it was already too late. The enormous dragon roared, leaping high into the air and pouncing directly onto Ultimate Fear's upper body. The massive flame orbit had been charging hovered mere meters away from the dragon rider. Arararars. Ultimate Fear bellowed furiously and attempted to fire its half-charged final flame at the dragon rider. But Leon was faster. A blinding light erupted from the dragon rider's mouth, forcibly slamming the violet flame orb back into its origin. Super S-Class lightning magic, Dragon Rider reformed Thunder Wolf Overrun. The thunder-charged Thunder Wolf Overrun, strengthened to its limits, was unstoppable. While Ultimate Fear could normally reflect energy attacks like a cursed cannon, Leon's assault had fully charged. Its power had not diminished in the slightest, while Ultimate Fear's unstable flame orb wavered in energy. Boom! The violet flames exploded inside Ultimate Fear's gaping maw. Black smoke spewed from its mouth and eye sockets as the monstrous creature wailed in agony. Its enormous form trembled, then collapsed onto its knees, clearly devastated by the blow. Now's the chance, Prince. Leon seized the moment. He leaped from the dragon rider's forehead, hands gripping the hilt of the thundercloud blade, channeling a torrent of magic into its core. In an instant, a gigantic lightning sword materialized around the blade, its brilliance illuminating the battlefield. Super S-Class lightning magic, Thunder Sword reformed Blade of Dawn. Simultaneously, the scar on Leon's cheek began to glow with pulsating blue light, its brightness intensifying, until it suddenly dispersed like stardust. The scar morphed into the shape of a lightning bolt. Go for it, brother-in-law, slice that giant beast in half. Dad, you've never lied to us, not once. This time is no different. Captain, charge. Show them who the strongest on Samel continent truly is. The prophesied child of thunder shall descend in humanity's darkest hour, standing undefeated to deliver salvation. At that moment, Morgan gazed at the figure diving toward the beast, his voice filled with reverence. You were right, Prince. It was never destiny that chose you, it was you who chose destiny. Leon carried the hope and faith of countless people. He could not afford to lose. The gigantic lightning blade swung down, aimed squarely at the monster's throat. Thunder roared as arcs of electricity rippled across the battlefield. Ultimate Fear let out a pained, guttural groan, but that sound was quickly swallowed by the deafening crash of thunder. Shadow, Leon roared. Look closely, this is what a human is capable of. The massive lightning sword cleaved cleanly through the monster's neck. Captain, sister-in-law, we won. Rebecca shouted, waving energetically as she ran toward them from afar. Leon turned around, exhaustion etched on his face, but he still managed a triumphant smile. Yes, we won. Rosvisser stood beside him, their hands intertwined, fingers tightly locked. Wow, so the prince really is the child of thunder. What a pity, Morgan sighed dramatically. Odin shot him a glance. What are you pitying? That it wasn't me. Fortunately, it wasn't you. Dad's mom. Noah, who had regained consciousness, wriggled free from Uncle Morgan's arms and sprinted toward her parents. Leon knelt down, arms outstretched, and scooped her up, his face lighting up with sheer joy. Is your dad cool or what? Leon asked proudly, pressing his forehead to hers as he grinned like the luckiest man alive. Super cool, Dad's the coolest. Noah giggled, earning an affectionate kiss on her cheek. But then, a hoarse voice interrupted their celebration. What are you doing? Celebrating already? The crowd turned toward the sound. Leon was standing beside Ultimate Fear's corpse, his hand brushing lightly over its scales. Shadow, Leon called out, voice steady, your oversized pet is dead. Do you think you alone can take on all of us? Shadow snorted coldly. Killing an immature infant gave you the illusion of victory, did it? The word sent a chill through everyone. Immature infant. That's right, what you killed was nothing more than a mindless beast. It possessed endless power, yes, but lacked the wisdom to wield it. It even blew up its own head, utterly laughable. As Shadow spoke, he reached into the blackened scales and retrieved a dragon scale, but not a black one. This scale gleamed with a milky white light, its crystalline luster dazzling everyone. Rosvisser, Isha, Constantine, and Noah instantly recognized it. The primordial power, Constantine muttered gravely. He turned it into a dragon scale, the power he stole from me. Exactly. Shadow turned slowly, holding the primordial dragon scale against his chest. Did you think the revival plan was simply about causing you to lose control in the academy? You were gravely mistaken. He spread his arms wide, his expression serene as the violet energy from Ultimate Fear's severed head began flowing into him. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of power radiated from Shadow, eclipsing everything else. The Darkfire plan has proven my theory. A being that possesses both the chaos power and the primordial power gains Tiamat's strength. Tiamat. Odin clenched his fists, realization dawning on him. His voice trembled with fury. Your goal was never Ultimate Fear. It was stealing Tiamat's power. Ha ha ha, that's right, Odin. Shadow's body slowly rose into the air, his form beginning to shift. Draconic features emerged one by one, transforming him. Behind him, an enormous dragon's shadow loomed, its presence oppressive and godlike. The divine power of the ancient era, a force that shaped the heavens and earth, had returned. From above, Shadow gazed down upon Leon, and the others as though he were a deity looking down on mere mortals. I am the second dragon god, the only existence in the present world. (632). Vol 5ch, 109. Everything he had done up, until now, had been to seize the power of the dragon god. The Tower Master frowned deeply, clenching his fists in frustration. Even ultimate fear is just another stepping stone for him. Well, Dimos, I suppose there's no prophecy this time about some hero defeating the dragon god, right? Morgan said in a faint, sarcastic tone. I admire your optimism, Golden Sand Dragon King, Isra replied, pulling Mives and Laity back by their wrists, retreating step by step. But right now, I think we need to lie low. Before Isra's words had fully settled, the Shadow Wielder, now armed with Tiamat's divine power, launched a fierce assault. In an instant, the primordial and chaotic energies exploded, raining down upon everyone below like a relentless storm. Listen closely. Right now, all you can do is hide like turtles and wait for an opening, Odin commanded. Everyone disperse. At Odin's order, the Dragon Kings leapt from their positions and split off in various directions, retreating to the crumbling ruins of Sky City. Though more than half of the structures were destroyed, the remaining rubble and debris still provided some cover for their scattered followers. The Shadow's ethereal form shimmered faintly, appearing amidst the chaos. A sinister smile spread across his face as he said, "Well then, let's play a game of cat and mouse." Leon clutched Noah tightly, retreating with Rosvisser to the shelter of a dilapidated clock tower. As Noah's strength gradually returned, she slipped out of her father's embrace. The family of three huddled behind a teetering wall, holding their breath as they listened to the commotion outside. I suspected Shadow might have a trump card, Leon muttered, but I didn't expect it to be such a devastating one. No wonder he always spoke of lesser beings with such disdain. He's been planning this divine ascension for a long time. You said he was the former king. Does that mean he's human like you? Rosvisser asked. Leon thought for a moment before shaking his head. To wield both primordial and chaotic energies without being consumed, there's no way he's human. A sardonic laugh echoed from the shadowy void above them. How ironic, the former king of the human empire isn't even human. In truth, Leon and the others knew very little about Shadow's origins or his past. At first, Leon had assumed Shadow was merely a devoted follower of ultimate fear, working toward its resurrection. That, Leon thought, was the entirety of Shadow's purpose. But now it was clear, ultimate fear wasn't Shadow's boss. Everything Shadow had orchestrated was to ascend as a god himself. Such a monumental power could never belong to a mortal body. Shadow's history and motives became even more enigmatic. Where had he come from? Why was he so determined to seize the dragon god's power? Questions swirled in Leon's mind as Tiamat's divine energy continued to wreak havoc. This is outrageous, damn it, Noah exclaimed, slamming her fist against the wall in frustration. Leon and Rosvisser looked up at their daughter, noticing the subtle shift in her expression and demeanor. They exchanged a glance and nodded slightly in silent agreement. Noah, Rosvisser asked cautiously. He's no god, he's nothing more than a thief who stole the dragon god's power. Noah's white eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Shadow, who was wreaking havoc in the distance. As a being directly created by Tiamat, Noah embodied the dragon god's will and benevolence. Her respect and reverence for the dragon god were akin to a daughter's devotion to her father. Seeing Shadow desecrate the dragon god's power in such a way was nothing short of blasphemy and an insult. Is there any way to separate the dragon god's power from Shadow's body? Leon asked. Noah, now slightly calmer, turned to face her parents. Unless Shadow willingly relinquishes it, there's no way. Leon and Rosvisser felt a chill at her words. So our only option is to kill Shadow head-on, Rosvisser murmured. But everyone is exhausted from the previous battle, and even if we had the strength, how could we face an enemy stronger than ultimate fear itself? Complete despair hung in the air. There was no prophecy, no destined hero to rely on this time. The being they faced was a unique anomaly, a mortal body that had stolen ancient, divine power. Noah herself had never encountered such a situation before. They had no answers, no plans, and no way out. As Rosvisser said, the only path left for us is to kill Shadow, Leon said grimly. But how could they kill an enemy whose power defied comprehension? Within the clock tower, the sound of grinding gears echoed faintly, a stark reminder of time's relentless march. I could try using the 9 gates, Leon suggested hesitantly. In his dragon god state, only primordial magic and physical attacks can harm him. The 9 gates might work. No, Rosvisser immediately refused. The damage to your heart-guarding dragon scale from using the 9 gates in the Empire hasn't fully healed yet. If you use it again, it could destroy your heart, just like the other users of the 9 infernal gates. But we don't have any other options, do we? Even so, I won't let you throw your life away, Leon. As they debated, a suppressed dragon's roar echoed from outside. The 3 of them peeked out from behind the wall, their eyes widening in shock. In the desolate street below, Shadow held Isha by the neck, lifting her off the ground with one hand. Isha struggled to summon her primordial dragon flame, but her strength was utterly depleted, rendering her attacks useless. Her crimson tail hung limply, and her once flaming hair clung messily to her face. The first mouse, caught so easily, Shadow said coldly. Though he could have snapped Isha's neck at any moment, he didn't. Instead, he called out, "Leon, I know you're nearby. Stop hiding. Your family is on the brink of death. A single twitch of my finger and she's gone." Shadow's voice rang out, offering a deal. "Let's make this simple. Trade your life for hers. How about it?" But everyone knew it wasn't a deal. Even if Leon surrendered, Shadow would still kill them all, one by one. And yet, what choice did they have? Under the dragon god's overwhelming power, they were completely at his mercy. "You bastard," Isha rasped, gripping Shadow's wrist with all her remaining strength. Though she was barely able to breathe, she forced out, "Leon, protect Rosvisser. Don't come out." So annoying, so useless. Let's see how long it takes for Leon to step out. Let's give him 10 seconds. Shadow's mocking voice counted down as he tightened his grip. 10-9. Isha's body twitched involuntarily as the pressure increased, her struggles futile. 6. Behind the clock tower, Rosvisser's dragon eyes narrowed in fury, the corners of her eyes sprouting faint scales from her rage. "I'll kill him, I swear I'll kill him," she hissed. But just as she was about to leap into action, Leon placed a firm hand on her shoulder. "Shadow wants me. I'll trade myself for Isha," Leon said resolutely. "Leon, no matter what happens, don't come out. I'll buy you as much time as I can. If you can escape Sky City, do it." "But..." "Noah, take care of your mother," Leon said firmly. Before Noah could respond, Leon turned to her, crouching down to meet her gaze. He held out his fist. "I'll protect everyone. You protect Mom. You can do that, right, Noah?" Looking at her father's scarred, weathered hand, Noah hesitated for the first time. She clutched the hem of her clothes tightly, her head bowed, tears welling in her eyes. "What if you don't come back?" she whispered, her voice trembling. Leon paused, then smiled gently. "I will come back, Noah. Have I ever broken a promise to you?" Noah sniffled, her heart heavy with doubt, yet she couldn't deny the sincerity in her father's words. Even so, she knew what his promise truly meant. With trembling hands, she reached out her small fist, bumping it gently against Leon's. "I'll wait for you, Dad," she said, her voice cracking slightly. Leon nodded, stroking Noah's head affectionately. "Good girl." Straightening up, Leon prepared to leave. Before stepping out of the clock tower, he glanced back at Rosvisser. Beneath the enormous, shattered clock face, the 3 of them exchanged a silent gaze. The motionless hands of the clock mirrored their desire to freeze this moment in time. After a fleeting look, Leon turned and strode out. "Leon," Rosvisser called after him. 3. "Let her go, Shadow," Leon demanded. Shadow and Isha turned toward the voice. "What a fool," Isha said with a faint smile before her eyes fluttered closed. Shadow tossed her aside casually and began walking toward Leon. Leon no longer evaded him, stepping forward to meet him. The street wasn't long, but every step felt like an eternity. When Leon was about 20 meters away, he suddenly picked up speed. Shadow raised an eyebrow, puzzled by his actions. "In a hurry to die," Shadow mocked, gathering magical energy in his hand. But Leon had no intention of attacking him head-on. Instead, he leapt into the air, catching hold of a brown shadow that swooped down from above, his loyal 6-winged dragon eagle. Using the momentum, Leon and the dragon eagle flew over Shadow, landing behind him. You have a very loyal pet, Leon, Shadow remarked, turning around slowly. The dragon eagle carried Leon directly to Isha. Leon scooped her up in his arms and gently placed her on the eagle's back. Stroking its feathers, he said, "Run, fly as far as you can and don't look back." The dragon eagle hesitated briefly, but then nodded and flapped its wings, soaring away with the unconscious Isha. As the eagle disappeared into the distance, Leon turned back to face Shadow. "Cat and mouse, is it? Let's see if you can catch me," he taunted. "Boring," Shadow said flatly, conjuring a sphere of light in his hand. Leon's eyes narrowed. The casually formed attack carried immense destructive power, far beyond any conventional magic. In his current state, Leon couldn't afford to take it head-on. His primary goal wasn't to fight, but to buy time for everyone to escape. Thankfully, Shadow's attacks, though powerful, were slow. Leon dodged nimbly, weaving through the ruins to avoid the blasts. "You want me dead so badly? Then come and try," Leon taunted as he ran into the rubble. "Struggling in vain," Shadow sneered. "Let's end this." He gathered a massive purple energy sphere and hurled it toward Leon. Boom! The explosion consumed half of Sky City, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. Shadow hovered in the air, watching the scene below with a cold, detached gaze. Moments later, a blue figure emerged from the smoke, tumbling to the ground before crashing into a collapsed building. Leon coughed up blood, leaning against the wall as the Sumi shadow around him began to dissipate. He struggled to open his eyes, glaring up at Shadow in the sky. "I think it's time to change the game," Shadow said, standing midair with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked down at Leon with disdain. "Don't think I can't see what you're doing. You're trying to play the hero, buying time for your family and friends to escape," Shadow mocked. "So let's play a new game." He raised a hand, aiming it toward the clock tower. "Let's see how many of them you can save before I kill them all," Shadow said, a sinister smile on his face. Leon's heart sank. Despite the searing pain in his body, he forced himself to stand. Dragging his weakened body out of the rubble, he sprinted toward the clock tower where Rosvisser and Noah had hidden, silently praying they were no longer there. Boom! The first light sphere struck, its explosion sending shockwaves that knocked Leon to the ground. "No, no," he cried, ignoring his injuries as he pushed himself up and continued running. Boom, boom. The second and third strikes followed, relentless and devastating. "Ha ha 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 ha, yes, that's the face I wanted to see," Shadow laughed maniacally. "I wonder, Leon, how many of them died in those blasts. Odin, Morgan, Constantine, or maybe your wife and daughter." Zing! A sudden flash of lightning shot toward Shadow, catching him off guard. He attempted to dodge, but the bolt grazed his chest. Though the dragon god's body rendered him immune to magic, the attack still left a mark. "Is this all you're capable of now, Leon? Then there's no need to keep playing. Time to die." Shadow raised his hand, conjuring another energy sphere aimed directly at Leon. But before he could strike, a black figure appeared at his side. "What?" Shadow muttered. The figure delivered a flawless midair spin kick, forcing Shadow to block. When he finally got a clear look at his attacker, his eyes widened in shock. "Mives, you dare betray me?" Shadow roared, grabbing her by the throat. "Don't you want to save your family?" Mives scoffed, kicking him in the chest and breaking free of his grip. She retreated to a safe distance and said coldly, "This is how I save my family." Shadow's expression twisted in confusion and rage. "Whatever you are, I'll kill you too," he snarled, hurling 2 energy spheres toward her. Mives dodged, countering with twin lightning wolves that collided with the spheres, triggering a blinding explosion. Using the distraction, she darted into an underground shelter where Rosvisser and the others had taken refuge. "Isha is safe thanks to the dragon eagle. Stay here until the battle ends," Mives said, scanning the group. Everyone stared at her with confusion and suspicion, their eyes filled with unspoken questions. Mives shrugged. "Oh, come on, I just saved you all from Shadow's bombardment. A little gratitude wouldn't hurt." Noah was the first to step forward. "Mives, who are you, really? Shadow said you were supposed to kill me, but you saved us. What's going on?" Mives crouched down, meeting Noah's gaze with a soft smile. There's no time to explain everything. Just know this, I'm here to help you. Rosvisser frowned. Who else is here? Mive smirked, standing up and looking toward the shelter's entrance. You'll find out soon enough, she said cryptically. A radiant white light suddenly erupted, flooding the room with primordial energy. At that moment, a true god descended once more. Let's go, Noah, Leon's voice echoed, filled with unyielding determination. "633. Vol 5ch, 110. Mom, you just said you know who Mives really is. Who is she? Noah turned to her mother after Mevis had unleashed that overwhelming and familiar power and left. But as soon as she asked, she froze. The other Dragon Kings also turned their attention to Rosvisser. They didn't know this, Mevis woman, but the power she displayed was unmistakably primordial. Moreover, it was far purer than the kind of primordial energy Rosvisser and Isha had cultivated over the years. Only those directly guided by the primordial Dragon King could wield such pure energy. In other words, only a primordial Dragon King could control power of that caliber. Rosvisser lowered her gaze, looking at her eldest daughter. Her silence was heavy, and tears shimmered faintly in her eyes, both relief and heartache. Noah, Rosvisser said softly, Mevis is you. She's the future you. The words hit Noah like a lightning bolt. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at her mother in disbelief. The other Dragon Kings were equally stunned. What do you mean, Mevis is Noah? How could we not have noticed even the slightest clue until now? Does time travel magic truly exist? Her bear-shaped patch, it's identical to the one Leon gave us years ago. She always seemed to be communicating with someone divine when she prayed, and Leon once sensed that she wasn't communing with the void, but with a presence, a future primordial dragon king named Noah. Her background check said she came from a destroyed clan, but her behavior and manners were noble, because that's how Noah was raised. Everyone who meets her feels an inexplicable sense of familiarity, not because we've seen her before. Rosvisser knelt down, gently cupping her daughter's face. Her voice trembled slightly as she explained, but because we're family. Noah began to recall details about Mevis that suddenly made sense in light of her mother's revelation. The ring on her hand, it's not jewelry. It's a fragment of Dad's black gold breastplate that I've always kept with me. The chocolate cake Moon gave her, she said her sister used to make the same one, and that's true. She made fireworks with magic, just like Dad once did for Mom, and she made them for me too. If Mives truly was the future Noah, then all these mysteries fell into place. But the revelation brought forth an even bigger question. Why would Noah's future self be so entangled in this timeline? Before they could unravel that mystery, a more pressing issue arose. Didn't Leon say after his return from the future that time couldn't flow backward? How could Mevis, as future Noah, come back here? Claudia asked. Rosvisser looked toward the window, where Mevis stood beside Leon. We'll have to wait for her to explain it herself, Rosvisser said quietly. Leon glanced at the familiar figure standing beside him, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. He couldn't even determine whether Mevis was friend or foe. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Mevis remained calm. This might be a bit complicated to explain, but Mevis raised her right fist, extending it toward Leon. You should understand what this gesture means, right? Leon stared at the fist in front of him. In that moment, the storm of doubt and confusion in his heart dissipated, like clouds parting after a heavy rain to reveal the sun. The weight pressing on his chest lifted at last. He chuckled softly, almost unable to believe it himself. Slowly, he raised his own hand, forming a fist, and lightly bumped it against Mevis's. This simple gesture had been a silent bond between him and his daughter countless times before. As their fists met, Mevis's eyes crinkled with a smile of genuine relief and joy. Tears glimmered faintly in her eyes, though they didn't overshadow the excitement and happiness radiating from her expression. I've waited 30 years for this moment, she said, her voice trembling slightly. To fight alongside you again, Dad. Noah, Leon began. Let's stick with Mevis for now, she said with a playful smirk. Turning to face their enemy, she added, Any questions can wait until we've taken care of this guy. Can your old man keep up? Leon teased. Ha, don't underestimate me. I can do this all day, Mevis shot back. Shadow hovered above them, watching the scene unfold with disinterest. I don't care why my subordinate has suddenly betrayed me. It's merely another variable leading to death. This battle will end with only one person dead, and that person will be you, Shadow, Mevis declared confidently. Bold words, do you even understand the kind of enemy you're facing? Shadow sneered. A mere false god who stole Tiamat's power, she retorted. Mevis crossed her arms as white energy began to pour from her body. Magical waves surged, lifting her hair as the pure black strands gradually turned snow-white, a symbol of purity. Her eyes shifted in color, and faint markings appeared around the corners of her eyes. Leon watched her transformation, immediately recognizing it as Noah's primordial mode, a state drawing on the power of the primordial Dragon King. If Noah can use it now, then it's no surprise her future self can wield it even better, Leon thought. Mives's mastery over the primordial mode far exceeded Noah's current capabilities. Shadow's brow furrowed slightly as he observed her. Such pure primordial energy, it feels similar to that Brat S, but much stronger. Mevis, what are you? I'm the one who will send this false god back to hell where he belongs, Mevis replied. Shadow snorted. If you think you can, then try me. Let's go, Dad, Mevis said. Leon nodded. Right. The two launched themselves forward simultaneously, flanking Shadow from both sides. Their first attack came in perfect synchronization, a blend of Leon's physical prowess and Mevis's magical supremacy. Leon, now unable to rely on his depleted magical reserves, focused entirely on hand-to-hand combat and sensory techniques. Even with limited options, his adaptability as a hexagonal warrior made him formidable. Mevis, on the other hand, wielded primordial energy with ease. Every strike she unleashed carried pure elemental force. Their teamwork was seamless, a natural synergy born from unspoken understanding. Mevis spread her dragon wings, channeling fire and lightning magic to create a massive dual-elemental tornado, an S-class twin magic spell, Thunderfire Waltz. The swirling vortex of flames and lightning surged toward Shadow, its destructive force tearing through the battlefield. Shadow responded by unleashing a surge of violet energy, shattering the tornado in an instant. Is that all you've got? I expected more from you, Shadow sneered. But in that fleeting moment of distraction, Leon had closed the distance. Activating the 6th gate of the 9 infernal gates, he delivered a hammering blow to Shadow's back, engulfing them in a cloud of smoke and debris. When the dust cleared, Shadow stood atop a ruined building, seemingly unscathed. You almost got me with that sneak attack, Shadow said, his tone casual and unbothered. Leon and Mevis regrouped, their expressions serious. Did you notice? Leon whispered. After absorbing the dragon god's power, his strength increased, but his speed and reflexes have noticeably declined. Mevis smirked. Fast attacks, then, sounds like my kind of strategy. No lead attacker or support this time. Just keep up with me, she said with a grin. Leon grinned back. Let's see just how strong the future has made you. The father-daughter duo disappeared once more, their movements perfectly synchronized as they charged toward their formidable foe. Otter note. I expect to finish this volume the day after tomorrow, and then we'll start the next phase. I can't even imagine how exciting it will be to write them. (634). Vol 5ch, 111. As Leon had said, although Shadow, having absorbed the power of chaos and primordial energy, had transformed into a false god and gained Tiamat's strength, he had lost the speed and reflexive advantages he once possessed. This gave Leon and Mevis an opportunity to engage him in close combat. Furthermore, this was the only way for them to gradually deplete Shadow's health. After all, judging by the overwhelming magic strength Shadow had demonstrated earlier, engaging him in a magic duel would result in their defeat within just a few exchanges. Father and daughter charged forward again, attacking Shadow from both sides. Their strikes rained down on him like a relentless storm. At the beginning of this assault, Shadow attempted to spar with them, but after a few exchanges, he clearly realized that he couldn't maintain an advantage in terms of speed. Moreover, even the most skilled fighter couldn't match the seamless coordination of two attackers. The synergy between Leon and Mevis was so flawless that Shadow felt as though he was facing a single, unified warrior. Realizing this, Shadow quickly disengaged, putting some distance between himself and his opponents. He slowly raised his head, his gaze landing on Mevis. Shadow stood upright and said, "You're working so well together. Mevis, you must have been collaborating with Leon for quite some time, haven't you?" "No, our first cooperation was just a few months ago during the Academy's outdoor assessment. Our opponent was a giant butterfly, far less of a challenge than you." Although her words sounded absurd, they were entirely true. Even General Leon, one of the involved parties, didn't know how to refute her. But Mevis, who would become his eldest daughter in the future, spoke in a style reminiscent of himself from a few years ago. No matter how formidable the enemy, she could still crack a joke. Compared to the current Noah, the future Mevis had indeed grown much more open and cheerful. Shadow frowned. "I'm starting to become curious about your true goal. You served me for so many years, yet it seems it was never about saving your family, was it?" Hearing this, Mevis slowly raised her hand, gently placing her palm over her chest. Her tone grew serious as she said, "Like all those who have suffered the horrors of war, such things dwell deep within the hearts of both humans and dragons. It is a crystallization of profound fear and wields the power to defy fate itself. However, I am also well aware that it does not possess the ability to bring the dead back to life." Shadow raised an eyebrow with interest and asked, "Since you knew this from the beginning, why use saving your family as an excuse to infiltrate my side?" Mevis shook her head, lowering her hand as primordial energy surged around her. "Saving my family was never an excuse or a reason because..." She tightened her stance, and a wave of primordial magic erupted, her white pupils fixed firmly on the enemy before her. Her voice was resolute, her words deliberate. "It truly is why I came here." After this brief exchange, the second round of combat began. They can't give Shadow any time to breathe. In Leon's current state, he wasn't suited for a prolonged battle. They had to finish this quickly. Shadow continued to widen the gap between them, attempting to deal with them using magical bombardments. But no matter how he maneuvered, Leon and Mevis relentlessly pursued him, closing the distance with incredible speed. "I didn't expect that, after fusing two powers, my body would become so sluggish," Shadow muttered while fending off the pair's relentless storm of attacks. "And Mevis, to see you using primordial energy so adeptly on your fists and legs, truly impressive. And you, Leon, do you have infinite stamina or something? By all rights, you should already be collapsing from exhaustion, so why are you still fighting so fiercely?" Under normal circumstances, primordial energy functions as a source of power, similar to how steam powers a train. The energy provides momentum, while the train uses tracks, magical circuits, to reach its destination. But what Shadow hadn't anticipated was Mevis's ability to apply this energy directly to her physical attacks. It was as if the steam engine no longer needed wheels to run, it could move on its own. This style of combat was indeed more effective than trading spells. Imagine each of your normal attacks carrying true damage at the cost of burning a portion of your stamina. But fortunately, the dragon ancestor residing within you could continuously replenish your strength. And of course, Leon Kazmad was the key point. A teammate who would never fall until the enemy did. Thus, the current scenario could be likened to this. An entity dealing true damage with every basic attack, constantly regenerating health and mana, paired with a crowd-controlling, all-rounded warrior still in perfect condition. Together, they faced off against a high-damage, high-attack opponent with low accuracy and slow movement speed. Mevis, brother, party up. Noah, join the party lobby. Leon, join the party lobby. Shadow, if this continues, I'm going to be drained to death by these two. I need a plan, Shadow thought grimly. The prince and that Mevis are actually gaining the upper hand, the tower master remarked, evaluating the scene. The other Dragon Kings were equally shocked. Isn't that Shadow, imbued with the power of the dragon god Tiamat? In theory, if he wanted, he could destroy an entire sky city with ease. Yet now, Shadow was being relentlessly pressured by Leon and Mevis, unable to retaliate effectively. I think it's because Shadow is still unfamiliar with the dragon god's power, Claudia commented. It's like watching someone struggle to spin a top. They have the strength, but they don't know how to use it properly. Shadow's situation is no different. Odin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the battlefield. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Based on Ultimate Fear's behavior, Shadow's adaptability and learning ability are incredibly fast. In just a few minutes, he has already adjusted to Leon and Mevis's attack patterns. Soon, it will be his turn to counterattack. Odin's combat experience surpassed everyone else's on the field, and his keen insight saw what others could not. Shadow was adapting, not just to the dragon god's power, but also to the strategies of Leon and Mevis. Even though Shadow lacked speed and reflexes, the dragon god's power granted him enough tolerance to learn and improve. The battle was no longer just between the two sides, it was now a race against time. Shadow had to master his newfound power and find a breakthrough before he was defeated, while Leon and Mevis needed to finish him off as quickly as possible. Noah clenched her tiny fists, her nails digging into her palms. She bit her lip and watched the battle intently, whispering, "Come on, you have to win, you must. I must admit, your performance has exceeded my expectations." Shadow, despite facing the relentless assault of the father-daughter duo, now appeared calm and even spoke with a hint of amusement. "I originally thought that with the dragon god's power, no one in this world could stop me. But your stubborn resistance is truly impressive and a pleasant surprise. Unfortunately, you've missed your golden opportunity to kill me." Shadow's expression darkened as he continued. "I have now fully adapted to Tiamat's power, so now it's my turn." Mevis stomped the ground and leaped forward, her fist charged with primordial energy as she aimed straight for Shadow's face. Enough with the empty boasts. Smack! Her punch was caught effortlessly by Shadow. Mevis froze in shock, but quickly attempted to withdraw her hand. However, as she tried to pull back, she realized with horror that her primordial energy was being siphoned little by little into Shadow. How is this possible? No matter how skilled you are at wielding primordial energy, in the end, that power originates from Tiamat, doesn't it? Shadow's grip tightened on Mevis's wrist as he continued to absorb her energy. "Only now have I fully learned how to wield the dragon god's might. Any attack you throw at me will simply become my nourishment. As for you..." Shadow slowly turned his head, looking at Leon as he charged toward him. "I can't even find the right words to describe you. You're as tenacious as something far beyond human." "Let her go," Leon shouted, his voice low and commanding as he activated the sixth gate and lunged at Shadow's chest. But just as Leon was about to land his blow, an enormous surge of primordial energy exploded from within Shadow, forming a shockwave that blasted Leon and the surrounding rubble into the air. The nearby streets cracked under the sheer force. Shadow, still gripping Mevis's wrist, flung her violently in the direction Leon had been hurled. Father and daughter collided midair before crashing into a pile of ruins together. "Are you okay, Dad?" During the crash, Leon had cushioned Mevis's fall, so as soon as they landed, Mevis scrambled to check her father's injuries. Leon shook his head, his body battered, as he tried to use the sixth gate, reverse life radiance to heal himself, but he no longer had the stamina to activate it. Leaning back against a crumbling wall, he panted heavily and said, "My magic and stamina are completely drained. I can only manage one more round. We need to create an opportunity, one that allows us to take Shadow out with a single, decisive strike." Gripping the thundercloud blade behind him, Leon glanced at Shadow, who was slowly approaching. "Mevis, can you use the Radiant Aurora seal to immobilize him, even just for an instant?" Mevis turned toward Shadow, biting her lip hesitantly. "I can, but like you said, I'll need an opening." Even though Shadow's reaction speed can't keep up with us, the openings he leaves behind are still incredibly small. She hesitated before continuing, and Mom's magic is completely depleted. She can't join the fight anymore. Hearing this, Leon gave a bitter smile and shook his head. That's not great news. Have you finished planning? Shadow's voice interrupted them as he closed the remaining distance. If you're done, it's time for you to depart. The moment the words left his mouth, Leon and Mevis launched a simultaneous surprise attack. But this time, Shadow was ready. As they moved, a wall of shadows rose from the ground beneath their feet. This shadow wall, however, was different from the ones before. While Leon and Mevis's initial attacks passed through it, their strikes were abruptly halted midway, as though caught in a trap. With their movements locked, Shadow casually approached. Extending his hands, he seized Leon and Mevis by their throats, lifting them off the ground. He gazed at Mevis for a moment, then shifted his attention to Leon, sneering coldly. So, now I have the two heroes of the Leon continent who were supposed to save it from the shadows. With just a flick of my wrist, neither of you will ever rise again. This has truly been a memorable battle. When I ascend to the throne of this world, I will look back on this moment fondly. Let them go. Several figures suddenly landed around Shadow, encircling him tightly. The Dragon Kings, extracting the last remnants of their magic, began shrinking the perimeter around him step by step. Oh, with the state you're all in, it's a miracle you can even stand. And yet you think you can rescue anyone from me. Shadow's gaze swept across the Dragon Kings, his tone dripping with disdain. Don't worry, after I kill them I'll deal with each and every one of you, one by one. The threats here are neutralized. So are mine. What about Rebecca? Rebecca, where are you? Rebecca, Martin, where is she? Over here. Martin and Nacho rushed after Rebecca, following her up to the top of a tall building. When they arrived, they found Rebecca assembling a specially designed sniper rifle. Her face was tense, and her hands trembled slightly as she worked, fumbling several times to piece the weapon together. Noticing Rebecca's unusual state, Martin stepped forward and asked, "What's going on, Rebecca?" Rebecca didn't say anything, nor did she stop assembling the rifle. Instead, she handed Martin a pair of binoculars. Martin took the binoculars and scanned the distant side of Sky City. What he saw made his breath hitch. There, surrounded by the Dragon Kings, Shadow stood gripping the necks of Leon and an unfamiliar woman. Martin muttered in disbelief. How did the captain end up like this? That enemy is incredibly strong, Rebecca said in a low, steady voice as she continued working on the rifle. I saw the captain decapitate something called Ultimate Fear, but the battle didn't end there. Then Shadow, it's like he went berserk, overpowering the captain completely. And now, with the sister-in-law there, we're all completely exhausted. The only ones who can provide support are us. Nacho hesitated, lowering his head nervously. But if Shadow can suppress the captain and all the Dragon Kings, what can we possibly do? That's why I prepared this in advance. Click. Rebecca finished assembling the rifle, a massive weapon almost as tall as herself. Nacho, still uncertain, said, "Even enchanted bullets won't work, right? We've already seen some of those creatures resist our enchanted rounds, let alone Shadow. Which is why I'll use." Rebecca pulled a pure white bullet from her pocket. This. Is that, Martin pointed at the bullet. The pendant the Silver Dragon King gave you turned into a bullet. Rebecca nodded. The woman beside the captain has been attacking Shadow with primordial magic. I think Shadow might be vulnerable to it. This bullet, it should work on him. She loaded the bullet into the rifle's chamber and added, Shadow may have gained incredible power, but his reaction speed has noticeably slowed. That means there's a good chance he won't be able to dodge this shot. After a pause, Rebecca continued, But I only have one shot, if I miss. She didn't finish the sentence, but her expression was grim as she pressed her cheek against the rifle stock. Her cyan eyes appeared calm, but underneath, waves of turmoil raged. Rebecca forced herself to steady her breathing, repeating silently in her mind, Treat this as just another shot, just a regular shot. But the more she tried to convince herself, the more her hands trembled. She spent over 30 seconds aiming, unable to summon the courage to pull the trigger. Taking a deep breath, Rebecca lowered her head, as if trying to regain her composure. Martin, understanding the immense pressure Rebecca was under, crouched beside her. Gently placing a hand on her trembling shoulder, he said softly, "I'm scared too, Martin. My hands are shaking. If I miss the captain and his wife, they're finished. Maybe even the entire Samel continent will fall." The weight of the responsibility had come crashing down on Rebecca too suddenly. She had never imagined that her single bullet could become the pivot upon which the entire battle turned. "I've missed before, Martin, and every time you were all there to back me up, to cover for me. But now, my hands are so cold, I can't even measure the wind speed properly. Martin, I'm terrified. I'll pull the trigger for you, Rebecca." What? Martin lay beside her, aligning himself with the rifle. Reaching over, he gently held Rebecca's icy, trembling hands in his own. He gazed warmly at her, smiling as he said, "You aim, I'll shoot, how about that?" Their eyes met, and in that moment no further words were needed. Rebecca bit her lip and nodded firmly. "All right, on my command." "Got it." Rebecca repositioned herself, adjusting the rifle's aim while feeling the airflow and humidity around them. Thump, thump, thump. They could hear each other's heartbeats, steady and heavy. In the faint currents of air, it felt as though countless invisible threads were intertwining. Among them, Rebecca found the one perfect trajectory to hit Shadow. A single perfect shot. This was the only chance. No one could cover for her anymore. Now Martin. Bang! Martin pulled the trigger, and flames erupted from the muzzle. The bullet, crafted from pure primordial crystal, spun as it tore through the air, piercing the darkness and cutting through the haze. It carried the collective will of humanity, traversing the vast and scarred streets, slicing through shadows and dust, and passing between Leon and Mevis, heading straight for Shadow's brow. Shadow sensed the ambush a split second before it landed, and moved to evade. The bullet, which should have struck his forehead, instead grazed his ear. Damn it, how could the dragon god's body be harmed by a human bullet? Now, Mevis, this is our chance. In the fleeting moment when Shadow was distracted by the bullet, Mevis summoned the last reserves of her primordial energy. She conjured 4 fiery orbs, suspending them above Shadow's head. Primordial magic, sealing art, radiant woodlight. Boom! The orbs converged, enveloping Shadow in a blinding explosion. In that instant, Shadow's grip on Leon and Mevis loosened, and they fell to the ground. As soon as her feet hit the earth, Mevis shouted, "Now, Dad." Leon gripped the thundercloud blade, assuming a stance for a Yido slash. At the same time, a crimson aura of bloodlust began to rise from his body. Ninth gate, Night Lightning. Leon channeled the power of all 9 gates into the thundercloud blade. Even though his heart-guarding dragon scale hadn't fully recovered, he forced himself to endure the backlash of the 9th gate. Truthfully, he didn't know if his body could handle it, but if they missed this opportunity, it would all be over. Swish! Leon became a streak of blue light, like a razor-sharp blade slicing straight toward the false god. "Leon, you have to win. You must." "Dad, you can do it. I know you can." "Go, kid. Take all our hopes with you. Before the sun rises, kill him." Boom! The seal of radiant aurora shattered as Shadow broke free. He roared at the charging Leon. "Why won't you just give up and die, Leon Kazmod?" Thunder flashed before Shadow's eyes, and in that blinding light, he saw the unwavering determination in Leon's gaze. "In the name of humanity, and for all living beings of Samel, I will defeat you." The thundercloud blade slashed through, the brilliance of the attack illuminating Shadow's chest as blood sprayed into the air. A black and a white dragon scale slowly disintegrated from his chest. Thud! Shadow's body collapsed to the ground, his blood pooling around him, soaking into the earth and his torn clothes. Before his vision faded completely, Shadow saw Leon standing beside him. "You've lost, Shadow." "Is that so? So this is what death feels like." His voice remained hoarse, even as his strength waned. Shadow slowly closed his eyes, whispering, "The last of the clear dragons has fallen. Samel will soon welcome a ruler from another world." What? Shadow's breathing ceased. His schemes and ambitions were buried alongside him, vanishing before the dawn. Mevis stared at Shadow's lifeless body, lying in a pool of blood, and murmured, "Thank goodness, Dad." As she spoke, her vision darkened, and she began to collapse forward. But in the next moment, Mevis felt someone catch her. Opening her eyes, she found herself leaning against a familiar black suit of armor. Leon, one hand gripping the hilt of the thundercloud blade for support, hoisted Mevis onto his back, cradling her legs with his other arm. His back was as dependable as ever. Resting against her father's shoulder, Mevis whispered weakly into his ear, "This time, I didn't let you down, Dad." "You've never let me down, Noah." The sun slowly rose over the distant horizon, its first rays dispersing the shadows over Sky City. The Dragon Kings stood atop the highest ruin, gazing out at the devastated city. "There's going to be a lot of rebuilding to do, Timothy," Morgan said. "At least this time, we don't have to worry about some monster suddenly waking up beneath our feet," the Tower Master replied with a smile. The group chatted casually, savoring the cool breeze of dawn. Constantine stood behind them, looking slightly out of place. Leon and Mevis had walked ahead, and no one seemed to speak to him. His only companion was Adam's hammer, resting beside him. As Constantine was about to bid farewell to the Dragon Kings, a familiar voice called out from the distance, "Father, Father, we won." Constantine froze, then slowly turned around. In the golden light of dawn, a small figure waved her arms, running through the rubble toward him. "Hefei." Hefei threw herself into her father's arms, hugging him tightly. "Uncle Leon said yesterday that if Sky City was still standing at sunrise, I could ask Sherry to bring me up to see you." "Leon." Holding his daughter, Constantine glanced at Leon, who had already turned away. He couldn't help but laugh softly. "Thank you." With Hefei in his arms, Constantine walked to the highest point of the ruins and pointed to the rising sun. "I told you, Hefei, all goodbyes are only temporary." Nestled in her father's embrace, Hefei's dark eyes reflected the fiery red sunrise. "One day, at another dawn, we will reunite."